Promise, Caulborn 2. Written by Nicholas Olivo. Narrated by Ian McEwan. Chapter 1. Bargain 665945. Provided a lich with a secondary phylactery. Payment consisted of a crop of worms that eat organic matter and weave silk that provides defensive properties against the organism that was consumed. Experimentation revealed that when one strand of the silk is laid alongside another, each strand gains the defensive properties of the other, even if they came from different sources. These will make effective armor against those individuals who fail to deliver what they've promised us. The Lich also provided an artifact that compels the dead to do one's bidding. And to think, he believes he got the bargain. From Keeper Laris's transaction journal. Screams coming from a graveyard in the middle of the night are never a good thing. It's worse when you realize the screams are coming from the dead. And even worse still when you realize the dead are being tormented by something else. If you're smart, you run the other way when you start hearing that sort of scream. If you're me, you'll run right to it. The name's Vincent Corinthos, and I have no idea what I'm getting myself into as my partner Megan and I rush towards the gates that close the cemetery off from the rest of Boston. I brushed my hand against the chain and master padlock that held the gates shut, and the lock popped open with a click. Opening things is a particular gift of mine. Locks, doors, pickle jars, you name it, I can open it. We pushed through the gates and ran to where the screams were coming from. "Third attack in 3 days," Megan said as our boots crunched across the snow-crusted ground. So far, this winter hadn't given us much in the way of the white stuff. I was grateful for that. It would have been impossible to run through a graveyard in the dark if the snow was up to my knees. As it was, the cold stung the insides of my nose every time I took a breath. The cold didn't stop Megan's rapid-fire questions, though. "Three's a magical number, right? Think there's some significance? Maybe this is some kind of winter ritual?" "Not sure," I said as the screams sounded again. Between our high-powered flashlights and a full moon reflecting off the thin layer of snow, we had plenty of light to see the skeletal hands exploding through the frozen crust of snow. Shards of powder-covered ice scattered in all directions as the hands broke through the surface. Another followed, then several more. The skeletons scrambled up from their graves, their glowing red eyes locking right onto us. "Sugar!" Megan cursed as she bit the finger of her right glove and pulled it off with her teeth. Then she rolled her wrist, and a 9mm pistol appeared in her hand. "Will bullets be any good against skeletons?" I asked. In response, she fired off several shots, expertly blasting out knees and spines. The skeletons clattered to the ground in heaps as the scent of gunpowder and bone dust filled the air. You had to respect a person who could hit very small targets with such precision in moonlight while being advanced on by undead. She gave me a sidelong smile. I grinned back. "Okay. My turn." I snapped out my hand and telekinetically flung 5 of them backward. I couldn't help but grin as they shattered on impact against one of the larger headstones, making the cemetery momentarily sound like a bowling alley on League night. "Strike!" "Show off," Megan called as she stuffed her glove into a pocket. "I want psychic powers like yours." My smile widened. "They are a lot of fun." We dashed on. Just ahead, a shadowy figure was crouched over a grave, tracing glowing shapes in the snow. The scream sounded again, louder this time. A spectral skeleton materialized above the grave for a moment, its hands pressed to its head as if in pain, and the scream sounded again. Then it was gone. Holy shit, what was that? "Hands above your head!" Megan shouted as she conjured a fresh 9mm from her pocket dimension. The man, at least I guessed it was a man, waved a dismissive hand at us. A wave of sheer terror skimmed across the surface of my mind. For half a second, all I wanted to do was run and never look back. Just get away from this person. The feeling was over as quickly as it had begun. Megan gave her head a shake. She must have felt it too. The figure stood and regarded us. "Caulborn," he hissed. "That's us," I replied. Megan and I are agents of a supernatural police force known as the Caulborn. There were lots of legends and superstitions around what someone born with a caul can do, but the reality is a caul protects you from mental compulsion, which this joker had just tried. Now, like the lady said, hands above your head. Megan had her wrists crossed so that she was both steadying her gun on the man while simultaneously keeping the beam of her flashlight on him. He was dressed in a black jumpsuit so dark that it seemed to be absorbing the light. A black mask completely covered his face and head. He didn't even have eye holes, which was a bit disturbing. He raised his hands and muttered something I didn't catch. A moment later, skeletal hands exploded from the ground and grabbed us by the legs. At first, I thought they were just going to hold us, but then they actually began pulling us down into the earth. Megan's pistol cracked as she shot at the hands holding her. I lashed out telekinetically, forcing the hands away. One of them hit me in the back of the knee, and I lurched about, trying to regain my footing. The frozen earth heaved and cracked as Megan was pulled down, sinking into the ground as if it were quicksand. She couldn't risk a bullet's ricochet at this range, and was now using her flashlight like a club, bashing at the hands holding her. The figure was gone. I blasted Megan's assailants with bolts of telekinesis and hauled her up next to me. More hands pulled at my ankles, and we went back down in a heap. Bones creaked and rattled as more skeletons approached us. Hands erupted from the earth, pinning us. Megan was face down next to me. I was on my side, my wrists held painfully behind my back. Of course, the nice thing about psychic powers is they work hands-free. I sent waves of telekinetic force out, shattering bones. "How do you like that?" I shouted, laughing. Something pierced my leg, hard. Something else pierced my shoulder. I spun my head enough to see skulls rising from the ground, biting into me. As great as LL Bean coats are at keeping out the cold, they're also surprisingly thin. The skulls were able to bite right through it, and I cried out as they tore through the fleece lining and into my skin. Red seeped through the fabric of my coat. Another voice cut through the air in a language I'd never heard before. The skeletons paused and turned to look at the newcomer. I couldn't move my head enough to get a good look at him, but I could just make him out in my peripheral vision. He opened his hands, and glowing characters of blue light spiraled up from his palms. They shot forward, striking the skeletons in their sternums. Blue sparks exploded around the skeletons and drove them a few steps back. They snarled. I'm not entirely sure how they did that, given they didn't have lungs, and began advancing. The newcomer called out in that strange language and sent two more glowing characters, these a dull yellow, into the ground just in front of me. Moments later, two more sets of hands burst from the ground in front of my face. These were different, though. Instead of skeletal, these were covered in a pale, translucent flesh. A moment later, two men clad in shimmering pilgrim outfits pulled themselves out of the ground. Glowing blue eyes stared out of their hard faces as they regarded the other undead. They tossed their hats to the side in unison, which vanished upon striking the ground, and advanced on the skeletons. The skeletons rushed at the spectral men, wildly swiping clawed hands at them. The pilgrims blocked and pummeled the skeletons with their fists. Bones snapped and cracked as the men laid into them with well-placed haymakers and uppercuts. The newcomer knelt down next to me. He pointed at the hands holding me down and muttered again in that strange language. The hands crumbled to dust. He repeated the process for Megan. I turned my attention back to the pilgrims. Their eyes still glowed a bright blue, but their features had blurred, and the pilgrim outfits were much less defined than they'd been a few moments ago. Each time they hit a skeleton, they became less substantial. I could see through them in places now. As the last skeleton crumbled into dust, they faded away. "Thanks," I said to the newcomer. "You saved our bacon there." "My pleasure," he replied. His voice was a little nasally, and he sounded like he had a cold. "Are you okay?" "Fine, thanks to you," Megan said as she put the flashlight so we could see the stranger. He was a few inches shorter than me, and a tad on the pudgy side. Brown hair poked out from beneath a black wool cap, and he brushed snow absently from the front of his long wool coat. The cold had turned his cheeks and nose as rosy as Santa Claus's, and I pegged him at about my age. The angle of the light let him see Megan's face, too. She was just as rosy-cheeked, and her ice-blue eyes shone brightly. "Golly," they said softly in unison. They both took a step toward one another. "I'm Megan." "I'm Herb Wallenby." They introduced themselves simultaneously and then started giggling. The dimple in Megan's cheek was so deep that I thought it might go through her face. They just stood there, smiling like a couple of 13-year-olds at a junior high dance. I cleared my throat. "My name's Vincent Corinthos. I said as I extended my hand to Wallenby. He shook it absently, his eyes never leaving Megan. While we definitely appreciate the help, what were you doing out here tonight, Herb? Herb gave himself a shake.
What? Oh, sorry. Yes. There have been a bunch of attacks against the dead lately. I wanted to help.
That's so noble, Megan said. Her voice was dreamy. Herb's face colored further.
Thanks.
So, what makes you want to help the dead? Necromancers aren't generally concerned with their zombies' well-being, I said. Herb looked at me incredulously. Come on, I said. I saw you raise some zombies just a few minutes ago. Not zombies. Herb's attention was fully on me now.
Lifeless. Big difference.
When I didn't reply right away, he continued.
Just because I have powers over the dead doesn't mean I'm cruel to them. Most deceased want to stay that way. If they're in heaven, or whatever they believe in, they don't want to leave. Most necromancers force the dead back to our world. That's why zombies and ghouls and wights hate the living so much. I'm not like that.
And yet, you summoned...
Lifeless,
Herb reiterated, more firmly this time.
Look, I appeal to their memories of humanity for aid. I don't force the dead back to our world. I ask if they'll help defend it. There are hundreds of dead in this cemetery, and only 2 came back when I called. I could have forced them back, like that other guy was doing, but I didn't.
Megan put a hand on my arm before I could say anything else.
He's telling the truth, Vincent.
Megan's voice had returned to normal, and I took that to mean her mind was back to business. She used to be a diplomat who negotiated peace treaties with forces that weren't human, or even terrestrial, and I'd come to trust her judgment when it came to discerning lies. Did you see the guy who was tampering with the grave? I asked him.
Not clearly. He was facing away from me, and I saw you guys getting attacked and wanted to help.
He glanced back at the disturbed earth.
Can you ask the,
Megan gestured at the headstone.
Occupant of this grave what he was doing? Maybe find out who he was? Or where he went?
Herb shook his head.
No. The dead who have been attacked like this refuse to communicate with the living voluntarily.
That sounded awfully convenient to me.
Thank you again for your help,
Megan said to Herb.
Let's get a closer look at the grave. Maybe that'll give us a clue about what was going on.
I still wasn't sure what to think about this guy, so I held a telekinetic burst ready. At the first sign of mischief, I'd blast him into the nearest headstone. The 3 of us approached the grave.
Agnes McLaughlin, 1788 to 1844,
Megan read.
Wife, mother, and daughter.
A full moon and stars had been engraved on the stone.
That name mean anything to you?
Both Herb and I shook our heads. Megan took a photo of the headstone with her phone. I knelt down and poked at the disturbed earth with my switchblade. A hole about 6 inches in diameter had been bored into the ground. It looked wet. I scraped a sample of it into a plastic bag and tucked it into my jacket pocket. This was just like the other 2 gravesite vandalisms we'd dealt with. We'll have to get someone on our team to analyze this, I said. Maybe that'll turn something up. Herb nodded.
So I'm guessing you guys are Caulborn,
he said. I arched an eyebrow at him, and he shrugged.
Anybody else would have run screaming from this place.
He fished in his pocket and produced a slightly bent card.
I have a vested interest in this case. My job is to help the dead find peace. If there's anything I can do to help, please just ask.
He held the card out to Megan. She took it, and their fingers touched for just a moment too long. Megan produced her own card.
Call me,
she said. Her voice was dreamy again.
I mean, you know, about the case.
Herb's voice was dopey, too.
Yeah, of course. Maybe we could talk about it over dinner sometime.
I'd like that. This was getting awkward. Meg, we really should report back to HQ. Megan gave me a startled look, like she'd forgotten I was there.
Oh, right, of course. Thank you again, Herb. It was nice meeting you.
They stammered out awkward goodbyes for another minute, and I was concerned I might have to actually drag Megan back to the car. Finally, we parted company and made our way back to her cell. Megan started the car and cranked the heat.
Goodness, I didn't even realize I wasn't wearing both of my gloves,
she said as she blew on her fingers.
That was careless.
You were kinda distracted.
Yes, this case is intense. I hate fighting undead.
I wasn't talking about the skeletons. I meant you were distracted by Mr. Herbert Wallenby, benevolent necromancer. Megan frowned at me. Don't scoff, Vincent. He is a sincere individual. I didn't make snide remarks about you when you told me you work as a Caulborn operative because you want to protect people, even though you're literally a god who's worshipped by psychic fae. I looked at my hands. You've got me there. Sorry, Meg, but you have to admit, we meet a lot of whack jobs in this line of work. That's true, she said as we drove down the dark Boston streets. But that doesn't mean we can't ever trust people. There are just as many allies out there as there are enemies. I'll do some digging on Herb just to be safe, but I think he might be able to help us. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the clock. 11:20. Boy, it's late. I've got to get some sleep. You want me to drive you home? No, drop me back at the office. I held up the bag of soil I'd taken from the grave. I'll give this to Mrs. Rita for analysis. Maybe she and Doc Ryan can learn something from it. Megan nodded, and 10 minutes later dropped me at the curb in front of the office. It's an unassuming 3-story brick building from the 1800s. The main door is a thick metal job that's built to withstand any manner of assault, physical or magical. I ran my ID badge in front of a small plate next to the door, which then swung open into a small anteroom. As the door swung shut behind me, I swiped my badge again in front of a second scanner and stepped into the building's lobby. Jake, the ever-present security guard, nodded at me from behind the desk. Jake's arms are as thick around as most men's legs, and his gray eyes never miss anything. In the entire time I've worked here, I've only heard Jake speak about 24 words. I nodded back and headed down the hall into medical, where I found Mrs. Rita pinning up a crayon drawing over her desk. "We love you, Grandma Rita," was written in shaky pink letters. The picture showed 3 small stick figures gathered around a larger one, and a rainbow arching over them. "Nice artwork," I said with a grin. Mrs. Rita's eyes twinkled with pride. "My Tasha is quite the artist, isn't she? Wait and see, Vincent. She'll have paintings in all the fancy galleries someday." Even after all these years, Mrs. Rita's Cajun accent still seems out of place with her Korean features. She looked at the clock and clucked her tongue. "It's never good when you come here late at night, Vincent. What's wrong?" I relayed the night's events to her and handed over the soil sample. "I'll start the analysis on this right away and compare it to the other samples you've brought in. Maybe we'll know something by the time you come back in the morning. Now go rest. You look tired." She shooed me out of medical, and I caught a cab home. I entered my apartment and found Petra seated at the kitchen table, surrounded by open cookbooks. She had a pad of paper in front of her and was jotting down the page numbers for recipes. Her curly brown hair was pulled up on top of her head, and she was wearing a pair of pink sweatpants and a black t-shirt that read, "Come to the dark side. We have cookies." The scent of cooking oil was strong in the air, and our deep fryer was out on the counter, a bunch of crumpled Twinkie wrappers on the counter beside it. I swallowed. Deep-fried Twinkies were Petra's ultimate comfort food, and there was only one time when she ate them. "Hey, love," I said. "When's your mother coming over?" "Saturday lunch," she replied without looking up. To herself, she said, "Lamb, lamb, lamb. Ah, here we go." She thumbed to a page in the book and nodded. "I think this recipe would be good." I sighed. Petra's mother is none other than Aphrodite herself. Most theater majors and mythology students know the story of Pygmalion. Guy sculpts a beautiful statue, Aphrodite animates it, names it Galatea, and Pygmalion and Galatea live happily ever after. The part that didn't make it into the myths is that Galatea was destroyed in a stampede. Pygmalion, racked with grief, sculpted another statue, Petra. Aphrodite animated Petra, but Petra could never live up to her deceased sister's reputation, despite being stronger, faster, and smarter. I ran a hand through my hair. "Petra, don't do this to yourself. Let's just order takeout or something. No matter what you do, she's just going to nitpick you. Remember that time you made escargot? She went on for an hour about how Galatea would have caught the snails by singing to them, and how you'd done the best you could, but sung snails tasted so much better." Petra still didn't look up. "I'm certain this time will be better, Vincent. I asked Hephaestus about this, and Galatea never cooked lamb. There won't be anything about this meal that will give her a chance to compare me to Galatea." "Petra, you know she'll just make something up." I shrugged out of my bloody, chewed-up coat and tossed it into the trash. I hadn't liked the color anyway. My good old leather bomber would have to do for the time being. Petra turned the page in her book. "Did you talk to Megan?" The abrupt change in subject caught me flat-footed. No, I said as I rubbed my face. She looked up for the first time then. Her brown eyes locked with mine.
Vincent, you have to deal with that.
I know, I said, putting up my hands. Look, this isn't exactly the easiest topic to broach. What am I supposed to say? Hey, Meg, remember back when you got attacked by that flower laced with industrial-strength botanical magic and I promised you'd be fine? Well, Orcus, he's the god of oaths, see? And he's got a very strict interpretation of that particular promise. He's saying I have to keep you fine forever, or else I'll suffer eternal damnation in a forgotten corner of Tartarus. Petra looked at me flatly.
This is serious, Vincent. I waited too long for you to lose you to a silly slip of the tongue. You need to get her to release you from that promise.
I looked down at my Reeboks. It feels like I'm failing if I do that. Like I'm not living up to something. Petra rose and gave me a hug. Despite the fact that she's living stone, she feels like flesh and blood.
I know,
she said.
But the only alternative is to find a way to keep her fine forever. And that's not possible. Not even for you.
I'll take care of it, Petra. Trust me. I stifled a yawn. I'm turning in. You coming to bed soon? She shook her head and turned her attention back to the cookbooks.
I need to work on this for a bit.
I kissed her on the head and went to the bedroom. The last time I saw the clock, it was 2 a.m, and Petra still hadn't come into bed yet. The day's events drifted through my mind. Skeletons, necromancers, and now an impending visit from Aphrodite. I suppose I should have seen the nightmares coming. Chapter 2. There is an inherent danger in those paranormals who can conjure gateways through other dimensions. This stems beyond the obvious risks in opening a gateway to a hostile location. The true danger lies in the predators that exist in that space between dimensions, where the gateways are created. Should one of them sense an opener and then attach itself to that individual, then any opening created by that individual would risk allowing the predator through. Such predators would be unlike anything we have encountered before, and it is highly likely that many paranormal and human lives would be lost in the time it took us to craft a suitable defense. From an internal Caulborn memo dated 1938, authored by Jack Santo. I was on a boat. There were shirtless and barefoot men running all around the deck, tying down sails and battening down hatches and anything else that a sailor would do when his ship was about to enter a storm. I put my hands in my pockets and withdrew one, now holding a gold coin. The crew suddenly went silent. As one, they said, "Let no man steal from the captain." They drew pistols and knives and descended on me. I flailed about as they knocked me down and began kicking and beating me. One sat on my stomach and drove a knife straight through my chest. I woke up with a jolt. The clock said it was just after 6. I reached for Petra. Her side of the bed had been neatly made and a note left on the pillow. Early morning shoot. See you tonight. Love you. Petra's job as a lingerie model has hours that are worse than mine. If she were human, I'd worry that she'd burn herself out, but technically, she doesn't need to eat or sleep. My gut told me she had pulled an all-nighter, and even though I knew I shouldn't be worried about her, I was. The time leading up to and immediately following a visit from Aphrodite was always tense and hectic. I sighed, swung my legs over the side of the bed, stretched, and padded toward the kitchen. "Good morning, Vincent!" I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound of the voice coming from behind me. My Commander Courageous action figure strode across the top of the dresser and planted his plastic fists on his hips. Clad in a scarlet bodysuit and green gloves and mask, my childhood hero posed proudly in his "I'm a hero, damn it!" stance. Aside from being an ultra-rare collectible, this action figure served as a vessel for an advisor my father had sent me years ago, just before I received worshippers. My father, Janus, the Roman god of doors, had to stay away from my mom and me to ensure we stayed safe from his enemies, and Commander Courageous was one of the guardians he left behind. I've never learned who the being is behind the mask, but he always gives insightful advice. "You're going to have company today, Vincent," Courageous said with a smile. "I've arranged a new instructor for you." "An instructor? For what? I know how to control my powers, and I'm caring for my followers. What more is there?" Courageous was silent, having reverted back to a normal action figure. When it was obvious he wasn't going to say any more, I headed to the kitchen, where a gateway to hell had opened. The scents of sulfur and brimstone choked me, and a greasy smoke filled the kitchen. On the other side of the gateway, a hellhound sniffed the air. The thing was as big as a Harley and probably weighed twice that. Luminescent yellow eyes regarded me, and I shivered at the intelligence that glimmered there. The hellhound's thick red and black fur bristled as it walked forward, stepping through to my kitchen. "Sorry," I said to the hound, "but my apartment has a strict no pets policy." I telekinetically threw it backward. My initial guess was wrong. The hellhound easily weighed 3 or 4 times what a Harley did. It got back to its feet and snarled, belching out a cone of flame. I put up a telekinetic shield and deflected the fire back through the gateway and countered with a pyrokinetic blast. The hound made a sound like laughter. "Dumbass, it's a hellhound. You can't hurt it with fire." I telekinetically hurled it again, hoping it would lose interest. "Stop playing with it, Corinthos," a voice from my left said. "Just seal the gateway." I stole a glance at the speaker. Forculus, another Roman god of doors, had his sneakered feet up on my kitchen table, a chocolate-frosted donut in his hand. He regarded me with gray eyes as he bit into his donut, and then cocked his head toward the gateway in a "get on with it" gesture. My gaze returned to the hellhound, which had regained its feet and was shaking its head. It looked up at me with pure hatred blazing in its yellow eyes. Shit. "How?" I asked. "Concentrate on the gateway," Forculus said. "Feel the energies that make it up, and then tie them together." I hastily reached out for the gateway with my mind, trying to sense whatever made it work. As I did, the hellhound charged. I abandoned my probing and threw out a telekinetic barrier. A second later, the hellhound slammed into the barrier full force. I strained to hold it in place as the creature pressed against it, but the hellhound snarled and punched through. Pain exploded in my head as the barrier shattered. I was disoriented and couldn't concentrate enough to bring it back. The hound charged forward again and leapt for the gateway, jaws open wide. The spittle on its teeth and tongue shimmered as it hurtled through the air. I put my arms up over my face, knowing the gesture wasn't going to afford me any protection. Forculus snapped his fingers and the smell of brimstone and sulfur vanished. "Put your arms down, boy." The gateway and hellhound were gone. I lowered my arms and turned to Forculus. He'd put his feet down and was rubbing the heels of his palms against his forehead. He lowered his hands and regarded me, disgust plain on his face. "That was pathetic," he said. "Well, excuse me for not having a couple of millennia's worth of practice sealing gateways." "Do you mean to say that you've never opened a gateway, Corinthos? How do you visit your followers on the bright side?" "Facilian." "Ah, those living gateways. Yes, I've heard of them." Forculus picked up his donut and munched thoughtfully. "So you tell them where to open for you. That's not a bad start." "No," I said. "Each Facilian opens to a specific location. I go to the one that opens in the heart of the Urisk city." Forculus's jaw dropped. Tiny crumbs of donut were stuck in his salt and pepper beard, and his face was a mask of disbelief. "You go to the one that opens where you want to go," he said flatly. "You've never commanded one to open?" "Well, there was this one time." I told Forculus about the time I telepathically dominated an unfriendly Facilian named Gren Lori into opening to a specific location. "Hera's frosty crotch, boy," Forculus swore. "You think you telepathically dominated it? You have the domain of doors." He enunciated every word carefully, like he was explaining to a simpleton. "That means doors obey your every whim. The Facilian is a living door. It had to obey you. Did you at least have it open to your desired location?" "Mostly." Forculus rolled his eyes as he stuffed the last of his donut into his mouth. "That's something, I suppose. Come on, we've got a lot of work to do." "What are you talking about?" "Didn't your advisor tell you? I'm going to teach you how to make gateways of your own. And from what I can see, it's not going to be easy. Go get dressed and come back here." Once I'd geared up and rejoined him, Forculus waved his hand and another gateway sprang into existence. This one opened onto a grove of fig trees. "Follow me." We stepped through, and the temperature difference was striking on the other side. It had been about 70 degrees in my apartment, but this was at least 80. The sun was lower in the sky. The air was sweet, but there was a tang of salt in the air, too. All around me, short trees with nearly white trunks stretched their pale branches to the sky, and their vibrant green leaves swished in a gentle, warm breeze. Where are we?
Sicily.
Forculus smiled as he plucked a fig off a branch. He bit into it and smiled.
Ah, yes. You don't get stuff like this in America, Corinthos. Try one.
I bit into the fig. It was sweet. The only time I'd ever had figs before was in Newton's. This was really good. Hang on a sec, I said. Sicily and Boston are pretty close, latitude-wise. Shouldn't it be winter here, too? Forculus picked a bit of fig out of his teeth.
This is my domain,
he said, waving a hand around.
It's only winter here if I want it to be. Now then, enough chatter about the weather. Let's talk gateways.
Forculus rolled his shoulders like a fighter warming up for a match.
The obvious advantage to controlling gateways is the freedom it provides you. You don't need these mechanized contraptions that humans rely on to fly from point to point, or those clumsy mechanical chariots. Just think about where you want to go, and poof, you're there.
He held up a finger to me.
But, for the clever, there's more to gateways than just travel. Gateways can be effective weapons when employed properly.
You mean like sending an enemy directly into hell? Forculus pursed his lips.
That would work, I suppose, but it lacks style, and those who reside in the pit do not appreciate unexpected guests. Pull a stunt like that, and you'll likely find your adversary returned, and a throng of angry demons charging you as well.
He shook his head.
No. The combat potential of a gateway is something else entirely. Allow me to demonstrate.
Forculus snapped his fingers, and a small gateway, about the size of a dinner plate, popped open to his left. It was angled such that I couldn't see where it led. He threw a fig through it, and something struck me on the back of the head. I spun around and found a fig on the ground behind me. A second gateway hung open in the air, level with my head. Through it I could see Forculus. I turned to him. So you split the gateway, put the entry point in front of you and the exit behind me. Forculus smiled.
That's exactly right. Thank goodness. I was afraid I need a puppet show to explain it to you. Now then, your initial gateways will only open to places you know very well, or places you can see. This limits their utility, but make no mistake, for the clever, even these hobbled gateways can be used in a variety of ways. Let's start with something small. Open a gateway that leads to that stone over there.
He pointed to a gray and blue rock about 10 feet away.
Relax your mind and picture an opening from point A to point B.
I cleared my head and looked at the rock. I imagined a doorway with square edges and clean lines forming in front of me. Nothing happened. I tried again, this time envisioning a circular portal. Nothing. For someone who's supposed to be my tutor, you're not saying a whole lot, I called. Forculus sat down and leaned back against the trunk of the fig tree.
There's nothing to explain, Corinthos. Either you can open gates or you can't. Your advisor thought you had the potential, but perhaps he was mistaken. Maybe the human blood in your veins is preventing you from an ability that should be your birthright. I never did understand what Janus saw in human women. They always seemed so inferior, and the offspring they gave were nothing more than trouble.
Forculus had just committed one of the 3 classic blunders. The first 2, never get into a land war in Asia and never go against a Sicilian when death is on the line, are pretty easy to avoid. However, number 3 is never insult my mother. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to reach out and tear Forculus's head off. Something inside me cracked, and a ripping sound, like 10,000 sheets of paper being torn at once, shattered the still air. A tear in reality opened before me, an angry red gash about 10 feet tall. It opened into blackness, and cold poured out of it. Frost suddenly rimmed the nearby fig trees, and the scent of decay, like rotting meat, spoiled the sweetness of the grove. In my mind's eye, something alien, something with tentacles and claws lurked just beyond the rip. It was snaking toward me, ready to... Forculus was next to me in a flash, and opened a gateway of his own, facing the tear. The alien monstrosity bolted through the tear and shot right into his gateway, which he slammed shut. He slapped me across the face, and the sudden shock forced me to release the tear, which sealed itself. The other god ran a hand through his hair.
Well, that was fun,
he said.
Lesson 1, Corinthos. Always keep your mind focused on where you want your gateway to lead.
If you get distracted, your gate may not open where you're expecting. I nodded, then punched him as hard as I could in the mouth. His head snapped back, and he fell, but instead of hitting the ground, he opened a gateway, fell through, and landed on top of me. Surprising me like he had, Forculus had no trouble pinning me. "Now then," he said, "none of that. I apologize for what I said about your mother. Sometimes it's necessary to arouse emotion to fuel your abilities, and that is all that comment was, nothing more." Part of me wanted to immolate him, and that must have shown in my expression. He got off me and put up his hands. "Your mother is a lovely woman, Vincent. I had dinner with her and Janus several times while they were courting. I assure you, I won't say anything like that again. Now that we know you have the ability, there's no need. You just need to practice." For the next 2 hours, I tried opening gateways. All I succeeded in doing was creating tears back to that dark, cold dimension. Finally, Forculus had me stop. "All right, Corinthos. That's enough for today. I'll be back in a few days so we can work more on this. In the meantime, don't try to open any gateways without me here." He opened a gateway back to my kitchen. I really needed to learn how to do this. It would make my life so much easier. I nodded my thanks and stepped through the portal. I grabbed my jacket and headed out the door. Time to go to work. I was just stepping out of the train station when my phone chirped out Smaug's theme from The Hobbit. "Hello, Cather," I said. "Vincent Corinthos," came the smooth voice from the other end. "It has been a long time since we've chatted. Are you free for a short visit?" Cather, a dragon living in human form, often served as an informant to the Caulborn. He was well connected to the movers and shakers in the Undercity, and the information he provided was almost always good. I checked my watch. "Yeah," I replied. "Give me 15 minutes. I shall await your arrival with bated breath." I tucked my phone into my pocket and headed back down the steps into the train station. 100 years ago, the Mass Bay Transit Association built the subway tunnels that make up the T's lines. On paper, some of those tunnels were closed due to structural concerns or safety issues. The real reason they were closed is that there were a bunch of paranormals in the city that didn't have a place to go. So Frank Allen, a governor with ties to the Caulborn, had closed down those tunnels and built the Undercity to house them. I walked down the train platform, past a guy playing Enter Sandman on a violin, tossed a buck in his case, and proceeded to a battered metal door marked Employees Only. I held my badge up to the scanner, and the door clicked open a second later. Then I hustled down a narrow spiral concrete staircase lit by naked bulbs spaced out every 15 feet. At the bottom of the stairs, I stepped out onto a train platform and took a breath of warm air. The platform before me was nearly identical to the one above, save this one looked new. The Gray Line, the subway that connected the Undercity to Boston's known subways, didn't have anywhere near the traffic as what was above, and the newness of the place was actually just a lack of wear and tear. Despite the fact that I was several hundred feet underground, the air was fresh and warm. A clever series of heaters and ventilation ducts ran throughout the Undercity, ensuring its occupants always had sufficient heat and clean air. A subway car straight out of the early 1900s sat on the platform. "Hello, Mr. Corinthos," the conductor called out with a wave. "Howdy, Deke," I replied as I stepped from the otherwise empty platform onto the train. "How've you been?" "Fine, fine," he replied. His gray face was weathered and lined. I'm not sure what species of creature Deke was, but his purple eyes and six-fingered hands would have made him a freak in the world above. Down here, he got to drive trains, the thing he loved most in the world. "Important Caulborn business, sir?" he asked, a twinkle in his eye as one of his hands hovered over a red lever. "Nothing that important," I said quickly. Deke's face fell. "Another time, maybe?" Deke's hand moved away from the red lever and pulled the plain brown one to its right. The train moved through the tunnels at a good clip, and after a few minutes, we pulled up to the Undercity's platform. I thanked Deke and hopped out. It was like stepping back in time. The streets were paved with cobblestones, and while the streetlights that lined the walkways were electric, they'd been done to look like the old gas lamps from the early 1900s. I put my hands into my bomber's pockets and began walking down one of the streets. I passed an apothecary selling alchemical ingredients, a bookstore advertising new scrolls, and a small grocery store with a 2-for-1 special on toilet paper. I caught a horse and buggy taxi and gave the driver Cather's address. We clopped past brick apartment buildings 4 stories high, each decorated according to the tenant's desire. Some were adorned with arcane symbols, others had shrunken heads strung from the balconies. The Undercity was a supernatural melting pot, and was considered neutral ground by all paranormal citizens. Witches from rival covens could move about freely here without fear of attack. Vampires of different clans could put aside their differences, and werewolves from warring packs could swap flea and tick remedies. In short, the Undercity was a safe haven for Boston's supernatural. While the Undercity does have its own police force, the Caulborn make it a point to visit here on a regular basis. Kristen Tanis, one of my colleagues, spends most of her time down here as a Caulborn liaison to the citizens and the police. Cather'd normally contact her first, but she's on a special assignment in Oklahoma this week. The apartment buildings gave way to single-family houses as we moved farther from the center of the Undercity. These weren't much different from neighborhoods you'd see in the suburbs, save that their lawns were comprised of lichen and fungus instead of grass. My mind wandered until we came to an imposing structure that looked like a castle turret. It nearly reached the ceiling of the city and was bigger around than most water towers. I paid the driver, hopped down, and approached the double front doors, which were protected by a heavy metal portcullis. This snapped up at my approach with a resounding clang. A copper-haired man with dazzling green eyes opened the door just before I could knock. "Vincent!" Cather said. "You made great time. Do come in." Cather is about 6 inches taller than I am, and with the shoulders he had, he could have played football. He wore a laced-up white dress shirt and a pair of dark slacks. An actual black velvet cape was slung over one shoulder, its lining as red as blood. I pointed at it. "You getting fashion tips from vampires?" He laughed as he ushered me in. "Close! This cape actually belonged to none other than Mr. Bela Lugosi. It was a custom-tailored affair and planned for the next Dracula film. But unfortunately, he passed away before it could be used." Cather shook his head. "Terrible loss. The man defined the portrayal of cinematic vampirism. Hang on. I'll drop this in the cloakroom, and then we can get down to business." The cloakroom was bigger than my apartment. Capes, hats, and coats from time periods going back hundreds of years were neatly hung on pegs, hangers, and shelves. I'm sure Cather had worn some, but others were pieces from famous people. A wig from George Washington, Tom Baker's scarf, a fedora worn by Harrison Ford during the filming of Raiders of the Lost Ark. I wondered what people would think if they knew Cather's hoard was just a bunch of old clothes. Cather slung his cape from his shoulders onto a peg and led me from the room. We walked down a hall adorned with art from every period in history. Monet, Picasso, an early sketch of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Cather took a left and we stepped through an oversized pair of wooden doors. The first few times I'd visited here, I'd wondered why all the doorways were 15 feet high and wide. Then I realized they needed to be that big if Cather ever decided to putter around his chambers in dragon form. The doors opened into a sitting room. Fine, high-backed chairs were pushed against the walls, and end tables stood stacked atop one another. The scent of freshly turned earth hung in the air, and 3 large wooden chests were arranged in the center of the room. Their wood was rotting in spots, barely held together by rusting iron bands. There were bits of leather at the sides, which must have once been handles before they'd rotted away. 3 massive padlocks the size of my fist were lying in front of the chests. Their locking loops snapped. Neat stacks of gold and silver coins covered a plain table, along with some cutlasses, an old flintlock pistol, and a handful of jewelry. There were rings with rubies the size of my thumbnail, and a necklace with a gold medallion that was the size of a hood ornament. A bottle of metal cleaning solution and a handful of rags sat on one corner of the table. I whistled. "You raid the Pirates of the Caribbean set or something?" Cather grinned. "You're not far off. I've had the good fortune of recovering several pirate treasures off the islands around New England." Cather pointed at one of the chests. "That was from Kidd, this one from Teach, and this was Quelch. There's more out there. I just haven't been out to collect the rest." I pointed at another chest against the far wall. This one was newer, made of metal rather than wood, and sported a swastika on its side. "What about that one?" Cather beamed. "Ah, yes. There was a failed Nazi expedition to invade the United States during the early 1940s. A group of soldiers snuck into Massachusetts with this gold, but various calamities prevented them from fulfilling their mission. They brought this box of gold bars to fund their exploits, but it was sadly lost." With such a huge, perfectly white smile, he could have been a Crest spokesperson. Until now, that is. I rubbed my chin. How'd you find this? People have been hunting for these for centuries. Cather's green eyes gleamed. Dragons are born with an innate treasure sense, which allows them to scent gems, precious metals, and other forms of wealth. However, just as some humans are born deaf or blind or without a sense of smell, Cather was born without a treasure sense. So for him to locate 3 separate halls like this in such a short period of time, he must have had help. His voice was an excited whisper. I have made the acquaintance of a group of individuals who can do the impossible, Vincent. They awoke my treasure sense. They enabled me to find these. He took a deep breath, as if he were breathing in the scent of the coins. They were so easy to find. I could smell the metal from miles away, buried under centuries' worth of earth and rubble. It was marvelous, like a blind man who was finally able to see. Wow. It was all I could think to say. This was nothing short of a miracle cure. Oh, and that was nothing, Vincent. I've heard these people can reunite you with dead loved ones, can undo the mistakes of your past, or can even ensure that another party never welches on their end of a bargain. Strange that the Caulborn have never heard of these people. What are they called? Keepers, Cather replied. They say they call themselves that because they keep to the shadows, out of the spotlight. They trade favors for favors. I asked them for my treasure sense, and they agreed. That sounds too good to be true, I said. What's in it for them? Cather looked sheepish. We agreed that I would relinquish 1/3 of all the treasure I found. My eyebrows went up at this. That seemed an awfully steep rate to negotiate out of a dragon. Cather must have guessed what I was thinking, because he said, Old friend, having 2/3 of a pirate treasure trove is quite preferable to having none of a pirate treasure trove, which is what I would have had otherwise. Besides, do you know how much treasure is buried out there? Kidd and Blackbeard and Quelch hid chests of the stuff in so many remote little coves and caves that it's going to take me weeks to fetch it all. But that brings me to the reason I need your help, Vincent. I have a minor problem with ghosts. That had come out of left field. Ghosts? Cather nodded. When the pirates buried their treasure, they often murdered 1 or 2 of the crew and tossed their bodies atop the loot. The idea was that the spirits would protect the treasure until the captain came back for it. So you dug up the treasure, brought it back here, and now you've got pirate ghosts chasing you? Cather grimaced. Yes, something like that. The ghosts attack me every night. The damage they do is insignificant, but it is rather embarrassing to have human ghosts torment you. It'd be like if Petra had cockroaches in her kitchen. She's still a fantastic chef, but that would tarnish her reputation. If I'm to show the other dragons that I'm truly one of them now, I can't have petulant pirate poltergeists pissing on my parade. Did you practice that alliteration beforehand, or did it just come to you? Vincent, I am serious. I need your help to exorcise these ghosts. All right, I said. I know some people who may be able to help. But why don't you just ask your new keeper friends? Cather shook his head. I'd rather not give up any more of my treasure, thanks. You and I are friends. Friends help each other. He pulled a business card from his shirt. This is the address that the keepers gave me. If the Caulborn haven't heard of them before, then you may want to check them out. I tucked the card inside my leather bomber. Thanks, I'll do that. I'll keep you posted about the pirate ghosts, too. He grasped my hand firmly. Vincent Corinthos, I am truly blessed to have a friend like you. Back on the street, I phoned Megan. In our recent nighttime graveyard exploits, did you notice any pirates? Anyone else would have made an innuendo-based comment at that. Not Megan Hayes. I don't think so. The undead we encountered were in period-appropriate attire, of course, but none of them was the nautical type. As a rule, pirates were hanged and then tossed in paupers' graves, not given proper burials. Why do you ask? I filled her in on Cather, but left out the part about his new friends. Interesting, Megan said when I was finished. I'll run it by Herb. Maybe he'll be able to do something about them. I was just going to ask the boss to exorcise them. Galahad XI, leader of the Boston Caulborn, was a former Roman Catholic priest who still wielded enough faith to banish any demon or vaporize a vampire. I doubted he'd break a sweat on the specters Cather mentioned. No, Megan replied quickly. Leslie told me that Galahad has been under a great deal of strain lately. Let's not bother him with something so trivial. I'm sure Herb can handle this, lickety-split. I rolled my eyes. Lickety-split? Evidently, being smitten by a necromancer put Megan into extra chipper mode. All right, Meg, but be careful around that guy. I could hear the smile in her voice. Don't worry, Vincent. If he tries anything, I'll just shoot him. My partner, ladies and gentlemen, June Cleaver with 9mm pistols. I figured I had some time to kill while I waited for Megan to catch up with Herb, so I decided to check out these miracle-working keepers. I caught a cab and went to the address on the card Cather had given me. I wound up in the theater district, not too far from the Charles Playhouse. Billboards featuring Blue Man Group stared down at me as I looked up a set of concrete steps that led to a boarded-up building. Before I paid the cabbie, I confirmed the address via my phone's GPS. This was the place, all right. I tipped the cabbie $5 and let my eyes relax. A little-known benefit to being born with a call is that you can see through illusions and glamours. The world rippled, and the building's facade completely changed before my eyes. Now I saw a modern office building, the kind that's made totally out of glass and 7 stories high. Wow. The amount of energy needed to glamour an entire building was enormous. How was it that Caulborn had never heard of these people before? I'm not sure what I was expecting when I walked into the building. In my mind's eye, I saw dimly lit rooms, the scent of incense thick in the air, and maybe the faint tinkling of some mystical chimes. So I was a bit disappointed when I found a simply furnished lobby with a tile floor. The chairs were a stock kind you'd find at a conference center. The low tables next to them were simple yet tasteful, plain wood. And much like a doctor's office, all the magazines neatly arranged atop the tables were at least a year old. A young woman in a blue sweater looked up at me and smiled. "Good afternoon, Mr. Corinthos," she said with a gleaming white smile. "Keeper Laras will be with you in just a moment." I blinked at her. "How do you know who I am?" "We're well informed here, Mr. Corinthos," said a voice to my left. I turned to see a man in his mid-30s in a blue suit approaching me, his hand extended. "Name's Laras. I imagine you have questions. Everyone does on their first trip to us. Julie?" He turned to the receptionist. "I'll speak with Mr. Corinthos in conference room 2, should anyone need me." He turned back to me and gestured down the hall. "This way, if you would, Mr. Corinthos." We walked down a plain white hallway lined with wooden doors. Each one had an unmarked white frosted glass window. It was like walking down one of those corridors from the background animation in a Scooby-Doo cartoon. Every door was perfectly identical, and the hall seemed to go on forever. After a minute's walk, we stopped at a door that looked like all the others, and Laras opened it. "How can you tell the difference between one room and another?" I asked. Laras's smile was genuine. "You get used to it after a while," he said as we stepped inside. The room was furnished with a plain tan industrial carpet, a round wooden table with 2 chairs, and a couple of photos of the Boston skyline. The place was so lackluster that they seemed to be taking great pains to not have anything stand out. Given that they'd flown under our radar for so long, that was probably exactly what it was. Laras took the seat opposite me. "Now then, you asked how my receptionist knew your identity. I wish to put your mind at ease on that. I assure you that there is nothing nefarious going on. One of our clients mentioned that he'd passed on one of our cards to a friend of his, and he thought you might be dropping by. Just the same, I'm sure you have other questions." He extended his hand, palm up. "Please, don't be shy." "Cather tells me you gave him a treasure sense," I said. "That's like giving the blind sight. How'd you manage that?" The corners of Laras's mouth turned down a bit. "Understand, Mr. Corinthos, that typically we do not discuss the particulars of a client's situation. Mr. Cather has granted us permission in his case, but just the same, in the interest of decorum, I will leave out the exact details of the procedure. Suffice it to say that we barter all manner of goods and services from beings all over the universe, including medical procedures. One such being knew how to restore a similar sense in a creature much like Earth's dragons, and our physicians were able to adapt it for Mr. Cather. And in return, you get 1/3 of all the treasure he finds," I said. "Isn't that a bit steep?" Laras spread his hands in front of him. "How much is your sight worth to you, Mr. Corinthos? If you lost it, but the only way to regain it was to sacrifice 1/3 of your earnings, would you not do it? Besides, we worked out an equitable arrangement with Mr. Cather. He won't be giving us 1/3 of his findings forever, I assure you." He smiled warmly again. "Now then, is there anything we can help you with?" "I'm just here on behalf of the Caulborn," I answered. Laras gave me a knowing smile. "Come now, Mr. Corinthos, I consider myself a decent reader of people, and I can tell there's something you'd like our help with." You have the look of a man who needs help, but hates to ask for it. He raised his hands. But if you're not comfortable discussing it now, I can respect that. What questions do the Caulborn have about the Keepers? I'd like to know why we've never heard of you before. Fair enough. We do our business all throughout the universe, with all manner of beings and societies. I've always been possessed by a bit of wanderlust, though, and so we don't stay in one place for very long. This particular office has only been open for a few weeks. I spent some time in Massachusetts years ago, remembered it as a beautiful place, and thought that Boston might be a profitable place to set up shop for a while. He smiled. I let my eyes relax, hoping to filter out any illusion Laras might be casting. Nothing. Has it been? I asked. Of course, he replied. There are always people who have needs, Mr. Corinthos. The Keepers fulfill those needs. Personally, I view us as one of the highest forms of public service. I spent the next half hour grilling Laras on the Keepers, who they were, where they were from, how many people worked for them, and so on. He was completely forthcoming and cooperative. When I had run out of questions, he gave me another of those warm, genuine smiles. It has been a pleasure speaking with you this afternoon, Mr. Corinthos. He stood and shook my hand. I do hope that you can see your way clear to doing business with us. I am certain that the Keepers can help you with whatever burden you bear. I thanked him and started back to HQ. I figured I'd run some searches on the Keepers and Laras, see if there was anything in the databases. Who knew? Maybe if the Keepers were on the up and up, I might be able to enlist their help with my promise to Megan. I was so enthralled by the prospect of being free from that particular obligation that I didn't realize I was being attacked until a spectral fist exploded through my chest. Chapter 3. Client referral D333274Q. Dragon known as Cather, see bargain 1987763, sent one Vincent Corinthos to our new location in Boston. Subjected Corinthos to several covert scans, discovered deific powers, accelerated healing, and an odd concentration of tachyon energy surrounding him. It reminds me of the sort of thing the Tempest would put around someone, but why? Regardless, Corinthos is powerful, and I believe a touch naive. In short, he's exactly the kind of client I want. From Keeper Laras' transaction journal. Getting attacked by ghosts isn't at all like what happened to Bill Murray in Ghostbusters. Oh, there's plenty of ectoplasm, but what the movies leave out is that the ectoplasm carries an electrical charge that can stop your heart. All those people who were scared to death actually had the electrical currents of their central nervous systems disrupted. I collapsed to the ground, my body flopping around like a fish out of water. The street around me was surprisingly empty. I didn't see a single car in motion or a pedestrian as I convulsed. Of course, if anyone did see what was going on, they'd probably run as fast as they could in the opposite direction. I fought for breath as my heart fluttered and spasmed. The ghosts, clad like something out of a Pirates of the Caribbean movie, stood over me impassively. "Let no man steal from the captain," they said in unison. My eyes widened at the phrase from my nightmare. But before I could think too much on it, my heart beat rapidly 3 times, then went still for too long. I'd like to say that I kept a cool head and diagnosed the situation with a cold, clinical eye. The truth of the matter, though, was that panic was rapidly setting in as my vision began to darken. My glimpse kicked on. Another gift from my father, the glimpse lets me see moments of a person's or item's past. I saw myself as a boy, being given the deluxe Commander Courageous action figure for my 8th birthday.
Wow, Dad,
I heard 8-year-old me say.
It's from the time when he internalized his power and didn't need the Anissa amulet anymore.
I felt the sheer joy at receiving the toy all over again. It was a warm feeling. The glimpse flickered, and I saw a moment from one of the first dates Petra and I went on. We were running through the back alleys of Boston with a gargoyle on our tail. Her hand found mine, and together we ran through the darkness. A part of my rapidly fading consciousness was confused by this glimpse. Then I understood. This wasn't a glimpse. This was my life flashing before my eyes. The vision shifted, and I saw myself lying face down on the sand in a desert that existed in a dimension outside time. A man wearing only a pair of faded blue jeans stood over me, monologuing about how telekinesis was most useful as a killing tool because it could be used to stop a victim's heart. That man, known as the Mentum, had nearly killed me that day by crushing my heart with his mind. That tiny part of my mind that could still think clearly latched onto that memory. With the tattered remains of my willpower, I closed my eyes and used my telekinesis to strike down on my own chest, forcing my heart to pump a few times. With a little more blood going to my brain, I was able to gently reach inside my chest and telekinetically pump my heart directly. It got the idea and took off on its own again. I stayed on the ground for a minute, panting, letting the feeling come back to my arms and legs. Then I lurched to my feet, grabbed onto a street lamp for support, and blasted the closest ghost with a telekinetic lance. That's the great thing about telekinesis. It can affect incorporeal creatures. The ghost sailed through the air and phased through the side of a building. The remaining ghost, obviously confused by my unexpected recovery, stood there and blinked its glowing blue eyes at me twice. I snarled and lashed out telekinetically, driving the ghost down into the ground like a nail into a board. My breathing was still ragged, and stars danced in my vision, but now I was ready for a fight. The one I'd just put through the wall appeared by my side and bounced off of a shield I'd raised. I sent lances of force through it, impaling it. A spray of crackling ectoplasm gushed from its back, splattering the sidewalk with electric blue goo. The ghost flickered a few times and then vanished. You can't actually kill a ghost. At best, I'd be able to do enough damage to its ectoplasmic form that it'd be forced to disperse. I wasn't sure how much damage that was, or if I had enough power to do that. I checked my faith reserves. Gods are like engines that run on faith. Each time I draw on my followers' faith, I can fire off a telekinetic or pyrokinetic burst. I was about 3/4 full. That should be more than enough to... A hand snaked up through the pavement from beneath my feet and latched onto my ankle. An electric buzzing crackled through my leg as I jolted and convulsed, collapsing to the ground in a graceless heap. My head bounced off the ground and the world swam. The ghost straddled me, drove its hands into my sternum, and kept them there. Its fingers wriggled like worms in my chest. It didn't hurt as much as I expected, though it did hurt. This was more of a distracting buzz, not enough to kill me on its own, but enough to keep me from focusing my telekinetic energy on regulating my spasming heart or blasting the ghost off my chest. I couldn't even call for help. The best I could manage was a pathetic gurgling noise. My vision was darkening at the edges. This would be such a stupid death. I could imagine Doc Ryan cursing at my corpse as he conducted an autopsy, struggling to find a way to tell Petra that I died of fright and stupidity. A blast of white light streaked across my field of vision and hit the ghost right in the face, detonating it in a shower of prismatic motes. With its disruptive field gone, I was able to get my heart pumping again. The world slowly came back, first light, then sound. The sound became a voice. Megan's voice.
Vincent, can you hear me? Are you all right?
I looked up into my partner's dazzling blue eyes. Peachy, thanks. My voice sounded strained to my own ears. What happened? I moved to push myself up and planted my hand in something warm and wet. I glanced down, but instead of seeing a pool of liquefied ghost remains, my hand was in a puddle of hot chocolate and whipped cream. Megan tisked, conjured a wet wipe from her pocket dimension, and handed it to me.
We should get somewhere safe,
came another voice.
Preferably someplace warded against spirits.
I turned my head to find Herb Wallenby, benevolent necromancer, a few feet off to my right. A styrofoam cup of hot chocolate was splattered at his feet, too. Herb wasn't looking at me. Rather, his gaze was sweeping the area.
Caulborn headquarters is secure,
Megan said.
Help me get him up.
Megan and Herb hoisted me to my feet. I tottered but found my balance after a few steps and could walk unaided.
Hang on,
Herb said. His eyes were glowing a faint orange. I jumped back and popped up a shield around Megan and me. Herb glanced at me quizzically, then shook his head. His eyes were normal when he looked at me again, and he held up his hands.
I call it specter sight, he said calmly. It lets me see things from the spirit realm. You have something in your pants pocket that's shining like a beacon.
That's what she said, I heard myself say.
Be serious, Vincent,
Megan said.
What's in your pocket?
I fished out an old gold coin that I'd never seen before. It was about 1 inch in diameter, unevenly milled, and had an image of a Templar cross engraved on it. The other side had what looked like a Spanish coat of arms. Herb plucked it from my fingers and held it up to his once again glowing orange eyes.
Yep, this is what they were after. Must have been part of the treasure they were sent to guard.
2 ghosts jumped me for a single coin? I asked, incredulous.
Think of it as a magical homing device.
They'll go after the pieces of the treasure that are farthest from the main stash first, Herb explained. Once they recover all the little bits, they bring them back to the bigger stash, gradually restoring it to its original amount. Son of a bitch, I muttered. Cather must have slipped that coin into my pocket to get the ghosts out of his lair for a while. Who's Cather? Herb asked. A pain in the ass, I said, waving a hand. Thanks for the help back there. Lucky for me you were around. Herb looked at Megan. Does this have anything to do with what we were just talking about? Megan looked at me. You mentioned Cather, so I'm thinking yes? I nodded. Herb, do you have time to help a friend of mine with a ghost infestation? Sure thing. Fantastic. Give me a second to make a phone call. I pulled out my phone and dialed Cather. He picked up on the second ring. Vincent Corinthos, what can I do for you? Oh, not much, Cath, I replied. Hey, listen, just curious. You wouldn't happen to know how a 15th century gold coin with a Templar coat of arms emblazoned on it might have gotten into my pocket, would you? I had a couple of gentlemen of a nautical persuasion most interested in it. Dear me, did I forget to tell you about the gift I put in your coat? That was terrible manners on my part. You can think of it as a token of appreciation for all the times you've helped me. I don't believe I can accept such a gift, but thanks, I said flatly. I'm on my way to return the coin, and I'm bringing someone who knows something about dealing with offenders of a spectral nature. Excellent! I look forward to your company, Vincent. I ended the call and moved back over to Herb and Megan. Maybe we could try again? Herb was saying. You up for dinner? Say, legal seafood at 7? I'll be there with bells on. Megan grinned. Her face became serious. Not literally. That would be uncomfortable and probably annoying. She blushed. Yes, I mean, dinner sounds lovely. They looked at their shoes for a moment, then at me. I got the hint. You know what? I'll pick up these hot chocolate cups off the ground and throw them into that trash can over there. Then I'll just walk down the street. By myself. I snatched the cups, walked away, and waited a count of 5 before stealing a glance over my shoulder. Megan and Herb were hugging. There was no mad, passionate face-smashing or groping or anything like that. This was just a real, honest hug. It was just wholesome. I leaned against a wall and waited for them to catch up. They did after a moment, and we headed toward the train station. I moved up to Megan and whispered, I'm sorry I interrupted your date. It wasn't a date, silly, Megan said. She was still smiling from the hug. Her dimple seemed a permanent fixture in her cheek. I called Herb to talk about the ghost question you mentioned, and we were comparing notes over hot cocoa. I'm just glad we were in the area. Herb said he sensed something malevolent from the spirit world nearby and wanted to check it out. We came around the corner, and there you were. Her smile widened. Besides, it just gives us an excuse to see each other again tonight. Something told me that they'd have seen each other again tonight regardless of my unintentional interruption, but I chose not to share that. We caught the gray line back to Cather's abode. Herb didn't seem to be a stranger to the Undercity, or if he was, his attention was so focused on Megan that he wasn't aware of his surroundings. We got to Cather's place, and I let us in. Herb finally seemed to snap out of his Megan fog and whistled as we walked inside. Wow, this is neat. He looked around. He's got sheet music from the early Baroque period. And over here, there's an original copy of Giuseppe Verdi's Falstaff, Megan said, a hint of awe in her voice. Should I know what that is? I asked. It's an incredible opera, Herb said distractedly, his eyes fixed on Megan. You like Verdi? Yes, this is one of my favorites, she said, gesturing to the copy of Falstaff. Mine too. They took a step toward one another, goofy grins quirking up the corners of their mouths. I cleared my throat as politely as I could. Let's give the dragon his coin back and clear out some ghosts. Cather appeared from a side chamber a few moments later. He was dressed in a rich red smoking jacket and blue silk pajama pants. His leather slippers made no noise as he strode across the plush purple carpet. You raid Hugh Hefner's wardrobe? I asked, after introducing Megan and Herb. Cather held up a hand. That man has more style in his little finger than most humans have in their entire bodies, Vincent. He clapped his hands together. Now then, which of you is the necromancer? Herb held up a hand, and Cather's grin split his face. Splendid. Right this way, my good man, he said, taking Herb by the arm. I have no doubt that a man of your talents will have absolutely no difficulty sending these spirits on to their rest. Megan and I followed Cather and Herb down a hall into Cather's hoard room. The rotted wooden chests were gone, their contents piled up into glimmering mounds in the center of the room. Herb and Megan gasped when they saw the piles of gold and silver coins lying on the ground. A few of them came up to Megan's waist. The gold Nazi bricks had been stacked into two Jenga-like towers that must have been 3 feet tall each. "This is more what I had in mind for a treasure room," I said to Cather. Cather grinned proudly. "Oh, Vincent, that you could smell the metal as I can." He inhaled deeply through his nose. "It is so sweet, like cinnamon and honey and roast mutton all in one." "Mutton smells sweet?" I asked. "To me, yes." I was about to ask another question when the temperature in the room dropped about 40 degrees. The lights in the room dimmed until my companions were just shadows. Cather said flatly. "Here we go again. Now, Mr. Wallenby, this would be your time to shine. I'm certain you won't disappoint me. Why, I'll even pay you with that copy of Falstaff I heard you plotzing over." A spiral of pale blue light crackled into being over one of the piles of gold. The light bulbs in the room shattered as a thunderous boom exploded in my ears. As my eyes adjusted to the blue light, the spiral spun faster and faster, tiny arcs of electricity crackling from its center. The light sparkled and reflected off the piles of metal, leaving shimmering motes in my vision. Cather remarked. "That's new." Herb's eyes glowed orange as he scratched his chin. "This goes beyond the standard treasure guardian. Something this big had magic of its own before it was slayed." "Can you handle it?" Megan asked. Her trans-dimensional pocket cannon appeared in her right hand. She seemed to have conjured it unconsciously. She'd know that her weapons wouldn't hurt ghosts. "I'll certainly try," Herb replied, and began making complicated gestures in the air with his hands. As his fingers flickered through what I assumed was necromantic sign language, red characters began to form in the air. I didn't recognize the language, but I'd seen enough bindings done before to know that Herb was essentially building a word or phrase that he'd use to banish whatever was coming through that spiral. He didn't get a chance to finish. With several of the characters strung together, a hideous shriek exploded from the spiral and a form surged through, crashing into the gold pile below. Gold bricks exploded in all directions. I tried to bring up a shield, but a brick caught me in the stomach and knocked me over. I heard Herb cry out. Great. The one guy among us who had a chance of dealing with this kind of problem had been... I froze as I rolled over and surveyed the scene. Megan was on the ground, blood running from her forehead. A gold brick lay a few inches from her, one of its corners coated in red. My mouth went dry. If Megan didn't come through this fine, Orcus would haul me down to Tartarus and I'd never come back. Herb threw himself between the creature and Megan, his fists raised. He renewed his invocation, his voice angry, the translucent characters pulsating with a hateful scarlet light. I'd taken the creature as some sort of zombie at first, but now, with the added light from Herb's glowing spell, I could see the creature had the glowing red eyes of a white. Lovely. Without giving it a chance to adapt to its surroundings, I sent 2 fireballs Liu Kang style, one high, one low. The first staggered the white back, and the second took its legs out from under it. I cast Holy Light, illuminating the chamber in pale blue. Cather joined the fray, striding up to the undead and delivering a solid left hook. The creature's head rocked, and it fell to the ground, but was back on its feet a moment later, slicing out at Cather with black nails as sharp as razors. Cather casually blocked with his left forearm, and while the white's attack shredded the sleeve of his pajamas, it rebounded off Cather's skin. Even in human form, Cather's flesh was as tough as dragon scales. He grabbed a fistful of the white's shirt in one hand and hoisted the undead 3 feet off the ground. "Mr. Wallenby," Cather said as the white flailed in his grasp, "I would most appreciate it if you would banish this vile thing. I grow bored of playing with it." Cather flung it against the far wall. The white hit so hard that fine cracks appeared in the brick. It slid to the ground, dazed, but was already shaking the staggering blow off when Herb moved up next to me. Herb's chanting was faster now, more frenetic. Thin lines of sweat streamed down his pudgy face as glowing red characters leapt into being around us. The white snarled and charged toward us. Herb yelled out a final syllable, and the chain of characters turned green. They shot forward like an arrow and bored through the white's torso. It stood there, staring at the 6-inch hole where its midsection had been, before turning confused, glowing red eyes on us. It staggered 2 steps forward and then collapsed into a pile of ash. Cather applauded. "Well done, Mr. Wallenby, well done! I must say that you banish as effectively as the old Puritans did when they first came to the New World." "You're not that old, Cather," I said as I moved over to Megan. "But I've heard stories, Vincent, old friend. Stories that simply prove that the Yankee stock our good Mr. Wallenby comes from is stronger than any undead menace." Herb wasn't paying attention to Cather. He was helping Megan sit up. I knelt next to her on the ground and gently brushed her hair from the bloody gash on her forehead. I pulled out my bandana and held it against the wound. "It's not deep," I said, relief flooding through me. Herb nodded. "Head wounds are such a bugger because they bleed so much. Megan got grazed by a brick when the white landed. She was lucky. So was I. Let's get her back to Caulborn HQ. Doc Ryan can check her out." "Will you two stop talking about me like I'm not here?" Megan said, a faint hint of irritation in her voice. "I am fine and completely capable of taking care of myself." She stood too quickly and swayed. Herb caught her. "All righty," she said as she leaned into the necromancer. "Maybe a trip to Doc Ryan isn't such a bad idea after all." "Splendid," Cather said. "I'm certain Vincent can escort you back to your physician, Miss Hayes. Meantime, Mr. Wallenby, it would be positively smashing if you would remain for a bit longer and exorcise a few other problematic ghosts for me." He regarded the ruined sleeve of his pajamas. "And I do believe I will need to place a call to my tailor." He shook his head ruefully. "This is a dreadful occurrence indeed." Megan and Herb said some puppy dog-eyed goodbyes, and I took her back to HQ. We nodded to Jake and went straight to medical. Doc Ryan was sitting at his desk, leafing through pages in a folder. The man's white hair was combed in a perfect pompadour, and his leathery brow crinkled when he saw Megan. He hustled over to her, peeled back her bandage, and pursed his lips at what he saw. "What happened?" he asked. "I got hit in the head with a gold bar," Megan replied. Doc looked at me. "Is she hallucinating?" "No, that's what happened." I gave him a quick overview of our encounter at Cather's place. He just shook his head as he cleaned and bandaged Megan's wound. "I'll need you to stay down here for a bit so I can make sure you don't have a concussion," he said to Megan. He pointed to me as he pulled a pack of Marlboros from the breast pocket of his white lab coat. "Meantime, Corinthos," he said as he put a cigarette to his lips, "I think the two of you will want to see this." As he lit up, we followed him into an examination room and over to a lab table. Some dirt was spread on a piece of paper, and a bright light shone down upon it. "This is the soil you brought in last night. Mrs. Rita worked on it all night long. You just missed her." "Did she find anything?" Doc's eyebrows went up. "Oh, yeah." He switched off the light. "Watch this." He gestured to the monitor. "Gearstripper just finished modifying some of our microscopic imaging equipment. Now it's got a lens that rivals the friggin' Hubble telescope." The screen shimmered and focused a few times as the magnification increased again and again. On screen, the tiny specks of dirt suddenly seemed like boulders from the Grand Canyon. A few moments later, the surface of the dirt began to bulge like something was moving beneath it. Then, a sickly white worm wriggled onto the dirt. The thing was so tiny that I couldn't see it on the soil sample just a few feet from me. On the monitor, it looked like a rancid garden hose. "This little critter can't stand sunlight," Doc said as he switched the UV lamp back on and the worm scrambled back beneath the soil. "What are they?" Megan asked. "Not sure yet. Never seen anything like it before. Best Mrs. Rita and I have been able to tell, they eat bones. Well, my guess is that they'll eat any organic matter with a high concentration of calcium. But there were some bone shards in that sample you brought in, and these things went to town on them. I've got some calls out to the guys in Dublin, but nothing's come back yet." The head Caulborn office was in Dublin, and it was incredibly rare for the team over there not to have heard of something. Of course, when they hadn't, it usually meant that something was incredibly bad. "Mrs. Rita did note that they have a faint magical aura to them. She thinks they might have been conjured." Okay, so I've got a guy who attacks corpses and conjures worms onto their bones. I shook my head. Jesus, this is just out there, Doc, even for us. He nodded. You kids find the craziest shit, that's for damn sure. I'll keep you posted on what we hear from Dublin. Friggin' time zones make doing business with them a real pain in the ass sometimes. He took a drag on his cig and let the smoke out through his nostrils. I'll let you know when I hear something. Megan, you sit tight for a bit. As Doc went back to his work, I went up to my office and thumbed through a folder that had been left on my desk. It was a set of notes from Mrs. Rita describing what she and Doc Ryan had learned so far about the worms. I let my eyes run down the pages and turn them over without really reading them. This was how I'd gotten through school. I'd look at all the pages in my textbooks and then glimpse them when it came time for tests. That done, I tried to actually read a couple of pages, but my mind kept drifting back to the keepers. I pulled out Laris's card and rubbed it between my thumb and forefinger. Could they help with my promise to Megan? You all right, Vincent? I jumped in my chair and banged into my desk. The Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader action figures carefully perched atop my monitor tumbled onto my keyboard. I spun to see Megan standing in the doorway, a hand over her mouth as if to stifle a giggle. A narrow bandage stretched across her forehead. I'm so sorry, she said. I didn't mean to startle you. All good, I said, rubbing my face. You done already? That was fast. She cocked her head and looked at me. It's been close to 2 hours since we got back, Vincent. I glanced at my Timex. So it had. Time flies, I said. You okay? Just fine, she replied. Good to hear. In truth, she had no idea how relieved I was to hear her say that. I genuinely was glad that she was all right. Megan's a great person, and I'd come to admire and respect her quite a bit over the last few months. But there was another part of me that constantly lived in fear of that friggin' promise. I wasn't sure how literal Orcus would be on this. If I asked Megan how she was and she said lousy, would I be condemned to Tartarus right then and there? I didn't want to find out. Doc Ryan told me that Mrs. Rita had given you a folder full of information. I nodded and held it up. Good. He also said she was running some more tests and might have some better information to us in a day or so. Megan looked down at her shoes and scuffed one on the floor. Something on your mind, Meg? It's just, well, we don't have any leads about our grave robber, and the next bit of info won't come for at least 24 hours. So, is it okay with you if I don't stake out a graveyard with you tonight? I'll definitely be available on my cell if you need me. Right, your dinner with Herb. No worries. She beamed at me, her eyes sparkling and her dimple deepening. Thanks, Vincent. You're the best partner ever. She gave me a little wave and disappeared from my door. Right until she said those last few words, I'd been working myself up to tell her about the promise. I'd have explained things calmly and been able to tell her that I did care about her and that I wasn't asking her to release me from that promise because I was going to slack off. But when she said that, something locked up inside me. The best partner ever wouldn't ask to be released from a promise. The best partner ever would find a way to make good on that promise. I turned the keeper's card over in my hands a few times. Then I logged into the Caulborn's main database and spent the next 3 hours trying to dig up anything about the keepers. Nothing. If they had done anything wrong, even if the details were classified, I would have gotten some results. But every search I ran gave me the same message. No results returned. I looked at the card for a long while before I decided I wasn't doing any good just sitting at my desk. I logged off from my computer, grabbed my bomber, and caught the T home. I got back to the apartment and walked into a rolling refrigerator. The thing looked like a giant white coffin. When I popped the lid, I found 4 racks of lamb and a few other cuts of meat. A second unit sat next to that. Hey, love, Petra said, gliding into the room. Tonight she wore her Bring Back Firefly t-shirt and a pair of white sweatpants. She gave me a hug and then turned to the counter, where a series of color-coded index cards was taped to the cabinets. Hey, babe, I said back. What's all this? It's for when my mother comes. I need to practice the recipes. She gestured to the index cards. I've got the appetizers. She pointed at the red cards, the sides, the blue cards, the main dish, green cards, and desserts. The yellow cards. I had to rent these roll-away fridges to keep everything fresh. Hun, you're the best cook I've ever met. You don't need to put yourself through this. She turned to me. Everything has to be perfect, Vincent. The last thing I want is to listen to her whinge on about how fantastic my half-sister was. She's going to compare you to Galatea regardless, Petra. She always does. Come on, let's just chill out and watch Doctor Who. That'll be a lot more fun. She shook her head. Can't do it, love. I need to make sure I can do these recipes in my sleep. Maybe I was frustrated by my inability to square things with Megan, but I couldn't stand by and let Petra do this to herself. I took her by the shoulders and looked her square in the eye. Petra, repeat after me. I am an outstanding cook. She gave me an exasperated sigh and tried to pull away, but I held fast. If she really wanted to escape my grip, she could easily break my arms. I am an outstanding cook, I repeated. Come on, say it. I am an outstanding cook, she said flatly. I frowned at her. Like you mean it. You trained with chefs in France. You were in Italy when cannoli was invented. I am an outstanding cook. I am an outstanding cook. Her voice was firmer this time. And who here has had personal correspondence with Wolfgang Puck? Who here has guest starred on Emerald's show, and not only guest starred, but taught him a thing or two about ghost peppers? I am an outstanding cook. I am an outstanding cook. She almost sounded like she meant it. And who here received a chocolate cake recipe from Quetzalcoatl, the god of chocolate himself? A cake that, once baked, was so appealing that a living zodiac symbol actually came down to our plane of existence and tried to steal it? I am an outstanding cook. I am an outstanding cook. As she said it, her eyes widened. I am an outstanding cook. I am. She gave a short laugh. I really am. Damn right you are, Petra. And if your mother doesn't like what you cook, then she's got no taste, and she can stuff it. She can stuff it. She can stuff it. Oh, yes. Petra clenched her jaw and punched a fist into the air. She can stuff it, she hissed. Wow, little bit of pent-up anger there. I took her hand and pulled her toward the living room. Come on, let's fire up Doctor Who and watch that Agatha Christie episode. The detox scene is hilarious. No, Petra said, pulling me hard enough to make me crash against her. She picked me up and carried me toward the bedroom. Her dark eyes smoldered and her voice was husky. I have a better idea, she whispered. And what a much, much better idea it was. Half an hour later, with Petra cuddled against me, I drifted off into what should have been a restful night's sleep. So, of course, it got ruined by nightmares. Chapter 4. Bargain 1987763, Addendum A. The dragon has been withholding funds from his promised 33% payments. Should he fail to comply with the terms of the bargain, I will be forced to mark it as nullified. In preparation for this, I have dispatched sycophants with the silkworms obtained from bargain 665945 in order to obtain materials that will withstand the dragon's paranormal abilities. 3 specimens of suitable nature were successfully obtained, despite an encounter with local Caulborn agents. We will commence with the weaving process shortly. From Keeper Laris's transaction journal. In the dream, a giant beast the size of a car was trying to eat me. Its glowing red eyes locked onto me, and it fired twin laser beams from its eyes straight into my chest. I rolled away in that slow-motion dream way and ran. A wall of mist materialized in front of me, and human forms with glowing red eyes reached for me from the mist. Their fingers ended in razor-sharp black nails. One grabbed me by the throat and... I woke with a jolt and slid my hand through the sheets looking for Petra. Her side of the bed was warm but unoccupied. I found her in the kitchen, her hands opening and closing at her sides as she looked at all the index cards taped to the cabinets. She can stuff it, Petra whispered. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Love? I asked. You okay? She jolted and turned to face me. Morning, she said finally. I'm fine. I just realized that even if she can stuff it, I still want to make a good meal. There are a couple things I need to pick up this morning. I put my hands on her shoulders. You're going to be great, Petra. Whatever you make will be awesome. I know, she said. Her eyes flicked back to the cards. I am an outstanding cook. She giggled, but it sounded forced. I gave her a hug. She leaned into me and sighed. Honestly, though, I did burn through a lot of ingredients practicing the other night. She headed for the door. Hon, I said, don't forget your coat. Petra wouldn't feel the cold if she didn't want to, but people might talk if they saw a supermodel walking around in 20-degree weather in just a Joss Whedon is my master now t-shirt. She gave an embarrassed smile, grabbed her coat, and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. I rubbed my face. Petra had work to do, and so did I. She'd taken the first step last night toward banishing a particular demon of her own, so I figured it was time I took care of the sword that was hanging over my head. I walked back to the bedroom, leaned on the dresser, and looked at my Commander Courageous action figure. All right, you know I'm on the hook for a promise with Orcus, and there's no way I can keep that promise. I ran my hands over my face. What's the story with these Keeper guys? Are they on the level? Can I trust them to take the promise on and see it fulfilled? Courageous stared back at me, his plastic eyes showing no hint of life. Come on, I said. You pop in and announce you've arranged training for me, but you won't answer when I have questions? The fixed, I'm a hero, damn it, expression never wavered. Fine, I said, disgusted. I did a quick mental check-in with my followers. Thankfully, everything seemed quiet on the bright side. I blessed them as I heard their prayers, then left my apartment and hopped on the T. My watch said it was 8:30. I figured the keepers, like the Caulborn, kept irregular business hours. The same pleasant young woman greeted me by name and had Laris paged. A few moments later, I was back in the unmarked conference room with the smartly dressed keeper. After we were seated and he had offered me a beverage, he spread his manicured hands. Now then, Mr. Corinthos, what can I help you with? I licked my lips. I had no idea where to start. Seeing my discomfort, Laris gave me a sympathetic smile. Take your time, Mr. Corinthos. Our clients often come to us for circumstances that may be embarrassing or awkward. I assure you, we handle each scenario with the utmost discretion, and you are completely free of judgment here. I rubbed my face. All right, here goes. I'm being held to a promise unfairly. I explained what had happened with Megan and Orcus's subsequent interpretation of those events. So basically, I'm screwed, unless I can somehow keep her fine forever. Laris steepled his fingers in front of his face and rested his chin on his fingertips. Now this is an interesting case, Mr. Corinthos. An interesting case indeed. He pursed his lips and looked up at the ceiling for a few moments, as if thinking something through. I believe we can help you, he said finally. Julie will draw up the official paperwork, but let us move forward on a gentleman's agreement. We will keep your partner safe. In exchange for this service, there is an item I need you to procure for me. You are familiar with the Museum of Science here in Boston, I trust? I nodded. Good. There is a Viking exhibit currently on display. Within that exhibit is a chest inlaid with a silver cross. Bring its contents to me, and my organization will ensure your partner's safety. You're seriously asking me to rob a museum? His lips quirked up in a sly smile. Mr. Corinthos, the chest in question hasn't been opened in over 1,000 years. Its wood has resisted fire, acid, drills, and much more. It's on display as an oddity. The museum staff doesn't even know what's held inside, so they'll never miss it. When I didn't reply right away, Laris sighed. Mr. Corinthos, I do not wish to waste your time. These are the terms of the agreement. If you find them acceptable, let us shake hands and seal the bargain. If you do not, let us shake hands and part company amicably. He stood and held his hand out to me. Which shall it be? I stood and shook. I couldn't afford to waste time. The encounter with the White yesterday had been too close a call. I'll have it to you tonight. I was preoccupied for the entire train ride to HQ. Once there, I went up to Megan's office. I found her carefully paging through a worn, leather-bound book. There were stacks of books and old parchments neatly arranged on her desk. Morning, Meg, I said. What's all this? Research material, she replied. I'm not going to get to be caretaker unless I know everything. The caretaker, the numero uno of the Caulborn, negotiated peace treaties, determined which locations got more agents, oversaw training and development, and guarded a vault of artifacts that were too dangerous for the world to know about. Whoever held the mantle of caretaker was the living embodiment of everything the Caulborn stood for. So what are you reading there? I asked. This book is about singular monstrosities, those creatures of which we're sure there's only one. Like the Tarrasque? I asked. That was a one-hit wonder back in the 1st century that St. Martha got rid of with a bunch of holy water.
That's in here, yes. Right now, I'm reading about the Glowacus.
I ran a hand over my chin. I don't know that one. Megan turned the book around to show me an illustration of a creature that had the forepaws of a bear, the rear of a panther, and the head of a lion.
The Glowacus,
she read.
First appeared in 1934 in the town of Glastonbury, Connecticut. It went on a rampage, killing 50 people before moving north into Massachusetts. It seemed to grow in power because it was able to completely destroy the town of Frizzleburg, Massachusetts.
Frizzleburg? I said. I've never heard of that. Megan nodded and put the book down.
That's because the only way for the Caulborn to cover up the event was to erase all mentions of the town's existence.
I whistled. So how'd they stop it? Megan frowned.
The book doesn't say. It mentions that an agent named Jack Santo somehow banished it, but Santo died at Frizzleburg of wounds he'd sustained fighting the Glowacus. No one knows how he did it.
Megan closed the book and set it down on her desk.
There are so many things out there, Vincent. So many unknowns. The Caulborn protect humanity from monsters, and vice versa. But can you imagine how strong of a world we'd be if we all banded together? When I was a diplomat, I handled several treaties for extraterrestrial entities, and some of the friendlier ones implied that many off-world species view Earth as easy pickings because we're not united as a planet. Sooner or later, those things will come looking to conquer us. If I can become caretaker and bring paranormals and regular people together, they won't get this planet without a fight.
There was a fierceness in her ice-blue eyes, a charisma that was contagious. I actually believed she could do it. I agree with you, Meg, but that's a hell of a responsibility, I said.
Says the man who is literally a god.
I raised my hands and smiled. Fair enough, but gods don't have to do paperwork. I can't imagine what the caretaker's inbox looks like.
I'll chance it,
Megan said. She gestured at the books and scrolls.
There are so many competing forces on this earth, both mundane and paranormal. If we were able to bring all of them together, to get everyone seeing eye to eye, imagine what we could accomplish.
Not to rain on your parade, Megan, but a lot of those forces don't want to play nice together. A lot of vampires resent humanity because we remind them of what they used to be, or they just see humans as food. Lycanthropes are big believers in survival of the fittest, and don't get me started on the Fae. Megan gave a wry smile.
Your worshippers are Fae.
I put up my hands. Fine, all the Fae except for the Urisk. We're talking about some really nasty stuff, Meg.
I didn't say it would be easy, Vincent. But in my time as a diplomat, I was able to negotiate treaties with opposing factions that had been previously deemed impossible. I was able to get humans, aliens, skinwalkers, and others to sit around a table and talk like reasonable people. It can be done. I just need to understand how they think, and then I can do it.
Speaking of how people think, I said, any ideas on our grave robber? She crossed her arms and sighed.
Nothing. There's no obvious connection between any of the deceased, nor is there any kind of occult ritual or event that might call for ingredients like these. Herb's at a loss, too.
Meg, look, I don't want to seem rude here, but how much do you really know about Herb? In response, she handed me an inch-thick manila folder with Wallenby, Herbert Q, written on its tab.
That's everything I was able to dig up on Herb. His family, his paranormal activities, his income, his address, work history, known associates, and anything else. He's clean, Vincent.
I hefted the file. Wow, you pulled this together fast, I said.
It's not complete, she replied. What's there is mostly just the stuff on public record. I haven't had a chance to cross-reference everything properly.
I glanced through the file. Born in Connecticut, mother died when he was 5, lived with his father until he was 14, then with his grandfather after his father disappeared. First time Herb popped up on the Caulborn's radar was 15 years ago, when a young Herb was taken into psychiatric counseling for shooting a corpse with a shotgun. I looked up from the folder. That's kind of morbid, don't you think? Megan nodded.
The details of the event are sketchy, and some of the material is classified at a level I can't access. However, since whatever happened that day, Herb has been nothing but exemplary. Not even so much as a parking ticket, let alone anything nefarious.
Well, now I know he's hiding something, I said. Nobody's that clean.
I've never gotten a parking ticket, Megan said dryly.
Of course you haven't. I needed to change the subject. So, did your date with him last night turn up anything more about him? Megan's expression cooled.
It was a date, Vincent, not an interrogation. I did my homework on Herb. If he was a nut job, I wouldn't be spending my free time with him.
I was digging myself into holes left and right here. Find something else to focus on, Corinthos. So, I said as I stepped up to the whiteboard, let's get back to our investigation. What do we know so far about this grave robber? For the next few hours, Megan and I worked out ideas and theories about the grave robber's intentions, but my mind kept drifting to the Museum of Science and my business that night. Finally, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I gave up and told Megan I had a previous engagement and that I'd see her in the morning. I was too distracted to even tell if she bought what I was saying, but the next thing I knew, I was stepping off the Green Line at Science Square and walking toward the museum. I've been coming to the Museum of Science since I was a kid. I must have made my mom sit through the presentation on lightning 50 times one summer, and the T-Rex statue and Triceratops skeleton had me thinking I'd be a paleontologist someday. I used to imagine myself as a dinosaur bone-hunting Indiana Jones, complete with fedora and whip, of course, where I'd travel to exotic lands, uncover never-before-seen fossils, and rescue them from my villainous rivals, who wanted to steal the bones for their own nefarious purposes. I really don't know what manner of nefarious purposes a paleontologist could get up to, but hey, I was 8. I stepped through the museum's revolving door and entered into a huge, high-ceilinged lobby and stepped out of the way of the foot traffic to get my bearings. To the right were the ticket counters and a set of turnstiles that led to the other wings of the museum. To the left was a member services desk and the corridor that led to the food court, gift shop, planetarium, and whatever the current special exhibit was. I wove between a few groups of people and finally made it up to the ticket counter. I purchased a ticket to the Norse Viking treasure exhibit and headed down the corridor. The smell of cheeseburgers and fries wafted over to me as I passed the food court, and my stomach rumbled. I ignored it and continued on. Business first, food later. I headed to the left at the end of the corridor and made my way up 2 flights of stairs. Banners depicting a Nar ship sailing against the pink and purple sunset had been hung at intervals along the walls, and a museum employee at the top of the stairs was handing out devices with a pre-recorded audio tour to interested patrons. I accepted one, put the earbuds in, and made my way through the doors to the exhibit. The doors opened on a foyer that held several large murals of Viking life. There were pictograms of sailing, hunting, and what I could only assume was burning, pillaging, and looting, based on the crudity of the stick figures. The Vikings may have been a hell of a seafaring people, but painting was not their thing. I joined a group of other museum-goers that moved from the mural room into another large room, this one lined with 8-foot-tall movie screens. A series of photographs of the Norwegian coastline cycled across the screens, and I pushed the play button on my audio tour device. I half expected to hear something like, "Hi, this is Troy McClure. You might remember me from such science exhibits as A Deadly Attraction with Magnets and Nikola Tesla, Where's My Pigeon?" Instead, a generic male voice actor that tried to sound dramatic but only succeeded in sounding like it was taking itself too seriously came through the headphones. "The Norse coastline," he announced, as if reading the sign above the photos. There was a pause. "The Norwegian coastline is dotted with fjords and stretches for 16,000 miles. This beautiful land was once home to some of the fiercest raiders in history, the Vikings." The narrator's voice dropped a bit as he tried to put dark emphasis on the words. "In these halls you will see hallmarks of Viking culture and history. Who were these men who pillaged the British Isles? Where did they come from? And more importantly, what stopped them?" There was a ding in the audio, indicating I should stop the track and move to the next exhibit. I followed a group of people into an adjacent room, this one housing various Viking artifacts. There were knives, pottery, coins, and weapons. My artificial tour guide told me that the Norse got their clay from the British Isles, as there were no clay deposits where they came from. I pressed the stop button. There was another room with more Viking paraphernalia, but my patience was wearing thin. As fascinating as the history and details of Viking culture were, I had come here to find a treasure chest. I walked past a bunch of other patrons that were looking at some intricately carved urns and pushed through another set of doors. 2 8-foot-long sarcophaguses stood in the center of this room, propped up so their occupants were nearly standing. Several people around me who were similarly equipped with the overly dramatic narrator were nodding as they listened to their headphones. I sighed and pressed the play button, fast-forwarding until he announced, "The Viking mummies. The Viking funeral pyre is the stuff of legends. Many proud warriors who fell in battle were sent on to Valhalla after their bodies had been placed on funeral pyres. However, the Viking warriors you see before you were discovered in a hidden chamber on a small island off the coast of Iceland. Archaeologists estimate they must have died in the late 10th century, just as King Olav Tryggvason converted to Christianity and ordered the cessation of Viking raids. An added curiosity was the strange treasure chest found within their burial chamber. Scientists initially thought it was made of petrified wood, but now believe the chest is made of some sort of ceramic whose creation process has been lost to time. My eyes flicked down to the chest. Note the stylized crucifix engraved on the chest. This reinforces the theory that these Vikings converted to Christianity, and the chest may contain early religious documents. The chest has no apparent lock or hinge and has resisted all forms of attempt to open it. In 1988, scientists tried to drill through the chest to gain a sample of the air inside, to no avail. Some of the broken drill bits that were used are on display in a case just in front of the chest. I took a look at the drill bits. They were as blunt as unsharpened pencils. The narrator went into drama mode again. What treasures might this chest contain? Riches? Jewels? Some lost scroll or tome of ancient knowledge? Perhaps an early copy of the Bible? Only the Vikings know. I clicked off the audio. The chest and the sarcophaguses were roped off, and a security guard stood nearby, ensuring that no one got too close. I knelt down in front of the ropes to get a closer look at the chest. Despite the dimmed lights of the room, I could clearly make out a stylized cross carved on the chest's surface. An impatient part of me wanted to pop the chest open right then and make a break for it. Instead, I did a circuit of the room, pretending to inspect the other parts of the exhibit while I was actually noting where the security cameras were placed. Satisfied, I left the exhibit, went down to the food court, and crushed a bacon cheeseburger and some fries. As I licked ketchup from my fingers, a voice came over the museum's intercom. "Attention, visitors," it said. "The Museum of Science will be closing in 30 minutes. Thanks for joining us today, and please come back soon." I threw away my trash, found an office that was being used as a storage room, and settled down among a handful of disassembled exhibits on Pluto, which had been removed from the planetarium once it lost its planet status. I figured this was a pretty safe place to wait for a bit. About half an hour later, I snuck out from my hiding spot and crept back to the exhibit. I didn't encounter any roaming guards or members of the cleaning crew, and grinned when I got back to the main exhibit hall. The place was completely empty. I telekinetically latched onto the cables that powered the security cameras and tugged. The red lights above the lenses winked out. Now I had to be fast. It was only a matter of time before someone came down to investigate. I shot forward and opened the chest. A wave of stale air hissed past me, and my nose wrinkled. I reached in, and my fingers brushed against a bundle of cloth. I pulled out an oilskin-wrapped bundle that weighed about 3 pounds. As I moved to unwrap it, a metal manacle on a chain shot out from inside the chest and clamped down on my wrist. Tears of pain came to my eyes as the skin beneath the manacle suddenly burned. I yelped in surprise as the chain jerked me forward. I slammed into the chest as a row of serrated blades popped up from the chest's rim with a shick. The chest looked like a mouth now, with the manacle serving as some kind of horrible creature's tongue. The manacle dragged me forward, and time seemed to slow down. I could see very clearly that the lid would chomp down and bite my hand off. I twisted my wrist, and the lid bit down on the manacle with a clang. The manacle started to collapse under the lid's pressure, so I opened the chest again and hurled myself back, stretching the chain out about 5 feet. I had almost regained my footing when the chain pulled me forward again, the chest's lid chomping up and down in anticipation of eating my arm. Screw that. I opened the manacle and threw my weight back, performing an awkward and graceless backward somersault. The manacle lashed out at me once, twice, 3 more times, but I was at the edge of its range and it couldn't reach me. It snapped back inside the chest, and then the lid slammed itself shut. It didn't move again. I scrambled to my feet and ran a hand over my face. Then I hastened around the corner and telekinetically pushed the camera's cables back in. With luck, the museum staff would chalk it up as an equipment glitch. Holding the bundle tight against my side, I rushed from the exhibit hall and turned down the hallway with the gift shop. The shop itself was closed up tight, but the exit was just a few hundred feet beyond. A huge grin of relief split my face as I pushed through the museum's doors. No guards, no cops, no witnesses. With the exception of the treasure chest trying to eat my hand, this had gone off without a hitch. Things were finally looking up. When I was around the corner from the museum, I went down a set of stairs that put me in a small alcove away from the street and next to the Charles River. Under the street lamps, I pulled out the oilcloth-wrapped bundle and examined its contents. It was a metal cross about as long as my forearm, with flared edges and razor-sharp tips. I rubbed my chin as I regarded it. It'd be good to know a little bit more about this thing before I blindly handed it over to Laurus, and there was only one place to do that. Antiquated Treasures is a posh little antique store owned by an old high school friend of mine. While the store itself is quite successful, Thad makes his real money as a distributor and appraiser of magical artifacts. I opened the shop's front door and found Thad very carefully arranging a jade chess set on a mahogany end table. "Vincent!" He was dressed in an orange shirt, tan slacks, and bright pink Converse high tops. He rushed over and swept me up in a hug. "Sweetie, it's been weeks since I've seen you. How have you been?" I untangled myself from his embrace. Thad's over 6 feet tall and a good 7 inches taller than I am. I had to take a step back to look up into his face. "Fine, Thad. How's business?" Thad let out a long, weary sigh. Things have been hectic since my backroom stock clerk quit." Despite the good-naturedness of his drama, I felt a twinge of guilt. "You know, I had to." Thad chucked me on the shoulder. "Oh, come on, Vincent. Between saving the city and being a god, I was amazed you stuck around as long as you did. I'll find someone else to sweep the back." He looked at me and pointed at the parcel I was carrying. "I'm guessing this isn't a social call?" "You're right. I need you to analyze something for me." "All righty," he said. "Let's go to the back." We walked through the door marked Employees Only. The back room was a haphazard jumble of crates, boxes, and shipping tubes. If you've ever seen the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, you've got a pretty good idea of the state of things. We wove through the stacks to Thad's desk. He cleared off some of the debris and gestured for me to take a seat. "Okay, Vincent, what are we looking at?" I withdrew the cross from the oilskin and passed it to Thad. "Be careful," I said. "The edges are wicked sharp." Thad took it gingerly and pursed his lips. The overhead lights reflected dully off the cross's gray metal as he turned it over in his hands. He hefted it a few times. "It's lighter than iron," he said, "but heavier than steel." He produced a jeweler's loop from his breast pocket and fitted over his right eye. The lens glowed a dull blue. He let out a low whistle. "There are a couple of enchantments on this," he said, "and whoever crafted them was absolutely magnificent. And I mean magnificent. The work is incredibly delicate and detailed." "Can you tell me what the enchantments do?" I asked. He tapped the jeweler's loop, and the lens glowed green. He tapped it again, and it turned yellow. "I can tell you they're adaptive in nature. Whatever this thing is, it was intended to be versatile." He tapped the lens again, and it turned purple. "There's some kind of sensor enchantment here, too." "Is it dangerous?" I asked. Thad held the cross in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. "Not on the surface. These enchantments are utilitarian, but the thing that bothers me is there's no obvious purpose to them. You usually see scanner enchantments in conjunction with something else. You can scan if someone is a werewolf and an alarm enchantment goes off, or something like that. I don't see what this is connected to. It's like the cross's enchantments are connected back to themselves, but that doesn't make any sense." He set the cross down on the desk and frowned at it. "It could be part of a set," I said. "Maybe there are other pieces it's supposed to connect to? You know, split up a dangerous artifact into its component parts and then scatter them across the globe." "You've been reading too many fantasy novels, sweetie," Thad said as he popped off his jeweler's loop. "But I suppose it's possible. If you can leave it with me for a few days, I could thoroughly test it." "Thanks, Thad, but I need to deliver this to someone as soon as possible. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't some kind of hyper-destructive mega-weapon that would destroy all life on the planet." "Doesn't look like it does that," Thad said. "Do you trust the people you're giving it to?" "They seem to be on the up and up," I replied. Thad's brow furrowed. "Be careful, Vincent." "Don't worry." I smiled. "And thanks." Thad walked me to the door. "Drop by any time, sweetie." We should double date soon. It's been so long since James and I have seen Petra. You bet, I smiled. I'll give you a call. I hugged Thad goodbye and caught a cab back to Keeper Central. I rubbed absently at my forearm where the manacle had clamped down on me. It kind of felt like I'd gotten a sunburn there. The cabbie looked at me funny when I got out in front of the abandoned building, but he didn't say anything. I gave him a decent tip and waited for him to drive off before I ascended the steps to the building. I stepped inside the building and nodded to Julie. I wondered if she was like Jake, who was always stationed at the front desk, or maybe they had a whole team of Julies and just rotated them throughout the day. It hadn't come up when I'd spoken with Laras earlier, and I dismissed the thought for now. Keeper staffing was the least of my concerns. She paged Laras, and a few moments later, the man appeared in the lobby. Despite the hour, he looked bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I wondered if keepers didn't need to sleep. Laras raised his eyebrows at me. So soon, Mr. Corinthos? I handed Laras the bundle in response. His smile split his face. Wonderful, Mr. Corinthos. Simply wonderful. I waved the statement aside. Your people will begin protecting Megan immediately? Of course, Laras replied. He turned to a filing cabinet and brought out a file folder. This is our contract with you, Mr. Corinthos. I flipped open the folder and found 3 pages paper clipped together. The language was simple. The keepers would assign watchers to Megan to ensure her safety. These keepers would protect her from all manner of physical harm. The 3rd page was just a series of symbols. It wasn't in any language I recognized. What's this? I asked. Laras frowned. Forgive me, he said, removing the page. This is simply a sheet of instructions for the keepers in our own special cipher. It should not have been included here. He folded the sheet and tucked it into his coat pocket. He signed the contract with a flourish and then handed me his pen. Laras beamed as I put my John Hancock on the page. Now then, I will have a detail assigned to this case post-haste, Mr. Corinthos. He turned to Julie. Dispatch the team we discussed earlier? She nodded and picked up the phone. Laras turned back to me. You no longer need to worry about this sword hanging over your head, Mr. Corinthos. I assure you, my people will hold their end of the bargain. And just like that, a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. I shook his hand and left the building. A celebration was in order. I decided I'd pop over to the bright side for a bit, declare some sort of holiday, and set off some fireworks. I'd call it the Day of Promises, or something like that. I set off for the Children's Museum with a spring in my step and not a care in the world. A mist rolled along the ground as I neared the Children's Museum, and I gave a happy kick through it. With Megan warded by the keepers, I could finally relax. Knots in my shoulders that had been there for months were starting to loosen, and the sheer feeling of relief that was coursing through me was intoxicating. I gave a second kick through the mist, which had gotten thicker, and was now billowing upward from my ankles to my knees. A quick glance up and down the street showed me that the mist was only present in a 12-foot diameter, centered on me. My good mood vanished, and paranoia kicked in. My mind quickly made note of a steel delivery door about 20 feet away. Always good to know where your exits are. I leaped out of the mist and readied a ball of fire. The mist coalesced into 2 6-foot-tall figures, clad in tattered leather armor. It took me a moment to recognize them as the Viking mummies from the Museum of Science. Their skin was a deep blue and shone faintly under the streetlights. Milky white orbs stared out of their damp faces, and their hair was soaking wet and flat against their skulls. The scent of rot clung to them, and I had to convince my stomach not to turn over. My forearm suddenly burned, and I pushed back my sleeve to see a brand that hadn't been there before in the shape of that stylized cross. This glowed a dull red, and upon seeing it, the Viking on the left barked something out at me in what I assumed was Old Norse, which, unfortunately, I don't speak. One of these days, I need to get gears to invent a babelfish. The Vikings were looking at me expectantly. I held out my hands. Look, I can't understand you, but my guess is you want that cross back. I'm sorry, but I don't have it anymore. Let me find us an interpreter, and maybe we can talk this out. The Viking on the right looked at its companion and grunted something. It shrugged in reply, and the grunter strode to a dumpster, effortlessly hoisted it above its head, and calmly flung it at me. I threw myself out of the way, using a telekinetic push to get more distance. The dumpster crumpled like an aluminum can as it crashed against the side of a building. Black trash bags tore open and sprayed their contents all over the alley. I got hit in the face with a half-eaten quarter-pounder and flailed about in surprise. Half a dozen rats streamed out of the dumpster. and I sensed them rather than saw them, thanks to my telepathic abilities. In addition to telekinesis and pyrokinesis, the Urisk possess a form of telepathy and can mentally communicate with most animals. The rats were panicked, but it was more than that. They'd somehow been driven mad. Inside my head, the rats were giving out high-pitched screeches, and their thoughts were an incoherent jumble. I gave my head a shake. Having insane rodents inside your head is disorienting, to say the least. More mist rolled in all around me. The moon disappeared behind a thick cloud cover that hadn't been there a few moments before. Okay, Corinthos, think. You're up against undead that are super strong, can control the weather, and drive rodents insane. I called forth holy light, hoping to banish the mist. It only made me a better target for my assailants. A VW Beetle, one of the originals, came sailing out of the mist. Its tire grazed my cheek before it shattered against the brick of the building. The rear bumper exploded off and struck me in the small of the back. I cried out and crumpled to the ground. My light vanished and my temperature spiked. My healing fever, which lets me recover from wounds faster than a normal human could, kicked in. Pain blazed in my back and down my legs. I crawled toward the door I'd seen earlier and opened it. I scrambled to my feet, staggered through, and telekinetically slammed the door behind me. A quick blast of fire melted the lock, and I heard the creatures continue to throw heavy objects. The door shuddered beneath the onslaught, but it was holding. I was grateful there were no other cars parked on the street. I thought about trying to open a portal, but discarded the idea. I didn't want to risk opening another tear in reality. I doubted I'd be lucky enough for Megan and Herb to happen along in time again to save me, and my fever wouldn't work that fast. I was fumbling my phone out of my pocket when I realized the attack against the door had stopped. Hope blossomed in my chest for just a moment. Had they actually given up? Then I saw the blue mist wafting in beneath the door. Shit. I got to my feet, ignoring the screaming agony that was my back, and ran for a side door. I opened it, then turned left and opened a second door back to the street. I lurched as fast as I could. "Aviorla!" I called to the Facilian who lived behind the museum. "It's Vincent Corinthos! Open to the bright side, please!" The bricks of one of the walls shimmered, and then the Facilian's gateway blossomed open for me, and I fell through. The light of the twin suns of the realm of the Fae blinded me as I flopped onto the purple and silver grass. The scents of back alley Boston had been replaced with a fresh smell that's normally reserved for Yankee Candles, but is genuine here. The pain in my back vanished, my fatigue fell away, and my power surged. If I could take this level of power back with me to Boston, I'd totally lay waste to those jokers. "Thank you, Aviorla," I said as she shimmered shut behind me. Even with all the oddities I encounter on a daily basis, Facilians stand out as strange. They're living, sentient gateways that bridge the bright side and Earth. A lot of them have attitude problems, and many of them enjoy letting unsuspecting humans or Fae cross between worlds and then stranding them there. Aviorla is a rare and welcome exception. "You are welcome, Vincent Corinthos," her disembodied voice said, sounding like tinkling chimes. I stretched and took a deep breath. That had been too close. What were those things? I looked at the mark on my arm. It had faded, but still throbbed. Had I gotten this when the treasure chest tried to eat me? I'd have to figure that out when I went back to Boston. I sighed as my followers' faith flooded through me, and I took a moment to send out a blessing of peace and health.
"Lord,"
Aegeon's deep voice rumbled in my mind.
"welcome back."
"Glad to be here, Aegeon," I telepathically replied as I looked up at the stone and diamond dome that encircled the Urisk city. I'd made Aegeon in response to dark forces that had plagued the Urisk for decades. Nothing could get through him unless he wanted it to. "Where's Litholio?"
"He conducts services,"
the Great Protector replied. My cuts sealed themselves, and the handful of fractures I'd sustained knit as I got to my feet. As a god, I can't be killed on the plane where I'm worshipped. I cracked my neck and flexed my fingers. Good to go. The cathedral, a great white stone tower several hundred feet tall, stood just a few minutes' walk from Aviorla. A handful of Urisk saw me and fell to their knees as I passed, their feather-topped heads pressed close to the ground. When Litholio had come through to my world all those years ago, he'd been dubbed the Dover Demon by the people who snatched a glimpse of him. I always thought that was too harsh a name. Sure, the Urisk were definitely strange-looking, with their oversized luminescent eyes, pale gray skin, and elongated fingers, but I wouldn't say they were demonic. I blessed my prone followers, giving them health and strength, and stepped through the open double doors of the cathedral. The cathedral was dimly lit by glowing purple crystals, which were embedded into sconces set every 15 feet. 15 rows of crystal pews were arranged facing a pulpit, which sat on a dais styled like a sun with 15 rays emanating from it. My birthday is June 15th. The Urisk took that to mean that 15 is a sacred number to me and arranged the cathedral accordingly. Lotholio, garbed in his green high priest's stole, stood at the head of a small congregation. He gestured widely with his spindly hands as he spoke to the Urisk telepathically in his own language. I mentally shot him a quick hello and asked him not to interrupt his service as I took a seat in the back. Lotholio acknowledged my presence with a mental whisper of his own, but did not break stride.
My friends, he said, the time of the great eclipse is upon us again. It has been nearly 200 years since the last chrysalis formation, and yet the signs already manifest themselves.
He held up his long, pale fingers and spread them for all to see. A thin layer of viscous yellow liquid, almost like honey, was slowly oozing down his digits.
This is proof of Lord Corinthos's protection of us. We shall endure the coming cataclysm in our shells, and will step out of them when the danger has passed.
There were anxious murmurs from the congregation, and I could sense my followers' unease. I wanted to say something to soothe them, but the problem was I had absolutely no idea what Lotholio was talking about. I'd only been the Urisk's god for a short period of time, less than 10 years, and the fact was they'd adopted me. I hadn't created them. I didn't know anything about a pending eclipse, and I sure as hell didn't know what was oozing out of Lotholio's pores. One of the other Urisk in the cathedral spotted me and pointed.
Lord Corinthos is here,
he squeaked. The congregation turned en masse, their eyes brightening from top to bottom. The Urisk don't display emotion the same way humans do. The light in their eyes changes based on what they're feeling. The brightening pattern I'd just seen was the Urisk's sign of surprise. They clumsily tried to bow to me from the pews. I left my seat and stood next to Lotholio. One of the first things Commander Courageous taught me about having followers was there would be times when you had no clue what to do. That was okay. The trick was to look like you knew what you were doing, and people would trust you and stay calm. I stood straight, smiled, and passed my gaze slowly over all of them. The coming days may be frightening and dark, but take solace in the knowledge that I will protect you and ensure your safety. Have faith, my people. The Urisk will endure. Their relief was palpable, and my power levels spiked. There was always a danger in spending too much time on the bright side. Gods are like batteries that store faith energy. Problem is, there's no, oh, you're at maximum power now, so we're going to stop putting more charge into you setting. If I get overpowered, I might literally explode. I was a ways off of that, but I decided to use up some of my power soon. Lotholio led the Urisk through a hymn to me, and the congregation filed out of the cathedral. Loth, kindly summon 4 priests to the Shalar chamber. Meet me there in 5 minutes.
Of course, Lord.
He bowed. I went up a spiral staircase until I came to the 15th floor. One of the great things about being on the bright side is that I never get tired or winded here. Sprinting up 15 flights of stairs back in Boston would have been enough to make me wheeze for 10 solid minutes, but here it was no trouble at all. I pushed through the chamber's heavy double doors and snapped my fingers. White spheres of light flashed to light in each of the room's 8 corners. The room was clear of furnishings and decorations. A small basin the size of a kiddie wading pool sat dry in its center. I waved my hand and conjured water to fill the pool. Then I took off my shoes and socks, rolled up my pant legs, and waded in. The Shalar chamber was a room dedicated to a special ritual called, creatively enough, Shalar. I developed it a few days into my godhood here. It allowed me to see into the bright side's past so I could better understand its people. The ritual required 5 Urisk priests to chant while I focused my powers on looking back through the past. Lotholio and the priests came in a minute later and took seats around the basin. Lotholio nodded to them, and they began their chant. I closed my eyes and sent my sight backward. I watched life in the Urisk city move in reverse, like watching a movie on rewind. Events flashed by until I came upon a time when the Urisk were encased in what looked like amber sleeves. I slowed down the rewind, but kept going. An eclipse occurred, sending deadly radiation down upon the bright side. Those fae who lived above ground were vaporized. The hobgoblins and trolls, who normally terrorized the Urisk, fled to caves or were incinerated. Other fae went below ground too in order to escape the eclipse's wrath. But the Urisk, who were horrifically afraid of the dark, could not go below ground for safety. Instead, their bodies excreted a liquid that formed a hard chrysalis that protected them from the radiation. Once the eclipse was over, the chrysalis would dissolve. I drew deeper on the collective memories of the Urisk and found something else. This eclipse happened every 200 years, and upon emerging from the chrysalis, some Urisk developed new psychic powers. I had to admit, part of me was very excited for this. Any new power that an Urisk could manifest became a new power that I'd be able to use over in Boston. In a way, this eclipse was like Christmas for me. Once I knew what to look for, I sent my mind back in time for other occurrences of the eclipse. I found several times where only one Urisk gained a new talent. Other times, all did. Once or twice, no one did. I couldn't find a rhyme or reason to it, but I didn't give it much thought, as the prospect of getting a new power was making me giddy. Given how tough things had been for the Caulborn lately, any new talents I could add to the fight would be great. I let Shalar fade and looked at my priests. They had their eyes closed, their chanting quiet and calm. "You have done well," I said as I stepped from the water. "Your service is appreciated. Go now in peace and health." A quick blessing restored the small amount of energy they'd expended during the ritual. They bowed to me and filed out of the room. I beckoned Litholio to remain behind.
"Did you see what you needed, Lord?"
he asked. "Indeed, Litholio. When is the eclipse?"
"Soon. 3 days. Once the liquid appears."
He rubbed some that had begun to bead on his brow.
"The chrysalis forms quickly."
"Why'd you tell the people that I was causing that?" The light in Litholio's eyes shimmered, the Urisk equivalent of a smile.
"Sometimes the people fear that because you are not always present, that you are not watching over us. This was a way to reinforce your compassion for the people."
His eyes flickered mischievously.
"Perhaps it was a bit misleading, but I feel it was justified."
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why Litholio is my high priest. "Any sign of Tregan?" I asked. Tregan was a warlord who ran the hobgoblins and trolls. He'd caused problems for me lately, both here and in Boston. This eclipse might be the perfect time for him to attack the Urisk, when they were completely vulnerable.
"Those who follow Tregan are making their own preparations, Lord. They cannot withstand the rays of the eclipse. If they remain above ground, they will be burned to cinders."
Okay, so the Urisk were probably safe during the eclipse.
"Our spies say that large forces of hobgoblins and trolls have been moving into mines in the north. No attacks or aggressive action has been taken toward the Urisk in several weeks."
That could be good or really, really bad. I nodded to Litholio and sighed. I needed to hunt down Tregan. I needed to keep Megan safe. I needed to figure out who was vandalizing graves, and I needed to deal with my PITA pseudo-mother-in-law. One thing at a time, Vincent, I thought. I sent out one last comforting blessing to my followers. Hopefully that'd ease their minds with the coming eclipse. Tregan could wait for the time being. It was time to go back to Boston. I took my leave and headed back through Aviorla. Blue lights flashed in the alley behind the Children's Museum. Crap. 2 cops were taking statements from people on the street. Lucky for me, this wasn't a residential area. The only people who would have heard or seen anything would be late-night office workers, or the museum's custodial staff, and there weren't too many of those. I considered telekinetically tossing a soda can away from my current location and using that as a distraction when I recognized one of the cops. Built like a linebacker and radiating an aura of confidence, Frank Grady was conferring with a uniformed officer. I stepped out from the alley and approached him. "Make sure you bang on all the doors," Grady was saying. "Dumpsters and cars don't just crash themselves." "Evening, Frank," I said. A few years back, I saved Frank Grady's daughter, Katrina, from a cult of shadow men. Ever since then, he's been my go-to guy on the Boston PD. Grady turned to me, and his eyes widened. "Mr. Corinthos," he said, his voice suddenly taking on an air of respect. He turned back to the uniform. "What, are you on a coffee break? Move." The other officer hastened away as Grady gently took me by the arm and led me away from the car. "There were reports of giant blue men throwing cars into the buildings here tonight, Mr. Corinthos. Are you here because of that? I hated to be less than honest with Frank, but he'd just given me an easy way to not incriminate myself. I'd caught wind of something, Frank. What do you know so far? He referred to a small notebook as he filled me in. A couple of people on the upper floors of one of the nearby buildings had seen two blue men in mist throwing cars at the building. The eyewitnesses' accounts didn't mention who or what they were throwing them at. Thanks for the info, Frank, I said when the big detective finished. I'll see what I can turn up. Do you know anything about what happened at the Museum of Science, Mr. Corinthos? I blinked. That had come out of left field, and suddenly I was worried that maybe I hadn't disabled all the security cameras. But no, if that were the case, Frank would have just come out and said something. Best to play dumb for now. No, what's going on? I said. A couple of security guards got beaten up pretty bad, Grady said, flipping again through his notebook. They said that these two big blue guys jumped out of the Viking exhibit and beat the ever-living crap out of them. They busted up some of the exhibits and then fled the scene. We found two empty sarcophaguses at the exhibit, and one of the guards swears the mummies that were inside were what beat him up. Eyewitnesses here, he gestured to the alley, saw two large blue men throwing a car, so I think the incidents are connected. I nodded, relieved that no one knew I'd been in the museum. I've got someone I can talk to about this, I said. Let me make some calls and I'll get back to you. Good enough, he said. Thanks as always for your help, Mr. Corinthos. I suppressed a twinge of guilt as I shook Frank's hand. I hated being less than honest with the man, but it's for the best, I thought, as I pulled out my phone to call a cab. I wanted to go home, but there was something I needed to take care of at HQ first. I phoned Petra to let her know I'd be late, then called Megan. Hey, Meg, I said when her voicemail kicked on. Could you ask Herb to call me when he's got a sec? I ran into some nasty undead tonight and would appreciate his professional opinion. I hung up and thought that maybe the reason my call had gone straight to voicemail was that Megan and Herb were spending some quality time together. After a short cab ride, I was back in my office. Sure, the night had a few rough spots, but I was upbeat. With the keepers handling the promise, I could finally relax. And there was a chance that I'd be gaining new powers from the Urisk. What other psychic powers might they develop? It was an exciting prospect. I absently scratched at the cross-shaped brand on my forearm. Strange that it hadn't healed or faded after I'd visited the bright side. Normally, any injury I sustain is automatically healed over there. I decided I'd talk to Mrs. Rita if it gave me any trouble. I thought back on my talk with Laras. He'd been friendly, forthcoming, and convincing that the keepers would fulfill my obligation to Megan. Still, that page in the keeper's language gnawed at me. I grabbed a pen and a sheet of paper and glimpsed back. I began sketching out the page, the swoopy characters of the keeper's language looking like a cross between Korean, Egyptian hieroglyphs, and Dunny from the Myst video game series. After about 15 minutes, I had an accurate copy of the page in hand and was on my way to Gearstripper's workshop. To say that the shop was a mess would be like saying the Titanic had a small leak. Bare light bulbs hung from their housings, snippets of wire and bits of electrical tape were everywhere, and overall, it had the feel of a giant flea market that had been raided in the wake of a zombie apocalypse. There were several tables littered with electronic equipment in various states of disassembly, and the place smelled like WD-40. Gears stood on a workbench halfway across the room, connecting wires from the back of a computer into a cardboard box. Hey, Gears, I called. Got a sec?
Come on in, Vinny.
He waved me in without looking up.
Be with you in a jiff.
I picked my way over various electronic components that littered the floor. The walls of the room were covered with cabinets and shelves, canisters and components spilling from them. An autographed poster of Jewel State was proudly framed and hung above the main work table. A second photo of her was tacked up on a corkboard, next to a photo of Petra and me. I wondered what Miss State would think of having a gremlin as her biggest fan. Gears turned to me once I reached the workbench, his yellow eyes bright. He's a lovable little guy once you get to know him, but he always reminds me of a Jim Henson creation gone horribly wrong. Coming in at just over 18 inches tall, with green skin, 3-fingered hands, and ears that stick way out, Gears wasn't going to win any beauty contests. But under that is a technological genius the likes of which the world has rarely seen. And when he'd done something really clever, his sharp-toothed grin split his face in half, like it was right now. You look like the cat that just swallowed the canary, I said. What are you working on? Gears pulled a fun-size Hershey bar out of his front coverall's pocket and tore into it.
Remember back when Tregan had those cameras installed in our office?
I nodded. Tregan had influenced another gremlin, a late friend of Gears named Axel Snapper, to put cameras in the office to spy on us.
Well,
Gears continued,
I ran a bunch of simulations trying to figure out how security had been breached.
And you found out how Axel Snapper bugged us?
No.
Gears said.
Every scenario I ran said it was absolutely impossible for her to get in without being detected.
I rubbed my chin. You seem excited by this.
Are you kidding?
His voice squeaked as he said this.
Of course I'm excited. This means that Axel might not have been working for Tregan.
He pulled up a new window on his computer. It showed a blueprint of the building.
This is every entrance and exit to this office, traditional or otherwise.
What do you mean, or otherwise?
Heating vents, sewer and water pipes, that sort of thing. When I first joined the Caulborn, I crawled through the entire heating system and mapped it out. I also put sensors throughout the ducts to let me know if we had surprise guests. None of them went off.
No offense, Gears, but wasn't Axel as smart as you? Wouldn't she have known to disable them?
If she'd seen them, sure. But it's not like they're flashing little baubles that screamed out, "Hey, I'm a sensor!" I have vibrational and pressure-sensitive stuff running through here. If anything was out of place, those would have gone off. The only way she could have gotten by them is if the power had been cut to the building.
We had a power failure around that time, didn't we? I asked, thinking back to that night. Gears' ears drooped a bit.
Yes, but you and Megan found Axel's body before that blackout.
He looked down for a moment, probably thinking about how painful Axel's death had been. She'd been dissected as part of an experiment to create a new breed of gremlins. Gears gave himself a shake.
But don't you see, Vinny?
He looked me in the eyes, his grin returning.
This means that Axel didn't do it. I went through everything, all of her notes and journals, and I didn't find anything that implied she'd broken into our office.
Maybe she just destroyed the data? Gears shook his head.
No. If she was going to break into the office, it meant she'd have to outsmart me. And while we were equals, she knew I didn't mess around when it came to security. She would have spent months gathering intel, tools, and gadgets to get her into the building. It couldn't have been her.
Well, that's good, but it still leaves us with the question of who planted the cameras. Do your simulations take things like teleportation and dimensional jumping into consideration? Gears frowned.
No, but that's not stuff she would have had access to. I thought about those Facilian things that Tregan uses, but you told me it takes weeks for them to move, so it's unlikely one got in and out without us knowing.
He gestured to the cardboard box with the wires coming out of it that he'd been working on when I came in.
I've got some new equipment here. It's going to help me run some additional tests and try a few new theories out.
What's under there? I asked, lifting the corner of the box.
Gah!
Gears shot forward and slapped my wrist. I dropped the box and yelped, both in surprise and pain. His glowing yellow eyes were huger than normal, and his chest puffed in and out faster than I'd ever seen before.
Sorry, Vinny, but that's some very sensitive equipment under there. It is literally one of a kind, and I can't let anyone know what it is, let alone tinker with it.
Okay, Gears, no problem. I looked at the tiny red welts on my wrist where Gears had hit me. That could have been a lot worse. Gearstripper's claws can shred metal like those knives they show on late-night infomercials. I came up here to see if you can run this through a translator, I said as I handed him the page. Gears screwed up his face as he looked it over.
Weird. I've got a few things going on now.
He gestured around him.
But I should be able to start this up a little later tonight.
Good enough, pal, I said. I looked at the box again. Gears, let's say for a minute that Axel didn't plant those cameras. That means that someone else did. Gears nodded.
Like you said, my simulations don't account for certain things. I'll adjust for those in the future, but it seems that Tregan got someone else inside.
He gestured to a second monitor, this one with dozens of mugshot-style images.
This is every non-Caulborn who's visited the office in the last 12 months. Delivery people, repairmen, those caterers that Leslie brought in during Thanksgiving, they all check out.
Keep digging, Gears. We need to figure this out. He nodded.
By the way, Petra just texted me and said she wanted me to do some work on your oven. Is something wrong with it?
She probably wants you to give it a tune-up. Aphrodite's coming for lunch on Saturday.
Aphrodite's coming?
Gears asked. I nodded, and his expression became concerned.
I'll make sure to bring more Twinkies for Petra.
As many as you can carry, I said as I waved goodbye and headed back to my office. I just sat down when my desk phone rang.
Ah, Vincent, Mrs. Rita said. I am glad you're here. I have something in medical you'll want to see.
I jogged down to medical and found Mrs. Rita standing over a steel table, dark wooden chopsticks poking out of her iron-gray bun. She beckoned me over and splayed out the fingers of her left hand.
See this?
The light caught on spindly threads wrapped around her fingers. Looks like you've got fishing line wrapped around your hand, I said.
I suppose it does,
she agreed. Then she picked up a lighter from the table, flicked it open, and stuck her left hand directly into the flame.
Jesus!
I cried as I bent the flames away from her flesh with pyrokinesis. She just smiled at me.
Relax, Vincent. Release control of the fire.
I looked her square in the eyes. Her eyes crinkled as a smile broadened.
Petra is lucky to have one so chivalrous, she said. But trust me.
After a moment, I released control, and the fire played up along Mrs. Rita's aged, outstretched fingers. It took me a second. It's not burning you, I said stupidly. How is that possible?
The fishing line, as you put it, is actually very fine silk, woven by the worms Joseph and I discovered.
Mrs. Rita is the only person I know who calls Doc Ryan by his first name.
They began weaving it a few hours ago and have already produced several meters of it.
Worms that make fireproof silk. That's kind of cool, actually. The fire department would love these little guys.
I believe it is more than that, Vincent.
She held out her hand to me again.
Try to burn this.
I conjured a weak flame. It danced along the threads but did not ignite them.
These worms fed on the remains of Agnes McLaughlin, a renowned pyromancer. And now they weave thread immune to fire, both mundane and divine.
I whistled. So these things eat people's bones, then spin out thread that can withstand whatever that person could do in life?
I need to conduct a few more tests, but that is my initial impression, yes. A garment woven of such material would make for very effective armor. The technicians in Dublin were very excited to hear about these. They could use them to craft protective gear for our agents across the world.
So they'd never heard of these worms before either? Mrs. Rita shook her head.
No, but the fun part of the job is discovering something new. We found these worms in all the soil samples you and Megan brought back, once we knew what to look for.
Let me call Megan real quick. She'll want to hear about this. Mrs. Rita put a hand gently over mine.
Let Megan be, Vincent. I believe she had plans this evening.
You mean Herb Wallenby, the man who puts the romance in Necromancer? Mrs. Rita's eyes crinkled.
All joking aside, Vincent, you should be happy for Megan.
I don't know, Mrs. Rita. I mean, he talks to the dead. That's gotta mess with the guy's head.
You know this for certain, Vincent Corinthos?
She asked, arching an eyebrow at me.
Be careful of speaking in generalizations. One might think that deities are arrogant beings who are not concerned with their followers, or that gremlins only care about sabotage, or that animated statues are simply automatons incapable of feeling.
I raised my hands. Okay, point taken. Mrs. Rita's features softened.
Vincent, Megan is lonely. She has been in this city for some time now and has no friends outside of work. Her daylight hours are consumed with cases, and her nights are taken up by diplomatic talks and bargains with vampires. The fact that she has not succumbed to the dark offers the vampires have given her speaks volumes about her character.
Dark offers? Mrs. Rita blinked at me.
Megan is Strigoi View, Vincent. She will likely become a powerful vampire.
All children born with calls had a small chance of being born Strigoi View, or living vampire. Upon their death, a Strigoi View became a Strigoi Mort, an ultra-powerful vampire lord that would make Dracula look like a wimp. It was so rare that we hadn't had one in hundreds of years. Megan, unfortunately, had drawn the short straw on that one.
The Midnight Clan can sense the latent power within her and wants her as an ally, Mrs. Rita continued. When Megan finally turns, she will be a formidable force. The clan has been trying to influence her for some time. They offer her power and wealth, subtly, of course, but Megan is sharp enough to read between the lines. She has talked with me about it quite a bit.
Why hasn't she brought this up with me? I asked.
You are her partner, Vincent. but you are also a god. Megan felt you had enough on your plate. Herb is someone outside of work, and someone who understands Megan's life as no other outsider could. If Petra were a flesh and blood woman, would you have the relationship with her that you do? If she were a mortal, would she accept your jumping between dimensions to be worshipped by a race of psychic fae? What would a person outside of the paranormal circles think of that? You'd be laughed at, or locked up. She looked at me pointedly. And you would be lonely, as Megan has been. Do not mock this man for his talents. If he makes Megan happy, then you should be happy for her. I looked down at my shoes. Mrs. Rita was right, and I felt terrible. I guess I've never looked at it like that, I said. Petra's been a part of my life for so long. Mrs. Rita smiled at me. You are a good person, Vincent, but you do not know everything about everyone. Perhaps you should get to know Herb better. After all, you both will be an important part of Megan's life. She patted my arm, and a green flash exploded around us, knocking me flat on my ass. Mrs. Rita stood a few feet away in a boxer stance, panning the room. For a second, I thought her eyes were glowing green. I blinked, and they were their normal dark brown again. Must have been dazzled by that green flash. What was that? I asked as I hauled myself to my feet. Roll up your sleeves, Mrs. Rita ordered. I did, displaying the mark I'd received earlier. Mrs. Rita frowned at it, then fished a bit of crystal out of her pocket and ran it over the mark. Her dark eyes locked with mine. You have a thief's mark, Vincent. That brand is only put on people who have stolen artifacts of tremendous power. The magical aptitude needed to craft such a brand is immense. How did you acquire this? What did you do? I opened my mouth, and Mrs. Rita put up a hand. And no stories, Vincent. I opened a box that wasn't supposed to be openable, I said, and quickly explained how the treasure chest had attacked me. Mrs. Rita shook her head, and a few strands of salt and pepper hair came loose from her bun. Very few people walk away from an encounter with a hand-eater with all their digits, she said. You have no idea how lucky you are. This mark will act as a homing beacon for the guardians of the chest. They will pursue you until either you or they are dead. Fantastic. How do I get rid of it? You can either return the item you found in the chest, or you have to defeat whatever was set to protect it. Returning it's out of the question, I said. Can you remove the mark? No, but I can suppress its magic for a time. That will give you a chance to set things right, one way or another. Headquarters is warded, so you are safe here. But the moment you set foot outside the front door, you'll be a target again. She walked to her desk and rooted around in the bottom drawers before drawing out a green crystal about as long as my index finger. She traced several geometric patterns along the brand, the crystal leaving behind a faint green residue. After a few minutes, she nodded. Done. You are safe for perhaps 36 hours, Vincent. Keep in mind that it will only prevent the Guardians from tracking you. If they happen across you, this magic will be broken. Great, I said. I'll let you know if I need you to do this again. I will not, Mrs. Rita said firmly. You received that brand because you did something you shouldn't have. I am granting you one chance to make amends. Do you understand? I nodded. So what was that green explosion that just happened? Some of the magics that I employ to keep this building safe reacted violently with the mark, Mrs. Rita said. The crystal's ink will suppress that from happening again. I rubbed my forearm. It looked like I had a drunken tattoo artist scrawl all over me. Thanks for the talk, Mrs. Rita. She smiled at me, and I headed back up to my office. Once there, I glimpsed back and came up with a list of the grave sites. I jotted down the list of cemeteries and the names of the people whose graves had been disturbed. I ran the names through the Caulborn's main database. Jebediah Mason had been an illusionist. Nathaniel Watt had been a wereshark. Agnes McLaughlin had been a pyromancer. I pushed back from my desk and stretched as I walked over to the whiteboard to start making notes. If the worms ate their bones, what sort of immunities would the silk have? I grabbed a dry erase marker and scrawled a few thoughts on the board, trying to look at things from a different angle. What did these beings have in common? Weresharks had loads of teeth, but they had nothing in common with pyromancers or illusionists. And pyromancers and illusionists had nothing in common with each other, aside from the obvious fact that they both slung magic. I stepped away from the board, capped my marker, and rubbed gritty eyes. It was just after 1 in the morning, and I couldn't think straight.
I knew I was missing something, and I hate missing things. I rubbed the brand on my arm. What exactly had I given to the keepers? Thad's analysis hadn't sounded like anything bad, but it warranted a thief's mark? I needed answers, but I needed to sleep before I'd get them. I headed home, grimly suspecting that I was going to have nightmares tonight. Chapter 5. Bargain 19895621. Fulfilling a promise for a godling. Fulfillment will require assigning a group of sycophants to invisibly ward target. Payment, the Rosario. This is necessary to eliminate the recipient of bargain 19877763, who has failed to deliver the promised amount of precious metals. From Keeper Laris's transaction log. Surprisingly, no nightmares came. I listened to my followers, did my best to comfort those Urisk who were afraid of the eclipse, and recharged my faith batteries. After a shower and a hot breakfast, I was ready to tackle the day's problems. I got to the office and found Megan at her desk, happily humming On Top of the World by Imagine Dragons. A vintage The Wizard of Oz movie poster hung framed over the desk, and a couple of Precious Moments figurines were arranged on a shelf beneath it. "Hey," she said as I walked in. "I got your message, but I was—" She blushed a little. "Busy. What's going on?" I told her about the giant blue undead that attacked me last night. Megan raised a hand to her mouth and dialed Herb on her own cell. She and Herb exchanged gooey pleasantries, and then she handed the phone over to me. I described last night's festivities to him. He let out a whistle. "Sounds like a Draugr," he said. "They're a kind of Norse undead that were very prominent back in the old days. They get very cranky if someone takes something of theirs. Did you steal anything from them?" "No, of course not," I lied. No point in Herb knowing about the promise I'd made to Megan. Besides, the promise itself was now moot. Herb continued. "Sometimes they just re-enter the land of the living to go on a bender. I suppose you might have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time." "I'd rather no one else wind up in that place if I can help it, Herb. Can you banish them?" He paused. "I think so." He didn't sound too sure about it. "Come on, Herb. I saw you blow away those pirate ghosts and that white. Are these that much different?" "Oh, heck yes," Herb replied. "Corporeal undead are always harder to banish than incorporeal because you have to penetrate their physical shell to get to the animating spirit beneath. Think about it like armor. If you're going to go through the trouble of building a suit of armor, you're going to make sure it offers you a measure of protection against attacks. A white's armor is tough, but now tack on the amount of magic the Draugr possess and the varying nature of that magic, and you've got yourself a formidable guardian. I can probably banish them, but I'll need to see them to know what kind of bindings to craft. And to do that, I'll need some time to study them without them trying to eat me or drive me insane. So if I were to make myself a target and fend them off for a bit while you watched from a safe location nearby, would that provide you with what you need?" A pause. "Yes, that should work." "Great. When can you come by?" "Not until later tonight. I promised one of my clients I'd be over this afternoon." "More ghost busting?" "No, bookkeeping." "Sorry?" "I'm an accountant, Vincent. I do taxes and give financial advice to retirees who can't afford it." "Seriously?" "Sure. There are a lot of people out there who take advantage of senior citizens, stealing their pensions or Social Security by convincing them to invest in some cockamamie scheme. I don't charge for my advice, so they trust me because I don't stand anything to gain." "So, how do you make a living?" "Well, the kids and grandkids of those seniors need financial help too. A lot of them have come to me as paying clients. I could charge a lot more, but that's not what I'm after. I just want to help people." "That's very noble, Herb." I wasn't sure what else to say to that. We set up a time and place to confront the Draugr and hung up after another minute or two of conversation. Megan smiled at me. "Isn't he great?" "Yeah," I said. "I think he's growing on me." "Good," she said, her smile widening, "because I think he and I are going to spend a lot of time together." I thought back to what Mrs. Rita had said and bit back a snarky remark. Instead, I said, "Don't rush into anything, Meg." Her dimple appeared. "You're so sweet. Trust me, Vincent. I'm a big girl. Herb is a big teddy bear. Did you know he spends his weekends working at the Haley House soup kitchen? He's genuinely a gentleman. I was trained to read people and their intentions. Herb is the real deal. Okay, well, you, me, and our gentleman necromancer have a date with some undead Vikings later tonight, I said. Meantime, I need to pop over to the bright side for a bit. I'll hold down the fort until you get back, Megan said with a smile. I caught the train back to the Children's Museum. On the way, I placed a call to Frank Grady. Frank, some stuff's going to go down this afternoon at Monument Park. It's related to the events at the Museum of Science. Some of my associates and I are going to deal with our large blue friends, and I'll need you to cordon off the area so no one gets hurt. You got it, Mr. Corinthos. I hung up, jogged down to the alley behind the Children's Museum, and stepped through Aviorla to the bright side. The sky, normally lit by twin suns, was a dim purple. The suns had moved closer to one another and now resembled a giant, glowing peanut in the sky. To the right of them, another celestial body, one of the world's moons, was inching its way across the face of the rightmost star. The few Urisk I saw were thickly covered in viscous amber and were slowly making their way to their homes, presumably to wait out the eclipse. I found Litholio inside the cathedral, his body oozing more of the amber stuff, which was making it difficult for him to light the candles he was placing at the altar. He bowed as best he could to me and gestured to the empty rows of pews.
"The people stay in their homes now, Lord," he said. "The encasement is upon us, but the Urisk do not fear, for they believe in you."
I nodded. I can feel it. The Urisk's prayers were as loud and clear as ever. What will happen while you are encased, Litholio? He shrugged his narrow shoulders, the amber rolling with the gesture.
"We sleep a dreamless sleep, disconnected from the world."
He shuddered.
"If not for you and Aegeon, we would be completely defenseless. The shell will protect us from the eclipse, but not from anything else."
Don't worry, Loth, I said. I've got you covered. I felt his faith in me radiating off of him like heat from a furnace.
"I light these candles for those who have fallen," he said as he turned back to the altar, "that they may know we have not forgotten, and that we will have peace in the coming days."
I put my hand on his shoulder, the liquid amber slurping around my hand. Surprisingly, the stuff didn't stick to me. Maybe it was because my skin was different from an Urisk's. "The fallen rest in peace in Roback," I said, "and they know of your devotion. I will do everything I can to ensure peace for the Urisk in the bright side, Litholio." The doors to the cathedral flung open, and a lone Urisk ran inside.
"Litholio!"
he cried. His eyes went wide at seeing me.
"Oh, Lord Corinthos, blessed is your name. My family needs help, please." "Diamond," Litholio said. "What is wrong?" "I'll explain on the way," Diamond said, grabbing me by the elbow. He looked down, realized he was touching me, and then flung himself to his knees. "Forgive me, Lord Corinthos. There is something wrong with my family's chrysalises, and I beg for your aid." "Lead on," I said, gesturing to the door. Litholio and I followed Diamond to an Urisk hut. The dome-shaped building was made of tan clay and stood perhaps 15 feet tall at its highest point. Large windows spaced about 3 feet apart ran around the building, but were tinted to offer the occupants a measure of privacy. We stepped through the doorway and into the Urisk equivalent of a living room. Thick pillows and something like beanbag chairs were arranged around the room, each one next to a small table stacked with books. 3 chrysalises stood in the center of the room. From what I could see, they held an adult and 2 children. Litholio stepped up to one of the chrysalises, squinting at it. "What are those, Lord?" he asked. I moved up to the first chrysalis and peered at it. Bands of darkness writhed within the chrysalis, wriggling around the heads of the Urisk. I stretched out a hand and touched the chrysalis. Instead of being a hard shell, the amber squished like a rotten mango. I resisted the urge to pull my hand away and closed my eyes. I focused my attention on the bands of darkness and saw a series of writhing maggots. They had burrowed their way through the chrysalis and chewed their way into the back of the encased Urisk's head. I snapped my hand away in revulsion and turned to put my hands on the other 2 tainted chrysalises. Same thing. I cursed. I wiped the back of my hand across my mouth. "Think fast, Corinthos." "Lord, please help them," Diamond pleaded. Litholio shushed him. Let Lord Corinthos work, he said gently.
Okay, first thing to do is get the Urisk out of the amber. I formed a bubble in the amber around the maggots in each of the chrysalises, hardened them, and pulled them out. They popped with a wet schlorp, and I telekinetically hovered them to a spot on the floor. Now for the Urisk themselves. I waved my hand and dissolved the amber, telekinetically lowering the Urisk to the floor. Diamond jumped forward to kneel with them, but Litholio held him back. I knelt at the head of the first Urisk, Diamond's wife, presumably, and put my hand on her forehead. I had positioned her body so that Diamond couldn't see the injury at the back of her head, and focused my attention on that. Sending in a pulse of energy to kill the maggots was easy enough, but I had to be delicate so I didn't accidentally hurt her. I was preparing to begin when Diamond piped up.
Lord,
he said, his eyes suddenly shining with happiness.
Lord, whatever you're doing, it's working.
He pointed at the Urisk children, whom I hadn't done anything to. The children moved spasmodically, their limbs twitching against the floor. Their eyes flew open and flared red. They shrieked, their mouths now filled with row upon row of razor-sharp teeth. Knowing that wasn't standard Urisk dental work, I braced myself for a fight as they flopped over and pulled themselves up on all fours. Diamond cried out and tried to run to his children as they convulsed, the bones in their arms and legs breaking and reforming. They looked sort of like hairless dogs now, snarling as their jaws separated and a third row of teeth came in. They lunged at me with more force than should have been possible. They must have still possessed some measure of telekinesis and used that to augment their leaps. In Boston, this sort of thing might have scared me. Here on the bright side, I'm literally a god. It's kind of hard to get the drop on someone who can alter the laws of physics on a whim. I made the air in front of me solidify into a sheet of diamond, and they struck it with yelps that were more animal than humanoid. I wove the diamond over them, encasing them in an indestructible dome.
Lord!
Litholio squeaked. I spun and put a shield up around him and Diamond. The third Urisk, the mother, had not turned into a demonic wolf. Her limbs and jaws had extended, but she was even ganglier and taller than she'd been before. Her tongue, covered in purple and blue pustules, snaked from her mouth and twitched about as if it had a life of its own. Tentacles burst from her arms and snaked toward my neck. I dodged to the side, my switchblade dropping into my hand, and slashed through the tentacles. The mutant screamed and whirled away from me, a blast of fire shooting out from her mouth. I waved the flames away and willed the ground beneath her feet to turn to quicksand. She flailed against it, but that only made her sink faster. Once she was up to her neck, I solidified the ground around her, then put a dome of diamond over her head. What the hell had happened here? Diamond was wailing, throwing himself against my shield as he tried to run to his family. I couldn't think straight with all the noise he was making, and I couldn't risk him hurting himself, so I pointed at him and willed him to fall asleep. Litholio caught him and gently lowered him to the ground, and I removed the shield. I rubbed my temples as Litholio stepped up beside me.
Will they be well, Lord?
He asked. They will be, I said. I need a moment, Loth. He bowed and stepped back as I let out a breath. Now that no one was trying to kill me, I could focus on the problem. I dulled the injured Urisk's pain receptors and put them to sleep. Healing energy flowed from me into them. Bones popped and snapped back into their original configurations. Extra teeth faded away, and after a few minutes, I'd restored them to perfect health. A few extra probes told me that no maggots remained in their systems. Loth, come here, please. He stepped up to me, and I touched the viscous amber that was on his skin, learning how it was made. Another wave of my hand, and Diamond's family was re-encased in chrysalises as if nothing had happened. I got to my feet and woke Diamond. He looked around, obviously disoriented. Then he saw his family and scrambled over to them. They are fine, Diamond, I said, restored to health and the safety of their shells. Diamond flung himself at my feet and pressed his head against the ground.
Thank you, Lord Corinthos. Thank you.
The level of faith radiating off him rivaled Litholio. I bade him rise and smiled. Be blessed, Diamond, I said, and know that I keep the Urisk safe. As Diamond bowed and praised my name, I gathered up the maggot-filled amber balls I'd pulled from the chrysalises earlier. I conjured a sort of viewer into the first ball, magnifying the image of the maggots thousands of times until they could be seen clearly.
What are these, Lord? Lotholio asked. I have never seen anything like them.
I have, I replied. They're paranormal silkworms. Apparently they'd eat more than just the dead. How the hell had these things gotten into the bright side? Maybe they'd hitched a ride on my clothes? I slammed my fist against my thigh, and Lotholio jumped. This cannot be allowed to happen again, I said through clenched teeth. My mind raced. I toyed with the idea of somehow altering the ooze the Ursk made to create the chrysalis, but I wasn't sure what that would do to them. Instead, I knelt down and pressed my hands against the floor of the hut. Aegeon, I sent.
I stand ready, Lord.
Good. You're going to have a few new friends soon. I sent my mind into the ground and churned the atomic bits of metal and earth into what I wanted. A few moments later, a colony of crystalline spiders rushed from a small mound in the floor. About 30 of them crawled up to the ceiling and stopped as they all turned to regard me.
Lord, Lotholio said, what are those?
These are watchers, I said. They will watch over each chrysalis once it's formed, and if a worm tries to penetrate it, they'll pop on and eat them. They're mentally linked with Aegeon, so if one of them detects a worm infestation, it will tell Aegeon, who will in turn tell you. I relayed this on to Aegeon, who acknowledged his understanding. Lotholio swiped at a patch of ooze that was running from his side. The amber was thicker, more like molasses, and its surface crackled as Lotholio brushed at it.
My shell comes, Lord, he whispered.
We said goodbye to Diamond and walked to the cathedral, Lotholio leaving soggy amber footprints. His limbs seemed stiff, but he politely refused my help as we went to his chambers on the second floor. The ooze was glistening on his skin and in his feathers.
I will see you soon, Lord, he said.
The amber sheen began to harden and envelop him in its protective cocoon. I set some watchers over him and rubbed my temples. I wanted to stay and watch over all the Ursk personally, but I had business to attend to back in Boston. Reluctantly, I left the bright side. The one downside to the bright side is there's no cell phone coverage there. Once I was back in Boston, I pulled out my phone and called Doc Ryan. If one of those worms eats living paranormal tissue, the worms take control of the body, I told him. I've got a sample of them I'd like to bring by for analysis. I held the ball of amber that I'd pulled from Diamond in my left hand. Part of me wanted to pitch it into the ocean and drown the hateful little things. But knowing my luck, they'd probably infest some sea monster. And then the Caulborn would have to fight off lousy Godzilla wannabe villains on top of everything else. I caught a cab back to HQ, dropped off the amber with Doc, and met up with Megan and Herb. We all piled into Megan's Tercel and headed over to Monument Square. Police cruisers were parked along the road, and a handful of barricades had been erected. I saw Frank Grady talking to some reporters, and he waved us past the barriers. "Just some training exercises," Grady said. "The BPD is committed to ensuring the public's safety in any circumstances, and these new training exercises help ensure we stay sharp. The park will be open to the public again this evening." I gave Frank a wave as Megan, Herb, and I walked further into the park and away from the public's field of vision. The Bunker Hill Monument loomed above us, its shadow a long, straight line across the grass as the sun set behind it. Most of the park was covered with a couple inches of snow, the main exception being the walking paths which had been plowed. It looked like the police had successfully evacuated the park. Good. I didn't want any innocents involved with what was about to happen. "So how's this work?" I asked as we got out of the car. "Do we just hang out and wait for them to show up?" "Not exactly," Herb said. "I'm going to lay out some items that every Draugr would have loved in life. Then I'll enchant them with the same sort of magic that was on your pirate coin. The Draugr will sense that and believe those items are part of their hoard." "So how do you know what's important to them?" I asked. "Is there some kind of advanced necromancy course that you can take to learn about this stuff?" Megan's eyes lit up. "Oh, that'd be handy. In fact, I think all Caulborn agents should have to take classes like that. Herb, is there a class like that? Could you teach it?" Herb shook his head. "I'm not much of a teacher," he said to Megan. To me, he said, "Think about this part of the world. It's a melting pot. People from tons of different countries came in and set up shop in Boston. Irish, Italian, German, Vietnamese, Chinese, French-Canadian, Spanish, English, you name it. And that's not counting the multitude of Native American tribes that were here first.
Each one of those people brought over their own unique culture and superstitions. With those superstitions came undead. I had to become an expert on all manner of folklore in order to be ready for what's out there.
I could respect that.
Vincent, your job will be to keep them occupied once they're here. Megan, I'll need you with me, in case anything slips by Vincent.
Roger Wilco, she smiled. Herb grabbed a worn blue duffel bag out of the trunk and set it on the ground. I could barely make out a faded Adidas logo on the bag's side. What came out of the bag definitely wasn't what a typical athlete would carry to the gym. A battered helmet with a pair of yellowed animal horns pointing up, a short sword with a notched blade and worn leather scabbard, a mummified hawk complete with a tiny leather hood for the bird's head and a cuff for the falconer's wrist, and a leather sack that jangled as if it were full of coins. Herb muttered phrases in a language I didn't know as he placed each one on the ground. A shimmering orange aura flickered about them for a moment and then vanished. Herb's eyes flickered along with them. He stepped back and surveyed his work.
That's it, he said. Now we just need them to take the bait.
How long do you think before they can sense it?
Not long,
Megan said, pointing to a blue mist that was rising from the ground 10 feet away.
Wow, Herb, you're good.
Herb blushed. He actually blushed. We were about to fight some serious badass undead, and he was blushing at a compliment. I shook my head. You guys stay sharp, I said. Herb's eyes glowed a brighter orange.
Wow, he said. Even in this mist state, they're incredibly powerful. I've never seen anything like this before.
He chewed on his lip for a minute.
I'm going to have to get creative, he said, half to himself.
Well, whatever you're thinking of, do it fast, I said, trying to ignore the brand on my arm that was now burning beneath my bomber's sleeve. The undead had formed in front of me and drawn themselves up to a height of 7 feet. Had they gotten taller? Let's start this off on the right foot, I thought, sending a telekinetic punch into both of the undead's crotches. They doubled over and let out low, painful groans, and I allowed myself a smile. Very few beings, undead or not, could shrug off a telekinetic nut shot. Herb was already chanting, the characters in the air appearing in translucent green this time. I ran to the left, shooting off lances of fire at the undead. Come on, guys, try and keep up. The Draugr threw their heads back, and their bodies grew. They doubled in size in less than 5 seconds. They charged after me, the ground quaking beneath their feet. Part of the reason we'd chosen this place for our attack was that there wasn't anything for the Draugr to throw at us. I realized a flaw in this plan at that moment. While the park didn't provide much in the way of things for them to throw at me, the wide open space let the Draugr take full advantage of their ability to increase in size. One of the Draugr leapt at me, shot into the air, sailed over my head with plenty of room to spare, and landed in front of me. The impact of its landing was like being at the epicenter of an earthquake, and knocked me to the ground. The Draugr spun and kicked out a leg as thick as a tree trunk. I brought up a telekinetic shield, which dampened the impact, but didn't stop me from being launched off the ground like a football and hurtling through the icy air. The frozen, snow-covered ground did very little to cushion my fall. In fact, I dug a shallow trench in the snow as I skidded to a halt, snow and ice bunching up inside my coat and down the back of my pants. My landing scared a group of pigeons that had been pecking about in the snow for bread, and the birds shot up into the bare branches of a nearby tree, squawking at me. A part of me thought this might be a good time to take a rest, slow it down a bit. Instead, I groaned and hauled myself to my feet. "Vincent, get down!" Megan hollered. I dropped back into the depression I'd just made as a park bench whistled through the air where my head had just been. I stood corrected. There wasn't much for them to throw at us. Megan fired off 3 shots from her 9mm. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder to see one of the Draugr hit the ground, its kneecap cleanly blasted off. The other Draugr leapt at me again. I telepathically compelled the pigeons to leave the tree and fly at the Draugr's face. They streaked from their branches like tiny missiles, and I was grateful that pigeons didn't migrate south for the winter. Unfortunately, as they got closer to the Draugr, I felt their sanity shatter, and the psychic backlash from that was enough to stagger me. There were another 3 shots, and the Draugr buckled. I glanced over at Megan, who shifted her aim and fired twice more. The Draugr shimmered into mist, and the bullets whizzed harmlessly through it. My eyes were drawn back to Megan as she rolled her wrist, and her gun flickered. It looked like the same gun, but I knew this was her quick reload trick. pull a second gun from her pocket dimension with a full clip, and get on with life. A glowing string of green characters nearly 4 feet long shimmered in the air above Herb's head, and the necromancer was furiously adding more. His face was beet red, his eyes were screwed shut, and his voice was strained. The mist of the nearest Draugr began to coalesce. I telekinetically latched onto the metal frame of the shattered park bench and flung it at the Draugr, aiming for where I expected its head to appear. Instead, the bench sailed through empty air and shattered against a large snow-covered rock. When the coalescence completed, instead of the human-shaped undead I was expecting, a giant undead bull stared at me, its eyes glowing red. "The hell?" I heard myself ask as the undead beast charged me. The bull's gray hide had been flayed, and I watched, frozen, in sick fascination as its dead, exposed muscles pumped as it barreled toward me. Something tackled me, and the bull tore past. I could feel the vibrations of its hooves through the frozen earth, and the stench it left in its wake made me want to retch. "Okay, that's just gross," Megan said as she pulled herself off me. She'd sprinted from Herb, knocked me aside, and now had her pocket cannon out. She sent off a pulse of shimmering blue light that seared toward the bull, which shifted into mist before it hit. "Sugar!" Megan cursed. She took off at a full run to Herb, the second Draugr having taken humanoid shape behind him. She fired off 2 quick blasts, the first grazing the Draugr's left arm, the second blowing the arm off at its elbow. The Draugr roared, so loud and deep that I felt it in my chest. The sound staggered Herb, who stumbled forward with his hands over his ears. The glowing green character he'd been crafting fizzled out. The string of other characters, now 5 feet long, became blurry as he lost focus. The one-armed Draugr brought its hand down like a hammer to strike Megan, but she was suddenly on the other side of the Draugr. I blinked. It was like she'd teleported. Megan seemed just as surprised as the Draugr and I were, but she recovered first, spun, and blasted the thing full-on in the chest with her pocket cannon. The hole it made was the size of a pumpkin. Her blaster whined. It was out of power. I took the opportunity to telekinetically latch on to the twisted, broken frame of the park bench and hurl a length of it like a spear. It streaked toward the Draugr, who turned into mist. My projectile was now heading straight for Megan. Time slowed down. I could clearly see the trajectory the metal would take. In less than a second, it would impale Megan through the chest. I couldn't stop it. Shit, shit, shit! And then, just for an instant, a figure clad completely in black appeared in front of Megan and took the bar right in the chest. Just as suddenly, the figure was gone. I gaped, and then had to push down a swell of giddy laughter. The keepers, it seemed, were holding up their end of the bargain. Time returned to normal speed, and my heart slid back down my throat to where it belonged. Herb, still on his knees, cried out and threw both his arms forward, the string of characters sharpening back into focus as he regained his composure. They spiraled out and sped through the air to bore into the nearest Draugr mist. The mist instantly formed into a giant undead who bellowed in what seemed both pain and surprise as the letters flashed all over its skin. Then, cracks of light began to appear in its flesh. Those cracks broke open with audible snaps, accompanied by more screams, these all pain. The Draugr exploded in a cloud of blue and green mist. I threw up a shield to protect us from a shower of fleshy debris. It splattered wetly against the wall of force. Looking at the goo, I was thankful I'd gotten the shield up in time. No telling if a stain like that would come out of my bomber. The glowing characters were barely visible in the air now, and Herb's chanting became frantic. I realized he was trying to keep the same spell in effect instead of starting over. That took control, and my respect for the illustrious Mr. Wallenby went up another click. Meanwhile, the other mist form raced toward us. Megan and I both took protective positions in front of Herb. The mist coalesced into the form of an undead house cat, its matted fur thick with gore and blood. Damn, these things were full of surprises. But what the hell could a tabby cat do to us? The cat launched itself at me, and its claws dug through my bomber and into my chest. It slammed into me so hard that I fell backward and crashed on my back against the frozen pavement. The undead cat had ridden me to the ground and sat on my chest, its claws still latched into my skin. It began to purr, and I swatted at it. It was like hitting a rock. The cat felt like it weighed 200 pounds and was getting heavier. I had to resort to telekinesis to keep the thing from crushing my ribcage. The cat hissed at me, its eyes narrowing into orange slits of hate, and it got heavier. I drew on all the faith I had just so I could breathe. If I didn't do something soon, it'd squish my chest like a packet of ketchup. Megan drew a collapsible baton from her pocket dimension and whacked the cat upside the head. The baton bounced back, and Megan yelped. The cat flattened its ears at her, and then its tail lengthened and whipped out like a snake, wrapping itself around her neck. She dropped the baton and pulled at the furry cord that was crushing her windpipe. Shit, shit, shit. I snapped out my switchblade and drove it into the cat, which yowled in pain but did not release me. Instead, it bit my wrist, and I reflexively let go of the knife. Then, another figure in black appeared at my side and slashed the cat's tail off with a long knife. The cat howled in pain, and Megan fell backward, wheezing. Herb's chanting was on the edge of my awareness, the light of his spell characters getting brighter as they became more defined. His spell was close to completion, but the drain on my power to hold the cat was too strong. I wasn't going to be able to keep this up. Herb let out a yell of triumph, and his spell streaked toward the Draugr cat. The spell struck home, and there was a horrific yowling as the cat exploded. Undead feline innards splattered across my face and jacket, and I rolled to all fours, spitting out some of the goo that had shot into my unfortunately open mouth. I grabbed a handful of snow and used it to give my face a frosty but necessary cleaning. That done, I fumbled my way over to Herb, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Megan collapsed next to him, looping an arm over his shoulder. They just looked at each other, panting. After a minute, they started laughing, which quickly turned into coughs. Megan recovered first and began gently rubbing Herb's back.
"Breathe, Herb," she said soothingly. "You did great. It's all over." "That's right. Breathe." She looked up at me. "You all right?"
I nodded and rubbed at my wrist and chest. My fever would close the minor wounds I'd received pretty quickly.
"Vincent, what happened back there? Who are those people in black that saved me?"
I was spared having to answer that question by a hacking fit from Herb. Megan rubbed the necromancer's back more vigorously.
"Vincent, there's a bottle of water in my car. Please go get it."
I brought the water, and Herb took it with shaking hands. His fingers lacked the dexterity to open the bottle, so Megan gently placed her hands over his and helped him. He took a sip, paused, and then another. One of his hands still held Megan's. I looked around at the damage caused during the fight. A park bench and some crazed pigeons were the only casualties. Pretty good by my standards. "Nice work, Herb," I said, turning back to him. I cut off. Herb and Megan were entwined in a very tender kiss. Well, I guess he'd gotten his breath back. I turned away from them and looked up at the sky. "Okay, then. I'll just go over here," I said, walking away without looking. I checked my forearm where the brand had been. The mark was still there, but the sunburned feeling was gone. With the Draugr defeated, it must have lost its power. That was a relief. It was nearly a full minute later that I heard Megan and Herb break apart with a wet smack. Megan giggled. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw they were getting to their feet, brushing snow from their pants. "Nice work, Herb," I said again, acting like nothing had happened. I extended my hand to him. "You really know what you're doing." Herb distractedly took my hand and shook it mechanically. "Yeah," he said, not taking his eyes off Megan. "Thanks." I suddenly felt like the biggest third wheel in the history of the universe. "You know what?" I said. "It's a gorgeous night. I think I'll walk home. You guys take it easy." "Are you sure?" Megan asked, her eyes never leaving Herb's. "Yep, it's a balmy 29 degrees out here, and a walk'll do me good. I'm 100% positive. I'll see you guys later. Night." "Night," they both said, taking a step toward one another. They took each other's hands and just stood there. I hoped the keepers assigned to ward Megan weren't voyeuristic. Otherwise, they'd probably be getting one hell of an eyeful tonight. The first thing I heard when I got home was raised voices in the kitchen. "And another thing, Petra, your cooking is dreadful. I'm surprised you don't burn the water when you boil it." I froze. That was Aphrodite's voice. What the hell was she doing here? She wasn't supposed to be here until tomorrow. I threw off my gore-covered coat and stalked to the living room, fully prepared to give the goddess of love a piece of my mind. Now you listen, Petra was saying. I've been trained by gourmet cooks from every century, and even Epicurus himself enjoys my food. There must be something wrong with your taste buds. I froze again, this time in surprise. Go Petra! The sight that greeted me when I walked into the living room wasn't what I'd been expecting, however. Petra stood with her hands on her hips, facing a ghostly image with a rough approximation of Aphrodite's face. Gearstripper sat next to the coffee table, fiddling with a bunch of wires connected to a small black box with a picture of a raspberry on it. Gears adjusted a microphone headset and spoke. His words were echoed and reproduced through a speaker sitting on the table, somehow synthesizing Aphrodite's voice. How dare you speak that way to me? I am the goddess of love and beauty. You're the goddess of lust and debauchery, Petra countered. You don't know a thing about real love. I know I love Twinkies, Aphrodite said. Petra's stern countenance quivered, then shattered as she started giggling. Gearstripper, she said, smiling. Can you stop thinking about food for 5 minutes?
Actually, that was 6.5 minutes, Petra. I'm famished. Where's this lamb you were talking about? Is that what I can smell coming from the kitchen?
Petra saw me and walked through the holographic Aphrodite. She gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. You sounded really good there, I said. Petra smiled. That was good advice you had, Vincent. I started thinking about all the mantras you were saying, but I knew that those wouldn't be enough, so I asked Gearstripper to help me rig up a way to practice responding to Mother. Hell of a setup you got there, Gears, I said. The holographic goddess vanished, and Gears grinned.
Thanks, Vinny. It's amazing what you can do with refurbished parts and a bit of know-how.
Thanks again, Gearstripper, Petra said.
Petra?
Gears asked, squinting his eyes.
Is that you? I'm so hungry I think I'm hallucinating.
He made a big show of grabbing his stomach and then falling over. Petra and I smiled at each other. A moment later, Gears opened one yellow eye and looked at us. He closed it again quickly.
Yep, don't mind me. Just starving to death over here.
Petra laughed again as she picked the gremlin up and carried him like an infant into the kitchen. I realized then that this was the first time I'd heard Petra laugh since we'd learned of Aphrodite's impending visit. I followed them into the kitchen, and a few minutes later, we were enjoying Petra's latest practice lamb. Petra asked me to grab a couple of last-minute items from the store the following morning. I had just checked out and was stepping through the door when the air pressure around me changed. Suddenly, I was falling, and then I collided with a snowbank. Forculus said, You need to watch where you're going, Vincent. Doors can take you to unexpected places. I glowered at him as he closed the portal that had dropped me from 5 feet off the ground in the alley across from the store. Is there a reason you're antagonizing me? I asked as I gathered my fallen groceries from the ground and brushed snow from my hair. A bunch of it had gone down the front of my bomber, and I swatted at that to clear it out. The snow fell away, leaving damp patches on my shirt and stomach. Great. I told you I'd be back to continue your training, Forculus replied. Come on, we've got work to do. I joined him at a bare spot of brick wall. All right, he grinned. We're going to try a different approach. I focused you on opening gateways last time. Let's try closing them. He opened a portal to that same spot in Sicily, and we stepped through. The sudden shift to the warm air of Forculus's domain made my eyes water, and I shrugged out of my bomber and set my bag down. Closing gates is less abstract than opening them, Forculus said as he popped open a gateway to a spot about 10 feet in front of us. You were too distracted by the Hellhound last time. So let's start with something simple. Stretch out with your senses and touch the energies that make this gateway. I stood completely still, my eyes screwed shut, mentally flailing around while I tried to connect with the gateway. For a long time, I felt nothing, and then my eyes went huge. A flowing sensation, like thin streams of water, ran across my face. The water had a feel to it, a flavor almost, of where it had been and where it led. Forculus saw my expression and smiled. Dawn finally shines, he said. Can you figure out how to close it? I stretched out mentally and imagined I was turning off a tap. The gateway shimmered, shrank, and then finally closed. Forculus applauded. Excellent! Again! The gateway sprang back into existence, and I closed it, a little faster this time. A third time, and I was faster still. This wasn't so bad. In fact, it was easy. A fourth gate opened, and this time the flows that made up the gateway were so strong that I felt like Tigger trying to pull Winnie the Pooh through a particularly narrow hole. Forculus laughed at my expression. The farther a gateway stretches, the more energy it takes to open, and conversely, the more it takes to close. Shutting a portal that goes from one end of a village to another is much easier than shutting one that spans continents or dimensions. He gestured to the portal I was struggling to close. This one leads to somewhere in your Pacific Northwest. I slammed the gateway closed and flicked sweat from my brow. Nicely done, Forculus nodded. You have the basics down now. The next step is to increase your concentration. He motioned for me to move back from him. He stretched and gestured out across the field to the ocean. People traditionally think of gateways and view them as doors, that is, vertically. Understand, Corinthos, that the clever beings in the universe will make them horizontally as well. A hole in the air above me snapped open and water gushed onto my head, knocking me over. I rolled to the side, water surging up around me. Fish flopped against the ground as a briny smell assaulted my nostrils. Salt water? I asked as I stretched out mentally and closed the gate. So you opened one on the bottom of the ocean floor and another on top of me? Forculus just grinned. A second portal opened along the ground, and the water and fish funneled into it. A slit on the horizon opened to my left, and the stuff splashed back into the ocean. For the next few hours, Forculus opened a variety of gateways around me. If I'd had some music from the 80s in the background, it would have been a perfect training montage sequence. Some of the gateways brought water, others brought lava. Some opened on charging animals. One opened on an avalanche. I managed to slam them all shut, though I did get singed or soaked a few times. Finally, Forculus called a stop. All right, Corinthos. Do it in reverse. See if you can open a portal now. I took a deep breath and imagined turning the faucet on instead of off. Energy built up around me, and I tried to coerce it into opening to a spot just a few yards away. I felt the beginnings of the portal forming, the energies weaving into something like a tiny wreath that gradually expanded in diameter. I sent more power into it, expecting a window to appear in reality just ahead of me. Instead, the air tore open and a blast of frigid wind shot out. Shrieks exploded around me, and visions of things with tentacles and claws flared in my mind. Forculus cursed and sealed the rip. I was curled up in a ball on the ground. I tasted copper, and warm streaks ran down the side of my neck and down my lips. The world was spinning and shaking, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The feeling faded as Forculus stood over me, concern in his eyes. Something was trying to force its way into my mind, I said shakily as I pushed myself up to my hands and knees. I rubbed the blood from my face and got to my feet with Forculus's help. Forculus shook his head. Whatever you do, Corinthos, don't ever let one of those things touch you. It'll pull you into its home dimension and eat the soul right out of your body. He stood quiet for a moment and let that little pleasantry sink in. As far as gateways, I know they're within your power, but you're inhibited somehow. I've never seen anything like it before. I will speak with some of the other gods and see what I can learn. In the meantime, do not open gateways of your own. He opened another gateway back to the alley, and I stepped through. Wait, he called. I can't let you go out looking like that. I looked down and realized I looked like a ragged rodeo clown. Forculus waved a hand, and my clothes were restored to their original state. He even got the Draugr cat stains out of my bomber. I've taken care of the blood on your face, too, he said. Ah, and your bag, he said as he gestured toward the ground. On cue, a hole opened beneath my groceries, and the other half of the portal popped open at chest height. I snatched the bag before it hit the ground. Forculus gave me a wave as he closed the portal between us. I checked my watch. It was 1:45. Plenty of time to get home before our lunch guests arrived. A buzzing against my leg informed me I had a text message. I pulled out my phone and saw 2 words from Petra that froze the blood in my veins. She's early. Chapter 6. Bargain 79186. Contacted by a group of vampires in New Mexico who were about to be publicly exposed. Fulfillment involved arranging a fake UFO crash, complete with synthetic alien corpses outside the town of Roswell. Payment came in the form of an artifact capable of producing semi-sentient copies of oneself known as sycophants. This should prove useful in expanding our reach. From Keeper Laris's transaction log. When I got back, the kitchen was cleared and there was harp music playing on the stereo. I dumped the groceries in the kitchen and hastened into the living room, where I found Petra standing topless in front of another woman who was lounging on the couch. Aphrodite tisked as she regarded a spiderweb of tiny white scars crisscrossing Petra's chest.
"Shattered by a blast of light, you say?"
she asked Petra in ancient Greek. A few months back, Petra had taken me to the bright side when I was too sick to get there under my own power. We'd been ambushed by crystal soldiers who had unleashed some hellish kind of Kamehameha wave and shattered Petra into 1,000 pieces. If it hadn't been for Gearstripper, she'd be dead.
Humph,
Aphrodite sniffed.
Pygmalion must have used a block of flawed marble when he sculpted you. Good Grecian marble was nearly indestructible. And what did your surgeon use to fix you? Gremlin blood,
Petra said quietly. Turned out Gearstripper's blood had actually been designed to heal golems and other animated material. It worked like a charm on Petra. Aphrodite wrinkled her nose.
I have no idea what that is, but it sounds positively barbaric. Honestly, mortals lose more and more intelligence every century. A poultice of crushed marble and diamond dust left in the light of a full moon would have been better.
She waved her hand absently, and the scars vanished from Petra's chest. She leaned back on the couch and sighed.
Just the same, I suppose we're lucky you were able to recover. Do try to be more careful in the future, child. You should be more like your older sister. She was never reckless.
I cleared my throat. If I recall, Galatea was trampled to death by a herd of stampeding cattle.
Ah, Janus's boy,
Aphrodite said, a tone of mild disappointment in her voice as she switched to English. She stood up and sashayed over to me as Petra pulled her white cardigan sweater back on. As flattering as the top was, it was jarring to see Petra in something other than a geek t-shirt. I turned my attention to Aphrodite. She was a few inches shorter than me and had dazzling green eyes. Her golden hair was tied back with a bit of ribbon, and her full lips had a perpetual hint of a mischievous smile. She wore a red silk shirt with a neckline that didn't quite plunge, but showed off her ample cleavage, and her black pants accentuated her curves. She looked me up and down with a smirk.
You seem well, given your affliction.
I forced myself to smile. Being half-human has many advantages, I said, an appreciation for hospitality being one of them. Aphrodite's eyes flared, but her response was cut off as the toilet in the hall bathroom flushed and the door swung open.
"Oh,"
a deep voice said.
"Petra, darling, do you have any matches? Those burritos I had earlier did not sit well."
The man who hobbled out of the bathroom had a hunched back and walked with the aid of a pair of canes. His massive arms were easily as thick as both my legs put together, and his shock of dark hair was held back with a leather cord. Scars pocked his face. His nose looked to have been broken multiple times, and a thick unibrow all but covered his eyes. In short, Hephaestus here had fallen out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. While Aphrodite had clearly dressed to impress, Heph had come in what was comfortable to him. He wore a pair of black jeans, work boots, and a green flannel shirt. His craggy face broke into a smile when he saw me.
"Vinny!"
He hobbled over, passed one of his canes into the other hand, and gave me a one-armed hug. I returned it.
"You're looking well, son. How've you been?"
You know how it goes, Uncle Hef. Bad guys need stopping. Hephaestus isn't actually my uncle, but he and my father are close friends, which is good enough. Hef nodded.
"All right, son. You know the game. Here it is."
Hephaestus pulled out a thick metal padlock from his shirt pocket and held it out to me.
This ridiculous game again, Hephaestus,
Aphrodite sneered.
Honestly, By now, I'd think you'd outgrown such childishness. You know he can open anything.
Doesn't mean I can't try, dear. The last word was accentuated. Hef and Aphrodite have an arranged marriage. They've broken up and been forced back together more times than anyone can count, and that's way more times than the myths let on. Hef offered me the padlock a second time. I took it and nearly dropped it. It must have weighed 15 pounds. The loop at the top of the lock was forged like a Mobius strip. If I ran my finger along one edge, it came out on the same side. Squinting showed tiny runes etched into the body of the lock, and those runes carried all along the Mobius strip as well. The runes glowed slightly when I touched them.
Go on, son. See if you can open her up.
I closed my fist around the lock and concentrated. The runes glowed bright red for about 2 seconds, and in that time, Hef's eyes were twinkling. Then the lock popped open and his face fell.
Damnation! I thought I finally had you with that one,
he said as he clapped me on the shoulder. The affectionate blow was almost enough to knock me over. I caught my balance and smiled at him.
Your opening is just as strong as your father's.
Hardly,
Aphrodite said.
Janus could open your locks from half a mile away, and I doubt your clumsy attempts at enchantment would slow him in the slightest.
Aphrodite is the goddess of beauty, sex, and lust. Manners, tact, and class are not among her domains.
If you are done playing, I would like to see what my daughter has prepared for us.
Petra led us back to the dining room, where the table was decked out for a full spread. A pristine silk tablecloth covered the table, and white cloth napkins were folded like origami swans. The scent of roasted lamb was strong in the room, and there were 3 kinds of bread on the table, along with 2 kinds of chutney. My mouth watered and my stomach rumbled. So did Uncle Hef's.
Smells great, Petra darlin',
he said as he considered his chair. He rapped on it twice with both his canes. Runes spiraled out from them, wrapping around the chair and encasing it in a soft white light. When the light faded, the chair was a gleaming metal.
Simple transmutation,
Hef smiled as he sat down.
Wood doesn't hold these old bones so well.
If the son of Janus were a true deity, you wouldn't have to explain that.
Aphrodite sniffed.
I see you've laid a peasant's table, Petra. I understand that is fashionable in this age. Very well. I do hope the food's flavor is as appealing as its aroma.
She tossed her hair and gestured for Petra to hurry about fetching the rest of the food. Peasant's table? The tablecloth alone cost $300. Come on, Petra, say something. But Petra's face was impassive as Aphrodite seated herself.
And how are the Urisk?
Hef asked me as Petra scurried out of the room. I wanted to follow Petra and help, but she'd reminded me to let her handle everything. If I brought food to the table, it would be an insult to Petra, essentially saying that she couldn't perform as a hostess. I hate the old ways. The Urisk are fine. I told Hef about the last few months and the steps I'd taken to defend them.
A living city wall, eh?
He said when I told him about Aegeon.
That's clever, Vinny. Downright clever.
Aphrodite tisked.
Please. We've been animating objects for thousands of years, and I did it first.
If I remember my history, I said, Hephaestus created those automaton tripods before you animated Galatea or Petra. Aphrodite dismissed me with a wave of her hand.
Don't believe everything you read. Galatea was the epitome of animated matter, and nothing else created can compare to her.
Aphrodite glanced at Petra, who had stepped back into the room carrying trays of food.
Though you are a close second, dear.
Oh, that was a great opening! Go ahead, Petra. Snark her. Nothing. I ground my teeth as Petra laid out the first course, a tomato soup with toasted bread. I wanted to snark Aphrodite on Petra's behalf, but directly confronting Aphrodite would be bad on several levels, the biggest of which was that it would upset Petra. For now, I'd keep my mouth shut. When we finished the soup, Petra cleared the table, disappeared back into the kitchen, and reappeared with the main dish. She set a large platter of lamb down before us. The thing looked like something straight out of Betty Crocker's personal files. Wow, looks great, Petra, I said.
Yes, Aphrodite conceded. And it only took you 6 minutes to bring it out to us. Galatea never kept me waiting more than 5. In fact, the only time I ever had to wait longer was that time she had to butcher the animal herself.
Petra's face remained calm. Being an animated statue let her completely hide her emotions when she chose. Aphrodite snapped her fingers at me.
The salt?
I levitated it over to her. She sniffed as she plucked the shaker from the air.
No table manners. Not surprising, coming from a mortal household.
Hephaestus tapped the gravy boat, which promptly grew small legs and walked over to stand in front of Aphrodite. She tapped it, and the legs vanished as she glared at Hef.
You are incorrigible.
On that, dear wife, you are completely correct.
The rest of the meal passed like that, Aphrodite making snide remarks or tossing out backhanded compliments. I strained to keep my mouth shut. Petra bore it dutifully. After lunch, Hef restored his chair to its original state, then lumbered over to the couch and transmuted that. As he eased his bulk down, he tossed me a small package wrapped in brown paper.
Here you go, Vinny. Belated birthday present.
I unwrapped it, and a slender, blue-handled switchblade dropped into my palm. It was cool to the touch, and was feather light.
That there is Olympian steel,
Hef said as I snapped the knife open. The blade was about 4 inches long and had faint runes etched along its length.
Indestructible. You mortals think stainless steel and titanium are strong. Well, this stuff will survive anything, can cut through virtually anything, and...
His dark eyes twinkled.
It's enchanted, so it won't set off any of those pain-in-the-arse metal detectors humans keep installing.
Sweet! Thanks, Uncle Hef. Aphrodite tisked.
Reliance on weapons always struck me as weak.
Not all of us can have your charming personality, Aphrodite, I said. It was out of my mouth before I realized what I was saying. Aphrodite's brilliant eyes glowed green. Blood pounded in my ears, and I threw myself onto my knees and kissed Aphrodite's sandals. This woman was everything in the universe to me. My goddess. Mine. Anything for you, I whispered. I desperately hoped she'd tear off my clothes and take me right there. I wanted her. I needed her. I would give her my followers, my life, everything, more. Simply name it, and it will be yours. I will Mother! Petra shouted. Aphrodite waved her hand, and my brain rattled in my head. The feelings of lust and devotion left me like water running down a drain. I staggered to my feet and pressed my hands against my temples as I gaped at Aphrodite. It shouldn't be possible to mentally dominate someone born with a call. Aphrodite guessed what I was thinking and sneered at me.
Did you really think that pathetic little veil you were born with would protect you from me? She asked. Mortals, she sniffed. And you half-breeds are the worst of the lot, always afflicted with delusions of grandeur. It is important that you remember your place, son of Janus. You dare speak of places, mother?
I glanced over and was surprised not to see frost misting from Petra's mouth.
You have stepped well out of place today. I have followed the old ways of hospitality to the letter, mother. You made a fair attempt, child. To the letter, Petra snarled. And I have kept to the old code, as is expected. But you, mother, you have not. You have insulted and degraded your host after you were provided with food and shelter.
The look of confusion on Aphrodite's face might have been comical another time.
Host? You mean the son of Janus? His name is Vincent. This is his apartment, mother. His food. Each time you insulted the way the food was prepared or the state of the apartment, you were insulting him and me. The old ways would not stand for such poor behavior, and you know it. You forget your place, Petra. I made you... Yes, yes, and you can unmake me too. How well I know.
Petra mimicked Aphrodite's dismissive gesture.
Go ahead. Do it. If I'm that imperfect, if I'm that much of a displeasure to you, by all means, de-animate me. I'll go back to being just a chunk of rock, but you you'll still be a miserable, superficial bitch who can't appreciate the true beauty of the things around her.
Aphrodite's hand flashed out and struck Petra across the mouth. There was a crack like a batter hitting a home run. Petra didn't flinch, but Aphrodite pulled her hand back with a yelp. A wicked grin flashed across Petra's features. Petra may look like flesh and blood, but her skin turns as hard as stone when any significant force is applied to it. Striking her like that would have been like slapping a concrete wall. Aphrodite held her hand for a moment and grimaced. Full gods and goddesses can heal nearly instantly on Earth, like what I can do on the bright side. Aphrodite's eyes became solid, blazing orbs of green flame, and her hands were enveloped in a wicked black light. I had a telekinetic shield halfway around Petra when Hef put his hand on Aphrodite's shoulder.
Now then,
he said gently.
That's quite enough of that.
She has no right to speak to me that way,
Aphrodite snarled without taking her eyes off Petra. Her voice echoed off of itself, making it sound like there were three of her speaking at once.
She has every right,
Hephaestus said.
More right than anyone else in this world. She is your daughter, Aphrodite, and sometimes the only person who can bring a person into check is their child. Everything Petra said just now is true, and you know it.
Aphrodite's voice cracked as she turned to Hephaestus, then back to Petra.
I will not be spoken to like this.
Then you are a fool,
Hef said.
For only a fool does not listen to sense. You have demanded respect from Petra, and she has given it. Only when you broke tradition did she.
I am above such things,
Aphrodite pouted. Hef snorted.
Those things are what gave you your power in the first place. You'd be wise to pay them their respective tributes.
Aphrodite's eyes flared again, but quickly regained their normal coloring. With a visible effort, she composed herself.
Thank you for a pleasant meal, daughter.
Her voice was tight, and it sounded like the words were being dragged out of her.
I enjoyed our conversation and look forward to spending more time with you and your man in the future.
She looked at Hef.
Come, husband, it is time we were on our way. Blessings be upon you.
She vanished in a burst of pink light.
Well,
Hef said, his shoulders sagging in relief.
That went better than I expected. She'll be hellfire for the next few weeks, I suspect, but it isn't like Olympus hasn't dealt with that 100,000 times before.
He sighed and tapped his canes against the ground. Our couch returned to its normal state. He gave Petra a one-armed hug.
Thanks for the meal, darling. You did the right thing, standing up to your mother like that. She'd never admit it, but I could tell. She's proud of you.
Proud of me for mouthing off to her?
Proud that you stood up and defended tradition in your own home,
Hef said.
Very few mortals do, and of the handful of special beings who still walk the earth from our time, many have renounced the traditions they once held dear. You have lived your entire life among mortals, and you still keep to the old ways.
And that's a good reflection on her, isn't it? Petra asked. Hef laughed.
I doubt anyone would credit your manners or your discipline to Aphrodite, darling. But, yes. Galatea may have been beautiful, but she was a downright pushover. And she didn't have half the grace you do. I mean, honestly, would you get trampled by a herd of cattle? I've seen you move, Petra. There's no way that would have happened to you. No, you're superior to your sister in every way.
Then why the hell does Aphrodite treat her like this? I asked. Hef sighed as he leaned forward on his canes.
Just because Galatea was inferior doesn't mean that Aphrodite didn't care for her, Vinny. Aph's never said for sure, but I've lived with her long enough that I have a pretty good read on her. I think she feels that if she actually showed Petra the affection she deserves, she'd be betraying Galatea's memory, even though Petra's faster, stronger, and smarter than Galatea ever was.
He stifled a belch.
Better cook, too.
He grinned.
Well,
I'd best be heading home, he said as he checked his pocket watch. Aphrodite will probably wind up in Ares' bed tonight. He said the last part to himself. Doesn't that bother you? I asked. Hef laughed again. Are you kidding? Some nights it's the only way I can get work done. Thank you again for the meal and conversation. With that, he disappeared in a flash of green light. I turned to Petra and put my arms around her. Way to go, love. Petra cuddled into me. I almost couldn't do it, she said. She showed up, and all of a sudden it was just like every other time. But then she went too far. It's one thing for her to insult me, she said. I'm her daughter. I expect that, to a point. But I couldn't just sit there and watch her toy with your mind. That, and the way she was violating the old codes. She trailed off. So, we've eaten. Our company has left early. I just told off my mother, and you have the rest of the day off. Her eyes were suddenly very inviting. What shall we do with this free time? I rubbed my chin. We could watch the rest of Doctor Who Season 3. Petra grinned at me. We did something else entirely. Chapter 7. Bargain 19895621 Addendum A. Using sycophants to protect the target is proving too resource-intensive. Two primary factors influence this. First, the nature of the target's work requires the sycophants to expend much more energy to defend against paranormal threats. Second, the target possesses a pocket dimension that causes interference with the portals the sycophants use for traveling. It is possible that the pocket dimension itself may stop the sycophants from entering the target's realm, and thus impair or prevent them from protecting her. I will not fail to uphold my end of the bargain with the godling, and so am changing the nature of her protection. The godling need not be made aware of this. All that matters is that she is kept fine. From Keeper Laris's Transaction Journal. The next morning, I rolled out of bed, tripped, and face-planted on the carpet. Petra stuck her head out of the closet. Oops, sorry about that, love. I hauled myself to my feet and carefully stepped over the suitcase that was lying open on the floor. Already? I asked, nodding to the suitcase. How long will you be gone this time? Just a week or so. We're shooting in Antigua. I helped Petra pack and called a cab to take her to the airport. Be careful, I said as she grabbed her coat and bag. Don't you worry, she replied. When I get back, we are going to celebrate. What's the occasion? Driving my mother from the apartment. I think Hallmark should make cards for that. She kissed me, long and hard, and I most definitely returned it. See you in about a week, she said when we broke apart. She winked at me and left. As the door closed behind Petra, I opened my mind to my followers. There weren't as many prayers today, as some of the Urisk were already encased in their protective chrysalises. Those who were praying were saying daily litanies to me, while others were asking for protection during the coming eclipse. Diamond's voice stood out as the loudest, repeatedly thanking me for saving his family and asking for the Urisk to be kept safe. I blessed him and the rest of my followers, and stretched. The apartment faded from my view and was replaced by a dim, gray light. Purple mist swirled around me, completely obscuring my vision. When it settled, a figure in a rumpled, dark suit stood before me. Why, Orcus, fancy meeting you here. The god of oaths has always reminded me a bit of a gorilla. It could be because he's built just like one and nearly as hairy. Orcus shook his head at me. You must think you're real clever, kid. Well, yeah, actually. Orcus openly scowled at me. Look, what do you want to hear? I asked. I found a way to keep the promise. Megan stays fine. I don't go to Tartarus. Everybody wins. You don't keep promises by proxy, kid, Orcus growled. That's low. Low? You want to talk about low? How about holding someone accountable for a slip of the tongue? I hold you to your word, Orcus roared. His voice was thunderous and terrible. I'd pressed my hands over my ears without even realizing it. Orcus glowered at me, and I put my hands down. With visible effort, he composed himself and pointed to the iron-bound book sitting on the pedestal behind him. The book was open to a page written in my hand, in my own blood. I, Vincent Corinthos, have promised Megan Hayes that she will be fine. I swear this upon penalty of loss of power, loss of followers, and eternal damnation in Tartarus.
I hold all gods accountable for all their promises,
Orcus said through clenched teeth. It sounded like he was straining to keep his voice level.
It keeps some of them humble and teaches others to keep their mouths shut. But you have to prove how damned clever you are.
He shook his head, disgust plain on his face. It wouldn't have come to this if you'd just cut me some slack, I said. Orcus's shoulders slouched.
Fine, kid. Fine. You win. Congratulations. Enjoy it. But one question. Did you ask them how they were going to keep her fine? Sure, they've got people watching her, but they've taken casualties, kid. How many people do you think they've got willing to sacrifice themselves to keep your promise? How long's that going to last before they find some other way?
My mouth worked, but no sound came out.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
he said as he shook his head again.
See you around, kid.
Orcus's realm faded, and I was back in my kitchen. I pulled out my phone and dialed Megan. 4 rings later got me to her voicemail. I cursed and dialed Leslie. Les, has Megan checked in today?
One moment, Mr. Corinthos,
Galahad's secretary replied. A pause.
No, it doesn't look like she has.
All right. Tell the boss I'm headed over to her place now, and I think she's in trouble. I hung up and flagged down a taxi. Megan's place was in the south side, so the cab ride was blessedly short. I opened the door to her apartment building and took the elevator up to the 6th floor. The building was newly renovated, and there was still the tang of fresh paint in the air as I moved as fast as I could down the hall without actually running. I found her apartment and knocked 3 times. Megan, are you in there? 3 more knocks, and I still hadn't gotten a response. I opened her door and stepped inside. As I did, I had a sudden fear that maybe the reason Megan hadn't answered her phone or her door was because she and Herb were having some quality time together. Megan, it's Vincent, I called out. No response. My gaze swept around the apartment. It was like walking onto the set of a 1950s sitcom. Here in the living room, the couch and armchairs had little lace doilies on the backs and arms. A poster-sized copy of the Saturday Evening Post issue showing a little girl holding her doll up to a doctor hung on the far wall. A copy of Quilter's Monthly magazine sat on the coffee table. Of course, it was unlikely that June Cleaver would have had Handguns Monthly sitting right next to that, as Megan did. I moved in further, calling her name. There were diplomas on the walls from high school and college, situated just below a pair of crossed field hockey sticks and a few medals. A bookshelf was packed to bursting with books on both the occult and leadership. A copy of Taking People With You, The Only Way to Make Big Things Happen, was on an end table next to the shelf, several dozen post-it flags marking various pages. I poked my head into the doorway on the left. Megan's bedroom was neater than I'd expected, if that were possible. Laundry sat in baskets against the far wall, and the bed had hospital corners that would have made any nurse proud. The comforter, blankets, and pillowcases were all pink and purple pastels, as were the drapes. No sign of Megan, though. The kitchen was immaculate, as was the bathroom, and I couldn't find any signs of a struggle or forced entry. I tried her cell again. I started as What If God Was One of Us began playing from the kitchen. I found her phone there, with my name prominently displayed on the screen. I killed the call and sighed. She'd probably just gone out and forgotten her phone. I tried to convince myself that people did that all the time, but this was Megan we were talking about here. Still, even she wasn't perfect. A knock came at the door. Megan? I crossed the room and opened the door to find Herb Wallenby standing there, a bouquet of roses in one hand and a Parcheesi board in the other. His coat was mostly unzipped, and he wore a nice pair of slacks, a button-down shirt, and shoes so perfectly polished they actually reflected the light from the hall. "Vincent?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for Megan," I said as I ushered him in. "You?" "We had a brunch date," he said. "She was going to make waffles, and I was going to bring the Parcheesi board." He jiggled the game beneath his arm. "You guys seriously play Parcheesi on dates?" I asked. Then I shook my head. "No, forget it. Listen, Herb, No one at work knows where Megan is. Her phone's on the counter. There's a chance she's still at the grocery store getting maple syrup or something, but I'm not betting on it. When was the last time you talked with her? Herb pursed his lips.
Around 9:30 last night. That's when we made plans for brunch today.
You went home? I thought you guys were... I ran my hand over my face, then put up both my hands. No, never mind.
Hey, wait a second,
Herb said.
Do you have a key to Megan's apartment? How'd you get in?
All Caulborn agents leave a key with HQ in case of an emergency, I lied as I jangled my own key ring in my pocket. Standard procedure. Look, Herb, I need to find out where Megan went. If you hear from her, or if she comes home, call me at this number. I rattled off my cell, which he plugged into his phone. I started for the door, but Herb grabbed my wrist.
Wait,
he said.
If Megan is in trouble, I could help. If you learn anything, or if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me, Vincent.
There was a determination, almost fierceness, in his eyes that I hadn't expected. Wow, Mr. Wallenby had it really bad for Megan, and I was starting to think he might be a good match for her after all. Don't you worry, Herb, I said as I put my hand on his shoulder. I will. I left him there and headed back for the street. Protocol said I should check in with HQ to update them on the situation, but I had some people I needed to speak with first. I caught a cab to Keeper Central and sprinted up the stairs. When I got inside, my high tops squeaked agonizingly loud as I crossed the tile floor to Julie's desk. The receptionist flashed me a chipper smile as I approached.
Good afternoon, Mr. Corinthos.
Julie, I need to speak with Loris right away.
I'm afraid Mr. Loris is indisposed at the moment, Mr. Corinthos,
she said, pulling a pencil from her bun.
I'll be happy to make a note that you stopped by, though.
This was one of those insanely frustrating moments when I wished my telepathic powers worked on humans. Unfortunately, something about the human psyche prevents telepathic communication with people. It'd be so much easier if I could just mentally dominate Julie to make her pick up the phone and tell Loris to get his ass down here. Instead, I took a breath and tried to think of how Megan would handle this situation. Julie, I said, I realize that Mr. Loris is a busy man, and I assure you I am not one to waste his time. However, an issue around our arrangement has arisen, and I need to speak with him immediately. It may well be a matter of life or death.
Issue?
Julie looked genuinely confused.
Miss Hayes is perfectly safe, Mr. Corinthos, she said.
I blinked. You know the details?
Jesus, Loris said he was discreet.
Julie's annoying smile quickly returned.
You forget that I drew up the paperwork myself for this agreement, Mr. Corinthos.
She folded her hands on the desk.
I assure you that the keepers maintain a strict level of discretion when speaking to outsiders. Within the organization, though, there are no secrets. This enables us to ensure that all bargains are properly fulfilled.
All right, then. Maybe you can help me. Loris said that he was assigning a group of people to ward Megan. Now she's vanished. I'd like to know where she went, or to speak to the people assigned to protect her.
I assure you she is completely safe, Mr. Corinthos.
How do you know that? What aren't you telling me?
That knowledge is not necessary for the bargain. You upheld your end, and we uphold ours. Megan Hayes is completely safe and will forever be fine. This obligation is no longer your responsibility.
I need to see her.
That's not necessary.
It is to me.
But not to us.
Julie's eyes were suddenly hard. The change in her demeanor was so fast that I took a step back. She unclipped the cord of her headset from her black cardigan, stood, and stalked around the desk to me. Her gray slacks swished as she moved, and I noticed they looked more like karate pants than they did business casual attire. She took my arm with a too-firm grip, her manicured nails digging into my biceps so deeply that I thought they'd draw blood if not for my leather bomber.
Mr. Corinthos, your request will be noted and relayed to Mr. Loris. In the meantime, I believe it is time for you to leave the premises.
She physically dragged me across the tiled floor, my Reeboks squeaking the entire way. Hang on, I said as I tried to pull away. Julie's hands moved faster than I could follow. The next thing I knew, my left arm was locked behind my back, and she'd marched me out the front door. Before I could do anything, she'd launched me off the doorstep and down the stairs, where I promptly collided with a blue metal mailbox on the side of the street. Going by the force with which I'd hit, I wouldn't have been surprised to see a Vincent-shaped dent in its side. Julie stepped back inside and shut the door. As I shakily got to my feet, a steel security door rolled into place. I brushed myself off. Okay, you want to be like that? I marched up to the security door and stretched out my hand to open it. If these keepers thought they could stop me with something as simple as a metal door, they had another thing. Pain jolted up my arm as electricity arced from the metal door and into my body. I was thrown back down the stairs and left a second indentation in the blue mailbox. I twitched for an eternity and a day until the world went completely black. Chapter 8. 12 will come. 12 will open the gates of hell, and all will burn. From the Dodici Prophecy, as translated by Stranger Wolfram. I heard sirens for a moment, then nothing. Then there were two men arguing. Nothing. Then a few whispered words in Latin. Nothing. The world grudgingly came back into view. I was on a bed in medical. I groaned and tried to raise my head. "Easy, Vincent," came a gentle voice. "Take it slowly." I blinked my eyes until Galahad 11's face finally came into focus. The dark hollows under his eyes spoke of a man who hadn't slept much. Just the same, his steely gray hair was neatly combed and he was clean-shaven. "Hey, boss," I said. "How are you doing today?" The boss is the 11th man to hold the title of Galahad, a name that goes all the way back to the Round Table. I've never learned his real name, and what little I know of his life before the Caulborn comes from glimpses. He's a champion of truth and justice, and there's absolutely nothing cliché about that. "A bit better than you, by the looks of it," he said as he pressed a squeeze bottle of water into my hand. As I took a long pull from it, my glimpse kicked on. Galahad 11 stood in a dark cement room, a sub-basement by the look of it. Ahead of him, 12 demons, wreathed in flame, struggled against chains of black metal that held them to stone pillars.
"We will triumph over you, human. You are but a fallen man of faith. You cannot hope to defeat us. The combined power of the 12...
The demon cut off with a shriek as Galahad summoned a sword of light from thin air. Its luminescence bathed the room in gentle white light. Holy light. Holy light which burns demons like acid. All 12 of them recoiled and screamed in pain.
"The sword of the bastard!"
one of the demons cried. The sword in question also went back to the Round Table, having been wielded by each of the 11 people who held the title of Galahad, including Sir Galahad himself, a.k.a. the Blessed Bastard. I've never learned exactly how the boss acquired the sword, or the full extent of its powers, but I've seen it in action enough to know I'd never want to be on the receiving end. Galahad pointed the sword at the demon that had spoken earlier. "I have heard enough from you," his voice boomed, and I wondered if the holy sword did something to augment its wielder's voice. "This is your punishment for standing against God all those years ago. You suffer as the souls you corrupted suffer." Galahad dismissed the sword and turned to leave.
"Foolish human,"
the lead demon spat.
"The prophecy states that 12 will come. That 12 will prevail. Your time grows short, mortal. When we are freed, yours will be the first soul I consume."
The demon let out a terrible, hissing laugh. The glimpse faded. I choked on the water I'd been swallowing. Galahad hurriedly grabbed a small blanket from the foot of the bed and helped wipe me up. "Drink slowly, Vincent," he said. "Easy now." Once I had the coughing under control, he looked me squarely in the eye. "What did you see?" I blinked at him as I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "How'd you know?" Galahad smiled. "Your eyes go just a bit distant for a moment when you glimpse something." Damn, even when he was exhausted, the boss didn't miss anything. That's why he's the boss, I suppose. I saw you speaking with demons. One of them said something about a prophecy. Boss, those things looked pretty bad. What can I do to help you with them? Galahad sat back and gave a weary smile.
Ah, Vincent, if only we all had the resolve and resources that you do.
He shook his head.
No, those demons are my particular cross to bear.
And that prophecy?
It's one of the stranger's prophecies. The Dodici prophecy, to be precise,
He replied.
It tells of 12 demons who come to our plane. They stand against the forces of light.
He fell quiet for a moment.
And it looks like they win.
There was a heavy moment of silence between us.
But,
he said, raising a finger,
prophecies are not always what they seem, particularly those that come from the strangers. Their purpose on this earth is to ensure prophecies are fulfilled. But how those prophecies are fulfilled is another story entirely. And faith, as you well know, can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Even Lucifer himself could be defeated, and I sincerely doubt these 12 are in his league. If you're interested, I'll let you read the full text of the prophecy sometime, but not now. Now we have other priorities. First and foremost,
Galahad! Leslie's voice came over the loudspeaker. The caretaker is on line 1 and needs to speak with you immediately. Galahad sighed and stood.
We will talk later, Vincent.
As he left, Doc Ryan shuffled into the room. Doc gave the sensors and monitors next to the bed a quick once-over. He swiped a thermometer over my head. Your fever's broken, he said, and began removing the electrodes. You're good as new, you lucky punk bastard. Love you too, Doc. Hey, did you learn anything from that ball of amber I brought in earlier? Doc nodded as he checked a few of the monitors. The test's just finished. Whatever that amber stuff is causes unstable mutations in the worms. I've fed some to a couple of them, and their size, mass, and DNA structure changes radically. Well, that explained why Diamond's family had undergone such horrific changes. After tapping one of the monitors, he flipped to another page on his clipboard. As for you, you've recovered from a mild case of electrocution and minor head trauma, he said. The guys at Mass General did a pretty good job of diagnosing your condition and administering the first phase of your treatment. Took a bit of persuasion to get you released into our care. For some reason, they didn't want to give up a patient who was running 130-degree fever. He shrugged. In the end, they saw things my way. How exactly did you manage that? I asked. The head of the hospital owed me a favor. Now then, you're going to need to take it slow. No fighting, you hear? Research, think, learn. Use your brain for a change. Healing fever or no, I'm getting tired of spending so much quality time with you. No problem, Doc. I smiled at him. In fact, I think I'm going to start by going to the library. Before I went to the library, I wanted to take one more look at Keeper Central. Part of me was hoping I'd catch Loris walking in or out. As tempting as it was to just march in there and pull him out of one of his nondescript conference rooms, I didn't relish the thought of another confrontation with Judo Julie. I froze when I got to the building. My eyes were already relaxed, but instead of seeing a freshly refurbished building beneath an illusion of dilapidation, the building really was dilapidated. The windows were boarded up. Faded posters advertising concerts months old peeled away from a big sheet of plywood covering the door, and the place just felt empty and hollow. There was nothing to indicate that some sort of business had ever been here, let alone in the last few days. I didn't like this at all. Now I really needed to get to the library. The Athenaeum is an old establishment in Boston. It's sort of a private library with tons of resources. But calling it a library is like saying the Smithsonian is just a museum. In addition to original historical documents that go back hundreds of years, it's also home to a being called the Lore Master. He's an expert on all things occult, and knows tons of the movers and shakers in the paranormal underworld not only in my dimension, but across 9 or 10 others. I made my way past shelves filled with books and stopped just before a short bust of the Greek philosopher Thales. I relaxed my eyes, letting my call filter out the illusion that covered the entrance to the Lore Master's sanctum. It was an unassuming door made of plain brown wood with a brass handle. I took a quick look around, and when I was confident I wasn't being watched, I opened the door and stepped through. The air in the Athenaeum had been warm and dry. The chamber I stepped into was cool and even drier. Dim, too. I blinked a few times to get my eyes to adjust. The room was shaped like a hexagon, and the floor bowed slightly, like the bottom of a bowl. On 4 of the walls were other doors similar to the one I'd just passed through. Each of those connected to another dimension via its version of the Athenaeum. The last wall had a set of French doors inlaid with frosted glass. Next to that door sat a little girl, maybe 6 years old. She was wearing a pink and white dress with lace around the hem, and her dirty blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail with bright pink ribbon. She swung her legs lazily in the chair, her little Mary Janes coming short of the floor by about a foot. She patted a well-loved teddy bear as she regarded me. "Hello," I said. This was new. The lore master rarely had unattended guests. Maybe this little girl had accidentally wandered into the sanctum. "My name's Vincent. What's yours?"
Evelyn.
The little girl replied in a voice that sounded like something out of a Disney movie. She was focused on the teddy bear and making it dance. If she was scared or frightened, I didn't see it. Still, the best thing to do was to help get her home. The lore master would be able to divine which library she'd stumbled through, and then we could get her back there. "Okay, Evelyn," I said. "I'm going to find the man who lives here, and we'll see about getting you back with your mommy and daddy, okay?" I moved toward the double doors and was reaching for the handle when her hand shot out and caught me by the wrist.
"You do not have permission to enter."
The little Disney princess's eyes glowed red, and her voice sounded like something drudged up from the bottom of Tartarus. Her tiny hand latched onto me so tightly that I could feel the bones in my wrist grinding together. I tried to break free and couldn't. I forced my eyes to relax, and my call let me see through an illusion I hadn't even realized was there. Evelyn was nearly 9 feet tall, with mottled black and green skin, and had a face that looked like it was a cross between an alligator and a demon. A pair of onyx horns curled back from her head, and 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth lined her mouth. She clutched the teddy bear in 6-fingered hands that ended in ragged talons.
"You do not have permission to enter,"
she repeated, a forked tongue flicking between her teeth as she spoke. I swallowed. "I meant no offense or disrespect to the lore master," I said, somehow meeting those glowing coals of eyes. "I would like to speak with him on a matter of importance."
"And you bring the fee?"
There were 2 versions of her voice, the Disney version and the demonic version. I focused on the Disney one. Hearing a chipper little voice coming from something out of my worst nightmares helped keep the fear down. "I have the fee, yes."
"And you will make no move to destroy any of the knowledge contained within?"
"I will not." She released my wrist.
"Then you may proceed, Vincent."
I let her illusion return, and the little girl smiled sweetly at me as she hoisted herself back up in her chair and began singing softly to her teddy. I filtered it out again and saw the twisted nightmare sitting on the chair, still singing to the bear. I've seen some weird things before, but this ranked pretty high on the screwed-up-o-meter. I swung the doors open and stepped into a second hexagonal room. It was easily 100 feet across, and the ceiling stretched 60 or 70 feet above me. There were dozens of dark mahogany floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, each one laden with leather-bound books. Brass ladders affixed to the shelves gleamed in the light, and leather couches and recliners adorned the room. The ceiling and floor were made of glass, and this afforded a fantastic view of a mountain range, which the room appeared to be floating above. I'm not sure where the mountain range was, or if it was even on Earth. The Lore Master's sanctum exists at a nexus of many worlds, and this terrain could have been part of any one of them. In contrast to the seemingly frigid landscape outside, the study was warm and dry, and seemed to sparkle as words made of light whizzed about the room. They streamed through the walls and the furniture, and ultimately drilled into open, blank books on pedestals, where they inscribed themselves on pages. As the pages filled, they turned until the books were filled. Then they shut themselves and floated over to shelves as new blank books took their places. A man seated in a leather recliner at the center of the room called out to me. "Vincent Corinthos," he said warmly. "It has been some time since I last saw you." "Yeah, Last time you didn't have a demonic first grader working security, I said as I hung my bomber on a coat rack by the door.
These are troubled times, old friend,
he said as he stood and crossed over to me.
One cannot be too careful.
The lore master was dressed only in a pair of black spandex bike shorts, and he moved with a cat's grace. His only other piece of clothing was a leather cuff over his left wrist. Tattoos swirled on his dark skin, and piercings on his nose, ears, and eyebrows glimmered as he moved. I don't know all the details, but my understanding is the piercings and tattoos conduct raw knowledge from the world around him and focus it into his mind, which he then transcribes into these books. The lore master was close to 7 feet tall and built like a weightlifter. For someone built like he was, the need for security seemed overkill to me. His hand nearly swallowed mine as he shook it.
To what do I owe the honor of your visit?
I need information, I replied. The lore master's grin split his face and his hazel eyes sparkled.
Of course you do. But you know the rules. A story for a story, and you must go first.
He poured a glass of water from a crystal pitcher and handed it to me. The glass felt as if it had just come out of the freezer, despite the fact that it was sitting out on a table. The water was invigorating, surprisingly so. The lore master's grin widened.
One must be refreshed to tell a tale properly, he said. That water comes from a rejuvenating spring in the Antipodes. It'll make sure your mouth doesn't run dry while you're telling me your tale.
I smiled back and downed the rest of the water. It was so cold that I nearly got a brain freeze. After a moment, it passed, and the lore master gestured to a pair of high-backed leather chairs.
Be comfortable, my divine friend,
he said as we sat down.
Now then, what tale do you bring to me?
I'd been thinking about this on the trip over. A story of me and the Urisk, I said, and how, working together, we were able to defeat a warlord named Tregan. The lore master leaned back in his chair as he chewed on this. Finally, he shook his head.
No, I grow weary of tales of war.
For a fraction of a second, his face looked ancient. It was gone so quickly that I might have imagined it.
Those tales are all the same. Good either defeats evil or not. The characters change, but the story does not. I wish for something different.
I rubbed my chin. What did you have in mind? The lore master looked at the ceiling for a moment.
Tell me of the moment you fell in love with Petra.
I blinked. You know how we met. The lore master shook his head.
How you met and how you fell in love are two very different moments, Vincent. Meeting is simple. You are in a bar, you are in a classroom, you are in line at the grocery store.
He held up a hand.
But the moment you fall in love with a person is different. Love at first sight is rare, but there are moments in time where love first blossoms. It may be the way your partner looks at you over the top of a book, the quirk of their lips after telling a joke, or a million other subtle things. That is what I wish to know of you, Vincent Corinthos. What about Petra made you fall in love with her?
She's a geek girl and a supermodel, I said. I'd think it was pretty self-explanatory. The lore master frowned at me.
I might accept that if I thought you were a superficial bastard, Vincent Corinthos. I know you better. If the price is too steep, then it was a pleasure speaking with you, and I look forward to another visit sometime in the future.
He started to rise, but I held up a hand to stop him. All right, all right. I rubbed my face. Give me a second. I need to think about this. I'd never tried to go back and actively locate the precise second when I'd fallen for Petra, but I knew what the lore master was after. You want to do your mind-linking trick? It'll be easier to show you than to try and tell it. The lore master's grin returned.
That glimpse is one remarkable talent. I thank you for the offer and graciously accept.
He scooted his chair forward, easily moving the heavy piece of furniture without any apparent effort. Then he reached over and placed his palm against the side of my face. I resisted the urge to begin muttering, "Our minds are merging," as I didn't think that he'd appreciate a Star Trek reference just then. I think I know where it is, but I'm going to have to go back a bit just to be sure, I said. The lore master nodded at me. I closed my eyes and focused my glimpse. In the glimpse, it was about 8 years ago. The Urisk didn't worship me yet. I had no psychic talents, no powers other than opening or glimpsing. I'd recently been assigned to Boston's Caulborn, and they were trying to figure out what to do with me. There were concerns about how well I'd do as a field agent because of my absolutely pathetic marksmanship scores. To my dismay, it looked like I'd only ever be a paper pusher with the Caulborn, and I was seriously considering quitting and going into business for myself as a supernatural locksmith. I had a good ear for language, though, and lately the Caulborn had me working with the Dover demon of all creatures, trying to teach it to read and speak English. I'd been able to learn that the demon was actually a kind of fae called an Urisk. His name was Litholio, and he was from a realm called the Bright Side. He had been in this dimension since the late 70s and desperately wanted to go home, but the Caulborn agents hadn't been able to find a way to get him there. I spent most of my days with him, struggling to help him communicate. At night, I'd go to Gearstripper's workshop and watch Star Trek The Next Generation reruns. One night, as Captain Picard was violently denying that he was seeking Jamaharon, a female voice I'd never heard before called into the shop. "Gearstripper? Are you in here?" Gears scrambled to his feet so fast that he knocked over the bowl of Cheetos we'd been sharing.
Petra!
Gears cried. Orange cheese puffs sprayed everywhere as the little gremlin sprang from table to table, bounding into this woman's arms like a puppy. His tiny arms wrapped around her neck and he cuddled into her. She laughed, a melodic sound that made me smile too. I got to my feet, wiped orange powder from my hands onto my pants, and walked over to her.
"Oh, Petra, this is Vinny."
Gears said as he untangled himself from her.
"He's the new agent here. He likes Firefly, too, and Star Trek, and he can quote every line from Ghostbusters."
I held out my hand. "Nice to meet you, Petra." She took it. Her skin was smoother and softer than any other skin I'd felt in my life. Her smile made her dark eyes sparkle. "Likewise, Vinny." She was absolutely gorgeous. Even dressed in a plain white t-shirt and black jeans, which were obviously chosen for comfort rather than style, she looked stunning. A brown leather bag was slung over one shoulder, and her long brown hair was done in an elaborate braid. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. And I couldn't ask her if I knew her because my tongue decided this was a great time to tie itself in a knot, and the only word my brain could form was, wow. Gears saved me from embarrassing myself by launching into one of his rapid-fire Q&A sessions.
"So how's the job? You were in Hawaii, right? Did you see volcanoes? Did you hula dance? Oh, and did you bring back any macadamia nuts?"
His voice took on a pleading tone.
"Please say you brought back macadamia nuts."
Petra laughed again and pulled a jar of nuts from her bag. Gears clapped his tiny hands in delight and tore into them. As he stuffed his face, Petra ticked answers to his questions off on her fingers. "The job is going well. Yes, I was in Hawaii. I got to go on a helicopter ride into a volcano, which was very exciting. Unfortunately, I didn't have the free time for any dancing." "Were you on a mission?" I asked. Petra looked at me quizzically, then smiled in understanding. "I'm not Caulborn," she said. "I'm a fashion model."
"You know that catalog you like to look at sometimes, Vinny?"
Gears said around a mouthful of nuts.
"Victoria's Secret? Petra worked for them."
I blushed so hard that my face burned. That's where I'd seen her before. In my defense, she did look different with her clothes on and without angel wings. My face burned hotter when I realized just how lame of a defense that was. I did my best to keep my eyes on her face and not think about her in her underwear. Petra giggled. Her lips were so perfect. I took in her high cheekbones and flawless pale skin and thought she looked like something Michelangelo might have sculpted.
"Have a seat, Petra,"
Gears said, indicating the area we'd cleared.
"TNG's just about over, but TOS is on right after that. I think it's the one where Kirk and Spock are gangsters."
"A piece of the action," Petra and I said in unison. That night, the three of us hung out until just after 1 in the morning. It went on like that for a few months whenever Petra was home from a shoot. Late-night geek fests and junk food. I brought in my old Sega Saturn to the office and we played Clockwork Knight. She even knew comic books, and we debated Frank Miller's storytelling style for an entire night.
"So, when are you going to ask Petra out?"
Gears asked me one afternoon over lunch. Litholio and I were taking a break from our latest English lesson, and the Urisk was resting in his chambers. I just about snarfed my Pepsi. "Ask her out?"
Yeah.
Gears said, taking a bottle of Caro syrup from his Doctor Who lunchbox.
You know, like a date? Don't you humans still do that?
I swallowed and rubbed my mouth with a paper napkin. Gears, she's a supermodel. She's got movie stars and rock musicians and who knows what else lining up to date her. I looked at him as he unscrewed the cap of the corn syrup. Are you seriously going to drink that straight? In response, Gears held the bottle in both hands and drained a third of it in just a couple of seconds. He wiped the back of his mouth with a sigh of satisfaction. That's disturbing, I said.
Don't change the subject,
Gears said as he pulled out a peanut butter and Nutella sandwich.
We're talking about Petra. You'll notice she spends all her free time in my workshop, watching sci-fi shows. With you. Geez, Vinny, do you need a slide rule to figure this out? She likes you.
My expression must have been completely dumbfounded, because Gears just sighed.
Vinny, she does. Trust me. She's due back tomorrow night. Talk to her then.
I'd actually been counting down the days until her arrival and knew exactly when she'd be home. Gears probably knew that. He knew me well enough. I agonized for the rest of the day about what I'd say to her. I tried to think about how James T. Kirk would approach this situation. I imagined a mini William Shatner sitting on my shoulder, giving me advice. You have to make her feel like she's the most special woman in the world. Let her know just how much spending time with her is worth to you, and then pick her up and carry her off into the stars. Without my intending it, a mini Patrick Stewart popped up on my other shoulder. You must not put on illusions. Be your true self, for only that self can truly impress someone of her splendor. I dismissed the tiny captains from my shoulders. Too many hours of Trek was playing with my brain. The first thing I needed was to find something for us to do. I went downstairs, grabbed Doc Ryan's copy of the Boston Globe, and started searching. The next night, Petra arrived in Gearstripper's workshop just before 7. Hey there, she said with a grin. Hey yourself, I said back, returning the smile. I gestured into the shop. Unfortunately, Gears has some top-secret project that he's working on right now and can't be disturbed. So I was wondering if you'd like to go catch a showing of Return of the Jedi? There's a place downtown that shows the original theatrical presentation every couple of months. That sounds wonderful, Petra said. And just like that, we were walking out of the workshop. Gears' head poked around a crate, and he gave me a thumbs up. He'd come up with the top-secret project idea when I told him about the movie. All right, Corinthos, step 1 complete. Don't screw it up now. We had good seats at the movie, and to my delight, Petra started whispering dialogue to me. I replied with the appropriate lines, and we were grinning like kids the whole time. When the lights came up, she smiled at me so brightly that my brain imploded. This was the greatest night of my life. It was perfect. And then we ran into trouble. It happened as we were coming out of the theater. Hey there, pretty lady, came a voice from the shadows. How about you ditch the little boy there and come be with a real man? There were 3 silhouettes approaching us. We were standing directly under a street lamp, and I couldn't get a good look at them. I checked and felt the reassuring weight of my switchblade tucked neatly up my sleeve. From what I can see, Petra replied, he's the only real man around here. Get lost. Hey, I know you, the voice came back as the silhouettes got closer. You're one of those hottie lingerie models. What color underwear you have on right now, baby? Oh, this is gonna be fun. He and his pals came into the light. I was reaching for my switchblade when Petra shot forward faster than I could follow, grabbed the speaker by the shirt, hoisted him up with one hand, and threw him 30 feet across the street. He screamed as he bounced off a brick wall and crashed into a group of garbage cans. His friends froze on the edge of the light. We don't want no trouble, one of them said. Then get lost before I toss you, too, Petra replied as she cracked her knuckles. Her voice hadn't changed. It was still cool, melodic. But there was an undertone there that was a little scary. The men ran to their friend as Petra grabbed me by the arm. That was stupid, she said to herself. Stupid. To me, she said, come on, Let's get out of here before anyone asks questions. We hustled down the street. My mind hadn't quite managed to process what I'd just seen. How did you do that? I finally asked. Petra's brown eyes were frantic, and she stammered for a second. She took a deep breath. I'll tell you, but not here. Those snacks that you and Gearstripper always have, do you have those at your place? I nodded, and the next thing I knew, we were on the T back to my apartment. Petra held my hand the entire way, and the closer we got to my stop, the tighter she squeezed. At one point, I must have whimpered under her grip because she blushed and her grip went slack, but she didn't let go. Back in my apartment, she told me everything as we tore through a bag of Cheetos. How she'd been crafted by Pygmalion, how, as a living statue, she was super strong, fast, never aged, and could never physically change. No haircuts, no tans, no weight gain. That last part explained how she'd been able to tear through bag after bag of junk food. I'd been worried at first that she might have an eating disorder. When she finished, her dark eyes searched mine. That's my story, she said. That's who and what I am. I wanted to say something witty like one of the leads in those movies that can make women laugh. Or maybe say something really romantic, the kind of thing that would make the writers at Hallmark jealous that they hadn't come up with it first. But nothing witty or romantic would come into my mind. So I settled on the truth. You're really cool, I said. It felt weak and lame, and I was already kicking myself for not taking a second longer to glimpse back at the Shakespeare plays I'd read in high school. But to my surprise, Petra let out a huge sigh of relief, and her smile lit her face. She reached across the table, grabbed me by the shirt, pulled me close, and kissed me. For that brief, shining moment, there was nothing else in the world. When we finally broke apart, she giggled and let me down. So, she said as she stood up from the table, do you have any ice cream? I nodded and stood, but she was already at the freezer. She pulled out a pint of Ben & Jerry's and then opened the fridge. She stuck her head in, looked around, and I tried to think if I had any actual food in there other than condiments. Her head popped up and she smiled as she tipped her head to the side and looked at me. Don't suppose you have any whipped cream and sprinkles? I cut off the glimpse. The lore master was startled.
That was it?
He asked as he took his hand away from my face. He sounded both surprised and disappointed.
That one kiss?
I leaned back in the chair and let out a breath. Bear with me, I said, rubbing my face. I've never tried to articulate this to anyone before. It was a combination of things. The fact that Petra's a geek girl, the way she'd trusted me with her secret, the way she seemed so comfortable around me. It was all those things, and the kiss, too. But it wasn't the kiss that did it, though that was awesome. When she looked at me while she was standing at the fridge and smiled like that, well, it was the first time that apartment felt like home. I'd been living there for a while, but it was just a place to live, you know?
And a home is where you are surrounded by people you love and who love you back,
the lore master mused, steepling his fingers.
Not the traditional love story I would expect, Vincent Corinthos, but then again, you are not a traditional god.
I'll take that as a compliment, I said as I stretched my arms over my head. The lore master's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, turning it over to display the brand I'd received from the chest at the museum.
How did you get this? He whispered, his eyes huge. No tomfoolery, Vincent Corinthos. How did you get this mark?
A knot of dread formed in my stomach. The lore master knew about every freaky thing in the universe. For something to upset him, even just a bit, meant it was really, really bad. I filled him in on the encounter at the Museum of Science and the strange metal cross I'd recovered. He swallowed.
May I see this artifact?
I nodded. The lore master reached forward and placed his hands against my head as I glimpsed back on the metal cross I'd recovered. The clearer the picture I held in my mind, the easier he'd be able to identify it. There was a brief rush of cold along my face, and then the lore master was leaning back in his chair, rubbing his hands on his bike shorts like they felt dirty.
Legends and lore,
he whispered, his dark eyes huge.
The Rosario.
Should that mean something to me? The lore master was incredulous.
The Rosario was to be the first of its kind, a new weapon to be used by mankind to destroy paranormals once and for all. It was forged by Paracelsus himself.
The lore master looked at me speculatively.
You do know who Paracelsus was, don't you?
I hadn't read his biography or anything, but I knew that Paracelsus was to alchemy what Steve Jobs was to computers. Yeah, I replied. But hang on, didn't Paracelsus live back in the 1500s? How'd the Rosario wind up in a chest crafted by Vikings back in 993? The lore master rubbed his chin.
There was a battle,
he said, as if not sure how much of this he should be telling me,
in which the Rosario struck the chronometer of a chronicler. You are familiar with the devices?
Oversized watch, lets you screw around with time and tachyon fields, I replied. I'd worn one for a brief period of time, and the thing had let me use my glimpse so I could look forward in time just a hair. The lore master nodded.
Correct. When the Rosario shattered the chronometer, the device sent the Rosario and its wielder back to the time of the Vikings.
The lore master put up his hands.
This story is likely not relevant to your needs, Vincent. If you face the Rosario today, you need to know about it, not the story surrounding it.
All right. What else can you tell me?
Paracelsus crafted the Rosario of metals both terrestrial and alien, using formulae that have thankfully been lost to the sands of time. The wielder of the Rosario can cut through any supernatural armor and resist any supernatural attempt at sundering it. It can grow from the size of a man's hand to the size of a great sword with but a thought, and it can create a special poison attuned to whomever its bearer is fighting.
I thought about the enchantments Thad had detected and mentioned them to the lore master. Why didn't Thad pick up on the nature of this thing?
From what I know of Thaddeus Piper, he is a talented artificer, Vincent Corinthos, but he is not the same caliber as Paracelsus. No mortal man is.
I suddenly felt queasy. I'd given the ultimate paranormal killing weapon to the Keepers? I didn't like the implications there. Okay, so this is one badass weapon. I get that. How do you defend against it? Better yet, can it be destroyed? The lore master steepled his fingers in front of his face.
That is a question many paranormals asked while they were being hunted. Our kind is fortunate that Paracelsus was killed before he could make more.
He sighed.
Nonetheless, I believe that if you were to completely immerse the Rosario in a non-living paranormal substance, say ectoplasm, and hit it with enough force, it may shatter.
He held up a finger.
Understand, though, that this is simply a theory.
My shoulders slumped. Nothing's ever easy, is it? The lore master spread his hands.
Ectoplasm was merely an example, my friend. One who is clever and who possesses resources, such as you, should be able to find a viable alternative.
He rubbed his hands together.
But now that we have that out of the way, I will gladly answer the question you came here for.
Who are the Keepers? I asked without hesitation. The lore master's shoulders slumped, and he sat back in his chair with a groan.
Oh, they are people best avoided and not spoken of, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Please tell me you aren't caught up with them.
I could, but then I'd be lying, I said. I made the mistake of bargaining with them, and I need to undo it. The lore master shook his head.
Not possible, my divine friend. Once they seal a bargain, it cannot be unsealed. Consider yourself lucky to be alive and unscathed.
Anything is possible, especially where I'm concerned. Who are they? Where do they come from? The lore master rubbed his forehead with the heels of his palms.
Once they were chroniclers, defenders of the time stream. But as the chroniclers evolved, some of their number realized that their complementary ability to manipulate space enabled them to travel to places previously unknown or unreachable. They traded items from these locations for information, for favors, for training in medical skills, and more. Over time, they broke off from the chroniclers and formed their own organization.
And the Tempest allowed that? I asked. I didn't think the chronicler's boss would be too keen on people making off with his magic watches.
The Tempest was the first person to seal a bargain with the Keepers, the lore master replied.
The two organizations agreed to coexist, so long as neither one of them intruded on the other's business. So the keepers don't muck about with time, and the chroniclers don't, what? Keep bargains for people? The chroniclers stay focused on keeping time pure, the lore master said. That is in everyone's best interest. But they also agreed not to manipulate time to undo the keeper's origin. Wow, that was heavy. So, essentially, you're saying I'm up against chroniclers, but without the headache of time travel. The lore master's laugh was mirthless. If only it were that easy, Vincent. The keepers have moved well beyond their humble origins. They have knowledge of weapons and technology and magic from every part of the universe, from dimensions you and I don't even know exist. I studied him for a moment. You made a bargain with them, didn't you? You made a bargain, and you got screwed. The lore master put his hands in his lap and stared at them for a moment. Yes, he whispered. There are things in this universe that were not written down, things of which no songs are sung or poems composed, things which are completely lost to time. I was young and wished to know everything, especially those things no one else knows. He undid the leather cuff on his arm and showed me a hideous patch of scars. Once I had a tattoo here that channeled knowledge of all things medicine. I traded it for the lost knowledge I sought. Did the keepers come through? His face paled as he nodded. Oh, yes. And I very nearly went mad when the knowledge came into me. It took me nearly a year to recover from the mental shock. They gave me exactly what I asked for, and I paid for it. I will never be able to magically channel knowledge of medicine again, he said. I will have to learn it as a normal person would. He gave a mirthless chuckle. And to think I believed I was getting a good deal. His voice became somber. If they are your enemy, then I am truly and deeply sorry for you. I promise to keep your legend and pass it on to those who follow, that they might learn from your mistakes. Gee, thanks, I said as I got to my feet. But don't write me off just yet. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. I opened my mind to my followers as I left the Athenaeum, and heard nothing. The eclipse must be happening now. I took a cab to the Children's Museum and traveled through Aviorla. This was the first time I'd ever seen it truly dark on the bright side. The suns and moon had completely aligned, throwing the land into pitch black. Unlike Earth, there were no other stars or constellations visible in the sky. That gave me pause. Was the bright side that isolated from the rest of the universe? I'd never thought about it before. I willed Aegeon to emit a soft white light, essentially turning the Great Guardian into a giant nightlight. It struck me then that Aegeon had not acknowledged my arrival. As I reached out to contact him, I realized the shadows around the Urisk dwellings were shifting and detaching from the dwellings, and then rushing inside them, moving completely of their own accord. Chapter 9.
Brothers, we have isolated several temporal disturbances regarding the godling Vincent Corinthos. We are certain now that the tachyon fluctuations we've been detecting are caused when the being known as Commander Courageous contacts Corinthos. We must observe this situation with the utmost scrutiny to ensure that Courageous does not alter Corinthos' timeline in any way.
Missive from Brother Abraham Webb to the chronicler community at large. Aegeon, I sent. There are intruders in the city. What's our status? No response. I cursed and ran for the first dwelling. A pair of figures clad in metallic suits struck at a chrysalis with hammers. They saw me and froze. I threw out my hand and crushed the first one's skull with telekinesis. His helmet crunched like a soda can, and his now exposed skin burst into flame. I vaporized the body as I telekinetically bound the other intruder. Who are you? I demanded. What is the meaning of this? I stomped over to the intruder, fire enveloping my fists. The intruder said nothing, but whether that was from fear or from bravado, I couldn't tell, nor did I have the patience to wait and find out. I forced my way into his mind and learned everything he knew. He was Thepim, a hobgoblin from a clan called Fandix. I ripped through his memories, watching them as I would a glimpse. The figure stood with his back to the metal-clad masses, his legs spread, his fists on his hips.
Today,
He said,
we cut down the Urisk once and for all. With them destroyed, Vincent Corinthos has no power, and the bright side will be ours.
A cheer went up and I got a good look at him. He was bald and had a tattoo of a sun on the side of his neck. Tregan. The bastard had his forces hiding out in lead mines, crafting suits of metal that would protect them from the eclipse's radiation. Thepim here was part of a squad that tunneled in under Aegeon and broke through the earth 50 yards away. Their instructions had been to shatter as many of the Urisk chrysalises as they could. I dismissed the memory and launched Thepim from the hut. He bounced twice and ran for it. He started screaming as I changed the molecular structure of the lead in his armor to table salt. The remains of his suit ran down his flesh as he burst into flame. Chopping and cracking sounds came from huts all around me. There wasn't time to run into each one. I shut my eyes and concentrated, feeling for all the lead in the area and transmuting it to air. Blasts of fire and light erupted all throughout the city, and the wails of the hobgoblins were high-pitched, wrought with pain, and short. Too short for my liking, actually. I wanted them to suffer more. An explosion threw me to the ground, and some of the huts to my left vanished into a giant sinkhole. I altered my vision so I could see through the earth and found a series of networked tunnels running beneath the city. Unarmored hobgoblins, safe from the radiation beneath the ground, were collapsing the tunnels they'd used to infiltrate the city. Of course Tregan would have a backup plan. If I stopped his people from murdering the Urisk up close and personal, he'd collapse the city. "Fuck you all," I whispered, and changed the air in the tunnels to solid diamond. The creaks and groans coming from all around me stopped, as buildings were once again supported. I used my augmented vision to scan for more threats. No hobgoblins in sight. Well, none living. Several dozen were encased in diamond beneath the city, but they weren't going to bother anyone ever again. The air in their lungs had changed to diamond too, so they'd suffocated in a most painful fashion. I was glad for that. I stretched out with my senses, feeling the city for anything out of place. Then I began the process of searching through the Urisk homes. After an hour of searching, I'd found several dozen shattered chrysalises. My heart sank when I came to a hut that had partially collapsed. It belonged to Daimon, the Urisk who'd praised me so deeply for saving his family. I swallowed and stepped inside. Daimon's chrysalis was just in front of me, dirty and dust-covered, but intact. His family was another story. Their chrysalises had been shattered when the roof collapsed on them, and their exposed flesh had burned like paper. The only consolation I had was that they'd been unconscious at the time and hadn't suffered. I walked back to the cathedral and didn't stop swearing until I got there. I walked up a set of stairs onto Aegeon's rim and used my augmented sight to follow the tunnels back through the fields and into the mountains, back to the mines where the attack had originated. Thousands of hobgoblins filled the mines, anxiously awaiting the end of the eclipse and their chance to rule the bright side. I didn't see Tregan anywhere. I'd find him later. I sealed the entrance to the mines with solid rock, the mines closing shut like drawstring bags. Then I changed the air in the mines to hydrogen. As the hobgoblins gasped and flailed as they began to suffocate, one of them crashed into some smelting equipment and ignited a spark. The explosion rumbled throughout the entire bright side, and I watched the mountains to the west collapse. Tremors rippled across the land, but I deflected them from the Urisk city with a wave of my hand. I sent my sight racing across the bright side, searching for Tregan. I would crush his heart from here, once I laid eyes on the bastard. In the sky above, the moon and suns moved out of alignment. Natural light crept back into the bright side. I stayed there, searching for Tregan and watching over the Urisk for hours, until both suns were visible again. Tregan was nowhere to be found. I ground my teeth and let out a deep breath. I would find him someday, and I would kill him. Slowly. Some of the Urisk's chrysalises began to melt, the amber running to the ground in thick rivulets. They stretched as if waking from a satisfying sleep.
Lord?
Aegeon asked. He sounded disoriented.
When did you arrive?
I had no concept of time during the eclipse. Had it been afternoon? Night? Earlier, I said. Are you okay?
The Watchers and I stand ready, Lord.
Good. The Urisk are waking. I found Litholio toweling amber goo from his shoulders in the cathedral and filled him in on what had happened. I'd already repaired the damage to the city, but now we needed to help the people grieve. I was especially worried about Daimon, but he was still encased several hours after most of the other Urisk had awoken. I asked Litholio to break the news to him and headed back to Boston. Once I stepped through Aviorla, I caught a cab back to the office. I needed to see if Gears had been able to translate the page I'd left him earlier. A short elevator ride later, and I was standing in his workshop. "Gears?" I called out. No answer. I was about to leave when I caught sight of the cardboard box on his table. Gears had told me this was some very sensitive equipment, but it was covered by a plain old cardboard box. How sensitive could it really be? If it were really sensitive, he'd need something better than cardboard, right? What the hell was under there? Curiosity got the best of me, and I found myself hopscotching over the discarded electronic components on the floor. I made it to the workbench without killing myself and gave another quick glance around the room. No sign of Gears. I carefully lifted the box up and found myself staring at a human brain in a jar. Wires and electrodes ran from its base to the computer that hummed on the table.
Vinny? What the heck are you doing?
Gah! I started and dropped the box with a hollow thunk. Gears stood in the doorway, a pack of Twinkies in his hand. He stared at me for a moment, then sighed and closed the door to the shop.
I asked you not to look at that,
he said sternly. I looked at the floor. Sorry, Gears. I couldn't help myself. He snorted.
I know how that works.
I looked up in time to see him hoist himself up onto one of the far work tables, and then hop across them until he was standing on the bench with the brain. Is this Millie von Hassen? I asked. Gears nodded. Millie von Hassen was the mother of the gremlin race. She'd been killed by golems in Tregan's employ, and her brain had been removed so he could draw knowledge directly from it, like a giant flash drive. I thought she was buried a few weeks back.
Her body was buried, but not this.
He gestured to the brain.
They put it in a casket along with her body, but I swiped it. I didn't want to see it go to waste.
What do you mean? Gears sighed.
The mother knew all sorts of things, Vinny. She created more than just gremlins, you know. She made golems and had knowledge of all kinds of folklore. Using Kira Levin's techniques to gather information directly from neural tissue, I've been able to learn a great deal about her life and about her other creations.
How's this work? I asked. I can't imagine it turns her thoughts and memories into a book to read. Gears shook his head.
No, you're right. It's more like a psychedelic multimedia show. You see pictures of what she saw. Sometimes there are sounds that she heard, too. There's other data. Graphs that register touch sensations or smells. Chemical equations that show what she tasted when she ate. It's so overwhelming that I'm not sure how Levin ever used it.
He shook his head.
But the point is, I knew the mother very well. Because of that, a lot of the stimuli make sense to me.
His ears drooped.
There are other sensations as well. Affection and regret. They come across as colors that serve as a backdrop to the images and sounds.
He leaned his head against the jar. You found how she felt about you? I asked softly.
Turns out, I was her favorite.
He whispered.
Until I turned on her. It seems like she understood, though. Her later years are laced with regret for how she treated us.
The glass jar plinked as he tapped a claw against it.
Galahad doesn't know about this. Please don't tell him yet. A man of faith like that, well, I'm not sure how he'd feel about what I'm doing.
I mimed, zipping my lips. No problem. Gears gave me a smile and then turned back to his workstation. He tapped a monitor, the one that was still running simulations on how someone had gotten in to plant the cameras.
The other thing I've been looking for is when Tregan supposedly contacted the mother and recruited Axel Snapper for espionage.
Supposedly? Tregan flat out told me that he'd done that. Gears turned to me, his eyes wide.
Gee, Vinny,
He said in an innocent tone.
I can't imagine a bad guy ever lying. Can you?
Touché, Gear Stripper. Gears flashed a grin before turning back to the monitor.
Thing is, I can't find any times when they met. I found some memories of the mother and Kira Levin, but never with Tregan. In fact, I haven't been able to find any mentions of Tregan in there. Kira Levin mentioned Robert Maxwell once or twice, but that's all.
Your mother was suffering from Alzheimer's, I said. Maybe those memories are gone. Gears shook his head.
Levin's techniques work exactly as advertised. I can get at memories from any part of her brain, from any time. There's no degradation or anything like that.
He turned to me.
Vinny, I don't think that Tregan ever talked to the mother or Axel Snapper. Someone else planted those cameras.
I rubbed my chin. What about Nathan Singravel? Gears froze.
The traitor,
He said flatly. Yeah, him. Nathan Singravel had sold Caulborn's secrets to several of our enemies, including Tregan. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of him before. He was released from Ashgate right before the whole mess with Tregan started. He'd know the layout of the place as well as you do. Gears started to nod, then shook his head.
No, Mist would have scented Nathan. Even if he figured out how to bypass my security, he wouldn't have gotten past her nose.
Mist, Kristen's Filgiar, is a sort of invisible dog with hyper-acute senses. Damn, you've got a point there,
I'll keep working on it.
Gears said, tearing open the Twinkies package and taking a huge bite from one of the cakes.
Something's bound to pop up sooner or later.
As he brushed yellow crumbs from his coveralls, a series of chirps and warbles came from one of the computers to our left.
Finally!
Gears said. He pulled out a keyboard shelf and tapped out a series of commands. The monitor in front of us switched to a view of green characters streaming down in vertical columns. You watching The Matrix? Gears snorted.
This is the mother's work. I've had her decoding that page you brought in earlier. It was one of the most sophisticated ciphers I've ever seen. What you're looking at there is her trying to make a pattern out of every known form of communication to crack this one. And now, she's done it.
Gears tapped out a few more commands, and the columns of green characters began to freeze and fade, leaving behind a message in plain English. It read, "Should standard defensive measures be deemed insufficient, relocate subject Megan Hayes to outside, at coordinates specified below. Place her in stasis using standard humanoid settings. This will ensure she will not age nor suffer from any mental trauma. Set occupant 664 as guardian to prevent physical damage. Her condition will remain fine so long as these measures are taken and thus satisfy our bargain with the Godling." There was a series of numbers at the bottom of the page. Gears turned from the monitor and looked at me.
Vinny, are you the Godling they mentioned?
I swallowed. Yeah, Gears. I made a mistake by going to these guys for help protecting Megan. Gears' face was a mask of confusion.
Protect her from what? Megan's tough and smart. She can take care of herself.
I didn't want to go into the details right now. Long story. Where is this? I asked, pointing to the coordinates. Gears looked at me for a long moment before turning back to the keyboard and tapping in the coordinates. He frowned and tapped again. A third time.
Whoa!
When a gremlin says whoa like that, there's a good chance something really mind-blowing is about to happen. That or the building's about to explode. I hoped it was the former.
I don't think these coordinates are on Earth, Vinny.
He tapped a few more times.
They might not even be in this universe.
So, I need to not only find out where this is, but then I also need a way to get there. My mind raced. I could adjust where a facilion opened, but they could only open between Earth and the bright side. I'd been unable to successfully make portals of my own. Maybe I could ask Forculus for help? Thanks, Gears. I'll catch up with you later. I left the office and caught the T back to my apartment. I sprinted up the stairs and shot into my apartment, coming to a screaming halt in my bedroom. The clock said it was midnight. I wondered what kind of hours the Olympians kept. Only one way to find out. "All right," I said to my Commander Courageous action figure. "I need you to get a message to Forculus. Please ask him to contact me as soon as possible."
"This fast enough for you?"
said a voice from behind me. I leaped a foot in the air and collided with the dresser. Commander Courageous toppled into a dish of pocket change. I spun to see Forculus calmly reclining in Petra's rocking chair. "You could warn a person," I said, crossing my arms.
"Nah, this is way more fun. The look on your face."
He made an exaggerated expression of surprise.
"Ah, now that's priceless."
Gods must get off on surprising other beings, because Orcus did something like this to me once too, popping in behind me and generally scaring the bejesus out of me. I wasn't amused then, either. Forculus let out a breath and got to his feet.
"But enough fun. Why'd you want to see me?"
I hastily explained the situation. "So I need you to help me figure out where this outside place is, and then show me how to open a portal there." Forculus put up his hands.
"Sorry, Vincent. You're on your own with this one."
"What? Forculus, my partner—"
"Is perfectly fine, as you requested,"
he said. The joviality left his face, and he pointed at my chest.
"You're digging around with Orcus, Vincent. Just because he's the equivalent of a deific lawyer doesn't mean he's not dangerous. If anything, a lawyer god is more dangerous than a bunch of lightning-throwing ones. I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole."
I clenched my fists. Forculus regarded my expression, genuine confusion on his face.
"I don't get it. You're off the hook, Vincent. What's the big deal?"
"A woman is being denied her life right now, and it's my fault."
"So what? How are things bad for her? She's safe. No sickness, no aging. You're in the clear."
"It's not fair to her," I said. Forculus rolled his eyes at me.
"Now you sound like your father. He got attached to mortals too. They're just mortals, Vincent. Their very existence is temporary. In the grand scheme of things, this woman is insignificant. So what if she sleeps for her entire existence? If you want to look at it like that, at least she's not doing anything destructive. And nothing bad will ever happen to her. And to top that off, you figured out the mother of all loopholes. If Homer were alive today, he'd write you into a ballad."
"She's a person, Forculus. She has hopes and dreams, and she deserves a chance to live those out."
"She's a mortal, Vincent,"
Forculus replied, exasperated.
"Mortals are good for one thing, granting us power. They're like bees. They make honey, and we take it. Sometimes we farm them. Sometimes we find them wild. Either way, their only purpose is to give us something useful."
He laughed when he saw my expression.
"Oh, don't get all high and mighty on me, Godling. Look me in the eye and tell me you aren't the least bit excited about the powers your followers bestow upon you. Tell me that you don't get a bit of a thrill when you realize they may be able to give you new abilities or powers. Tell me that you genuinely listen to all their prayers and help each one of them."
The smile he gave me was absolutely wicked.
Or perhaps instead you give generic blessings in exchange for their prayers. Put their minds at ease without actually solving their problems. Let them think you're listening when, in fact, you're just replenishing your power.
"You don't get it," I said through clenched teeth.
"Guess I don't,"
he replied with a shrug.
"And I've no desire to. Good luck with whatever you decide, Vincent."
He opened a portal and was gone. I stood in my bedroom, fuming. Forculus's attitude was typical of an Olympian deity. The vast majority of them saw humans as pawns or playthings. I'd been stupid to even hope for his help. After a few minutes of focused breathing, I was able to get my temper under control. There had to be a way to fix this. As I struggled to come up with something, my phone chirped out the theme to Firefly. "Hey, Gears," I said.
Vinny, does your open sesame seed trick use extra-dimensional energies?
I decided not to address the seed part of that question. "Yeah, why?"
Because I just found mention in the Caulborn archives of a device that can channel and purify that sort of energy. John Hayes Hammond Jr., Vinny. John Hammond was working on it.
Should I know that name? Gears's voice was incredulous.
He was the father of the remote control, held over 400 patents. He was a total genius, Vinny. And I think he might have designed a device that you could use to open a portal to this outside place.
Holy shit! Can you build it?
I could if I had the schematics. The archives just say that agents back in the 1940s were keeping tabs on Hammond, and that he'd made some progress on a device that channeled that sort of energy. Unfortunately, we don't have copies of his work here.
Where do they have copies?
That's the best part!
Gears said, his voice rising an octave in excitement.
Hammond had a castle, an actual castle, built in Gloucester. We can be there in half an hour.
Then let's go on a field trip, I said. Gears squeed.
Will do, Vinny. See you in a bit.
Okay, this was progress. Of course, even if I could control the energy necessary to open the portal, I still had no idea where to open it. This had been one hell of a week. Keepers, grave robberies, undead pirates. Pirates! Pirates had navigators on their ships, and I knew a guy who was really good at dealing with pirate ghosts. I fumbled out my phone and dialed Herb Wallenby's number. I got that sickening, it's important, but I'm going to have to leave a voicemail feeling on the third ring. But then Herb picked up. Herb, it's Vincent Corinthos. I know where Megan is. Where? Is she safe? Let's go and get her right now. Easy, big fella, I said. I know where she is, but I don't know how to get there. Can you summon up a ship's navigator who could read a set of coordinates that were outside of this dimension? Gosh, Herb said quietly. That would have to be one heck of a navigator. He paused. Yes, I can. It will require a relic, though. Where is it? Hammond Castle, over at Gloucester. You're joking, I said. No, that's our best bet. Why? I'm heading there later tonight. I told Herb what time to meet me and hung up. We might pull this off yet. Hang on, Megan. I'm going to make this right. I got back to HQ and rounded up Gear Stripper. 5 minutes later, we were in the lobby. Jake pulled out the special backpack Gear Stripper rides in when we take him places. Gears moved Jake's water bottle aside as he pulled out a fistful of candy bars from the big man's desk. He was humming the theme to Star Wars. You're in a good mood. Usually you hate riding in the backpack, I said.
That was before Leslie fixed it up,
Gears said as he held open the bag.
The backpack's main compartment is way better insulated now, and it's velvet-lined. There's a little beanbag for me to sit on, and a hard plastic case that keeps me from getting squished. She even sewed in a little pocket so I could put in a portable wireless hotspot.
Gears's sharp-toothed grin would have looked menacing if I hadn't known him better.
It's super comfy, Vinny.
Jake got my attention and gestured at a monitor on his desk. He pointed at a pudgy man who was squinting up at the camera and raised his eyebrows. That's Herb. He's cool, Jake. Buzz him in. Jake complied, and a moment later, Herb walked in. Hello, he said to Jake, who nodded. Jake's not much of a talker. Herb turned his attention to me. Is this the technological genius?
That'd be me, actually,
Gear Stripper said, popping up onto the desk. He held out a tiny 3-fingered hand.
Name's Gear Stripper.
Herb hesitantly took the hand. After an awkward couple of pumps, Gears released Herb's hand and turned back to Jake's monitors. Herb took a step back and jerked his head, indicating I should follow. What is he? Herb whispered. He's a gremlin. Wow. Guess someone fed him after midnight, huh? I'll take this moment to state just how good a gremlin's ears are. Gears grabbed Jake's water bottle, leaped from the desk to the floor in front of Herb, and poured the water over his head. He let out a high-pitched scream as he opened his yellow eyes as wide as he could and threw his arms out to his sides. He shook violently, flicking little droplets of water everywhere. Herb let out a high-pitched shriek of his own and fell to the floor. He crashed on his butt and scrambled backward, away from Gears, until he hit Jake's desk. Gear Stripper advanced very slowly on the necromancer.
Now you listen very closely,
Gears whispered as he stabbed a clawed finger at Herb's chest.
We do not speak of that movie. Ever. Is that understood?
The fat in Herb's chin and neck bobbed violently as he nodded.
Good,
Gears said, and vaulted back up onto the desk. He grumbled as he stalked back over to Jake's monitors.
Stupid Spielberg. It's always midnight somewhere. And reproduction by getting wet. That's the most idiotic thing ever.
I gave Herb a hand up, and he ran a hand over his face. You good? He nodded. Excellent. We've got work to do. Gears, gather up anything else you need from here, and let's get going. Herb led us to his well-loved metallic green Taurus station wagon. I slung Gears and my backpack into the back seat and buckled in. The car was immaculately clean and had a faint hint of lemon. There were no fast food wrappers on the floor, no dust on the dashboard, no fingerprints on the windows or windshield. In short, it was unnerving. Glancing in the back seat, I saw a couple of blankets, a snow brush, and a set of neatly coiled jumper cables. Wow. Herb was as much of a neat freak as Megan. When we got to the castle, the parking lot was empty and no lights could be seen inside. In fact, the only light was coming from the next-door neighbor's house. You'd think a castle would have a ton of privacy, be set on a 50-acre lot, and have a moat filled with piranha. Hammond Castle was nestled in the suburbs and shared a driveway with the house next door. The scent of salt water hung in the air, and a thick fog was rolling in off the ocean. The fog might give us some cover, so that was something. Gears hopped up on the dashboard.
Oh, wow!
He squeaked.
This is so cool! Vinny, do you think we'll have time to take pictures?
No, Herb and I said together. I continued. Sorry, pal, but we can sightsee another time. Gears's ears drooped, but he nodded. I slung Gears and his backpack onto my back, and the three of us crossed the parking lot, stepped onto a snow-covered path that cut between two huge hedges, and dropped onto the castle grounds. The castle had been converted to a museum years ago, and the main public entrance was around to the left. We, however, headed for the real front door, which required crossing a drawbridge extended over a dry moat. Herb and I picked our way across the drawbridge. Not as much snow had fallen here at the coast, but patches of black ice were everywhere, and navigating it with Gears on my back was tricky. The last thing I wanted was to take a header into the moat. When we finally got to the main door, an imposing door that looked like something out of The Lord of the Rings, Herb put a hand on my shoulder. Vincent, there are restless spirits here. I don't know how long they'll tolerate us. Gears popped out of the bag.
You mean we might get to meet John Hammond's ghost?
His claws tightened on my shoulder.
Oh, that would be so cool, Vinny!
Focus, Gears. We get in, grab the relic and the plans, and get out. Let's keep otherworldly encounters off tonight's agenda. Gears harumphed as I opened the door.
How exactly did you do that?
Herb asked as we stepped inside. You didn't have a key or lockpicks. They must have forgotten to lock it.
You didn't touch the handle.
Strange, I said. Come on, we've got work to do. Herb gave me a sidelong glance, but didn't say anything more. Given how big the castle was, I expected the inside to be a huge, cavernous space. Instead, the corridor we were in was normal, maybe even a bit smaller than normal. Stained glass windows and tapestries adorned the walls, and the place had a faint, musty smell. When I commented on the size of the room, Herb just gave me a half smile. You ever try to heat a castle, Vincent? He nodded to our right. The Great Hall is this way, and it'll be more what you're expecting. We passed into a wider hallway. To the left was a lobby with a sign for the gift shop. We turned right, heading deeper into the castle. We walked down a set of stone stairs. The musty smell got stronger as we descended into the Great Hall. Now this was more like it. The ceiling in the Great Hall must have been 60 feet high, and the room at least that much across. A massive pipe organ dominated our end of the hall, and a huge stained glass window loomed above it. Medieval weapons and artifacts were stationed along the walls with faded paper tags taped next to them, describing each item. Herb went about 2/3 of the way into the room and stopped at a case on the right side. This is it, he said, gesturing to the chest. The skull of Columbus's navigator. Holy cow, that's the relic? Yeah, what were you expecting? Herb replied. I don't know, some sort of paranormal compass or astrolabe or something like that?
Nope,
Herb replied.
Hammond was a big Columbus fanatic. This was one of his prize collection pieces. We'll snag the skull, and then I'll commune with the spirit who inhabited it to figure out where Megan is.
No offense, I said, but didn't Columbus wind up in the wrong place? Herb frowned at me.
He navigated correctly, Vincent. He was just doing it with incomplete data. The course he plotted would have worked if America hadn't been in the way.
Never looked at it like that, I said. All right, let's grab that on the way out. Gears, where's this lab?
It's through the basement,
Herb replied. You know this place awfully well, I said. You a tour guide here or something? Herb smirked, his eyes glowing the faintest shade of orange.
Not exactly.
Realization hit me. You're in contact with one of the castle's ghosts, aren't you? So much for avoiding otherworldly encounters. Herb nodded.
Her name is Irene, the late lady of the castle. She's going to guide us to Hammond's lab.
Gears whistled, his yellow eyes going huge.
Tell her that her husband was a genius and an inspiration to inventors everywhere,
he said reverently. Herb smiled.
She thanks you for the compliment.
I rubbed my face. No offense, but the late Mrs. Hammond is okay with us breaking into her house, sneaking into her husband's lab, and making off with some of his schematics and a priceless artifact? Herb shuffled his feet.
Yeah, about that. She's willing to guide us and lead us to the lab. In exchange, we have to rid the lower levels of the castle of some undesirables.
What sort of undesirables? I asked flatly. All I could think of were the video games where your first mission is to wipe out a bunch of giant rats that infested the sewers beneath the city.
She doesn't know their names, but she says they are a cruel and vicious bunch. There are 10 or so of them, and they have taken other creatures prisoner. She will guide us to the lab and let us take whatever we want from the castle, in return for clearing them out.
I ground my teeth. I didn't have time for this.
Vincent,
Herb said,
I want to be done here more than you do. Accepting Irene's offer will be faster in the long run. For Megan's sake, let's not dawdle.
I let out a breath. All right, Herb. Tell her she's got a deal. Which way to the undesirables? Herb led us down a set of stairs marked Employees Only. The descent put us in a musty hallway that ended in a room full of landscaping equipment. We climbed over a bunch of wheelbarrows, hoses, and winterized lawnmowers. Gears must have felt right at home. The place was almost as cluttered as his workshop. We picked our way to the far wall, where Herb knelt down on the floor, counted 4 stones up, and pressed his palm against the wall. There was a faint click, and a section of the wall slid away on hidden rollers. A thick sheet of cobwebs obscured the view. My switchblade made short work of them, and we were soon looking down a stone spiral staircase.
Irene says that even the museum curator doesn't know about this passage. We're the first people to walk down these steps since Hammond himself.
That got another squee from Gears. So how did the creatures get in? I asked.
She says they just appeared one day last month.
Herb's voice dropped to a whisper, and he held up a hand.
And they're just down this hall.
About halfway down the hall, we came upon a battered metal husk. It looked like a steel crab that had been torn open by a giant can opener. Jagged gashes ran up and down its sides, and bulbs that must have served as eyes were shattered and dark. Gears scurried out of his pack and down my leg before I could stop him. He ran his tiny 3-fingered hands over the shell.
Wow,
he whispered.
This was a security drone. Oh, wow, the circuitry is beautiful. Herb, ask Irene if I can take this when we leave.
A horrific banging sound came from down the hall. It reminded me of when a little kid used a wooden spoon and some pots as a drum set. If that were the case, there must have been an entire band of toddler cookware percussionists down there.
What is that?
Gears asked. A mouse peeked its head out of a hole in the wall, squeaked, and scurried back inside. Let's find out, I said. While I might not be able to communicate telepathically with people, Urisk telepathy does let me communicate with and control most animals.
What are you doing?
Herb asked. Running recon. I replied as I telepathically dominated the mouse and turned it around.
How?
Herb asked. I held up a hand to shush him, and the mouse mimicked my movement with its paw. It's tough to separate minds sometimes. I ran the mouse down the hall and into the room. From the mouse's perspective, an inch off the floor, everything looked huge and menacing. It took me a second to adjust to the new view, but once I did, I groaned. The mouse gave a mournful squeak right along with me.
What's wrong, Vinny?
Gears asked. Red caps, I said, relaying what I could see to the others. That makes sense. They're attracted to castles the way flies are to honey. They'll take up residence in any castle they come across. That banging is the sound of them running around in their heavy iron boots and banging the blades of their scythes against things.
I thought iron was toxic to Fae,
Herb said. Well, our necromancer knew about more than just the dead. Yeah, but redcaps are masochists. They like the pain the iron causes them. Hang on. Through the mouse, I saw a cage filled with a dozen humanoids, the tallest no bigger than a toddler. They had a distinct reptilian cast to their features, their luminescent golden eyes sad. The only way I could tell that was that several of them had their faces pointed at the floor, and tears the size of water balloons splashed around my mouse. Looks like the redcaps have taken a group of kobolds prisoner. I frowned. This just got complicated. We'll have to deal with the redcaps without hurting the kobolds. I looked at Herb. You have any weapons? The necromancer shook his head. How about calling up some of those deathless?
Given the circumstances, that would be very rude, Vincent,
Herb said flatly. Yeah, that had kind of been a long shot.
However, Irene says there's a cache of weapons in a locker back the way we came.
Through the mouse, I saw a redcap grab a kobold and violently yank it from the cage. The kobold yelped like a dog and vanished. The redcap struggled with empty air, throwing wild punches that ultimately connected with something solid. The kobold's limp form became visible a second later. The redcaps were giggling and making a show of swinging their scythes just inches from the kobold's head. No time to screw around. You get the weapons and get in there quick, I called over my shoulder as I broke contact with the mouse and ran into the room. The shift in perspective was staggering. From the mouse's point of view, this room had seemed like Gillette Stadium. To me as a human, it was just a 20-foot square, lit by fires and metal drums placed in each corner. The kobold's cage was tucked in the right corner, the redcaps scattered throughout. 4 of them were holding down the limp kobold while the 5th raised its scythe to split the poor creature's skull. Not on my watch. I shot out a blast of telekinetic force, wrenching the scythe from the redcap's hands. The weapon spun end over end across the room and rebounded off the stones. The redcaps whirled on me.
Who dares interrupt us?
Snarled the one I disarmed.
Introduce yourself proper, human. We'll be wanting to get your epitaph right.
I am Vincent Corinthos, and I give you one chance to end this peacefully. At the mention of my name, the redcaps took a collective step back. I used that moment to get a better look at them. A mouse's eyes aren't much for detail like this. The redcaps looked like miniature old men. They couldn't have been more than 3 feet tall and had gnarled faces. Facially, they looked like they were 70 or 80, but their bodies were another story. Each redcap was bare-chested and had 6-pack abs that would have made any GQ model jealous. Their arms were corded with muscles and scars, and looked like they could bend steel with their bare hands. Coarse gray trousers disappeared into the tops of heavy iron boots that were marred with rust. 6 clasps and locks ran up and down the boots, each one rusted shut. Atop each of their heads was a deep red stocking cap from which the creatures took their names. The coloring actually came from the rather grotesque practice of dunking the hat into the blood of their victims. I was going to make sure they didn't get a chance to give their caps a fresh coat. When the kobolds heard my name, I saw hope bloom on their faces. Some of them began to wring their hands in excitement, and I heard both redcaps and kobolds whisper the phrase, God of the Urisk. The redcap leader rubbed his stubbly chin as he took me in.
Is that so, then? You come walking in here all high and mighty and thinking we'll just bow and scrape to you? Offer apologies? Let the lizards here go after they came a-trespassing on our castle?
This castle does not belong to you. Its true owners want you gone, and I will not allow you to torment these kobolds. You can either leave peacefully or be destroyed. And make your decision now, because I don't have time to waste dicking around with the likes of you. Okay, I'll admit that wasn't diplomatic. There's a reason Megan usually handles the negotiations. I suppose, deep down, I was looking for a fight. And I got it. The self-appointed Redcap leader snarled and charged forward. I tapped my follower's faith and sent forth a flash of fire so hot and fierce that the Redcap was instantly immolated. His ashes continued toward me for a couple of steps, his boots reduced to molten puddles of slag on the floor. When you're a god, there's a certain level of special effects that you have to use in order to keep up appearances. Unfortunately, that particular burst of Spielberg-inspired pyrotechnics had used up a lot more faith than I'd intended. I sighed and did my best to look bored. Did he speak for all of you? I asked, turning my attention to the other Redcaps. They looked from me to the smoldering remains of their leader's boots, and back to me. As one, as if on cue, they raised their sides, howled, and charged. I didn't have enough faith to immolate them all. Instead, I threw out a wall of telekinetic force. The Redcaps slammed into it, the ones in the back crushing their brethren up front in their haste to get to me. I pushed hard and flung the lot of them across the room. The weight of their boots, which was much heavier than I'd anticipated, forced me to use extra faith. I was fully charged thanks to my recent visit to the bright side, but the last thing I needed was to get careless and run myself dry. The telekinetic shockwaves sent them hurtling backward into a heap. Several of the Redcaps were now nursing shattered bones. The kobold they'd had pinned down was nowhere to be seen, and some of his companions in the cage cheered. A few of the Redcaps got to their feet. One made a rude hand gesture at me, and he and 3 of his fellows charged again. I sent out another wave of force, but the Redcap on my left rolled to the side and brought up his scythe with incredible speed. The tip of the blade sliced neatly through my shirt. A thin line of blood appeared on my chest, and the Redcap positively giggled with glee.
Gods ain't supposed to bleed, Lord Corinthos,
he scoffed. He jumped back and spun his scythe in a very Jet Li-esque fashion.
I'll handle him,
he called to the others.
You kill those squawking lizards.
The Redcap thundered toward me. I flung him into his mate, who was reaching for the lock on the kobold's cage. The first's boots crushed the second's head with a wet crunch. I was feeling a bit smug, so I used a tiny bit of faith to radiate holy light. My luminescent special effects were spoiled when a Redcap I hadn't seen kicked my legs out from under me. I went down like a sack of bricks, and the little bastard pounced on my chest, pummeling me with knuckles so hard they might as well have been made of rock. I felt my nose break, and I'm pretty sure I swallowed one of my teeth. Suddenly, the kobold who'd been pinned down earlier appeared next to me and spat a ball of fire at the Redcap's head. The Redcap let out a yelp of surprise as his beard caught on fire. Then he leapt off of me and knocked the kobold out cold. It happened so fast that I didn't even have time to roll to my knees before the Redcap was back on my chest, pummeling me. I flailed, my hand brushing against the Redcap's boot. On instinct, I opened the locks and latches. They clattered open, and the boot fell away. The Redcap froze atop me. I opened the second boot, and my nostrils were assailed with the putrid scent of boot feet like no other. It was a gentle bouquet of overflowed toilet and a dumpster on a muggy July day, and it took all the willpower I had to not throw up. Then it occurred to me that the other Redcaps had gone silent. I looked at my attacker. Instead of seeing a gnarled little old man, an absolutely striking young fay was sitting atop me. He had dazzling purple eyes, flawless skin, and no facial stubble. He looked down at his bare, pruny-pale feet in shock. He wiggled his toes, and I couldn't help but notice the thick bands of dirt beneath his nails.
"No, lads,"
he said, turning to his brethren, and froze when he heard the melodious tones his voice now produced.
"Lads,
You know the law,
one of the other Redcaps said.
the boots never come off.
With that, he shot forward faster than I could see, his boots thundering across the room, and beheaded the redcap atop my chest. He kicked the corpse off of me and took its place, resuming my pummeling. Then there was a cacophony of twisting metal, and something yanked the redcap off me. My head swam as I fought my way to my feet, rivulets of hot blood running down my face and neck. Gearstripper sat astride the metal crab, his hands deep in its innards, somehow controlling it. The crab held the redcap by his ankles in its pincers, and Gears wrenched the controls back and forth, causing the crab to slam the redcap into the stone floor over and over again. Herb appeared in the doorway with a pump shotgun. He aimed and fired off both barrels into one of the redcaps, clawing its way toward us. He pumped and fired again at another. Herb fumbled a couple more shells from a pocket, reloaded, and then unloaded into another. In a few seconds, all the redcaps were down. My glimpse chose that rather inconvenient moment to kick on. A young Herb, perhaps 14 years old, stood in a doorway, a shotgun braced against his shoulder.
"I'm sorry, Mom,"
he whispered, tears running down his cheeks.
"I love you."
He pulled the trigger, and the shotgun roared. The jolt of my healing fever kicking in interrupted the glimpse. I staggered to my feet and swayed. My body temperature spiked to uncomfortable levels. It felt like I was standing in a tanning booth that had been set to fricassee. I placed my hands against the sides of my nose and steeled myself before snapping it back into place. My fever would realign it properly, eventually. I pulled a bandana from my inside coat pocket and wiped my face. Herb put a hand on my shoulder and then jerked it away.
Cripes, you're burning up. Are you all right?
I nodded and leaned against the wall. Herb moved closer, put a hand under my chin, and lifted.
Holy cow, you've already stopped bleeding. How is that possible?
I pushed his hand away. Not now. Thanks for the assist, both of you. I couldn't look at Herb. Was he really a matricide? I'd need to dig into that later. Right now, there was still work to do. I took a deep breath and found my balance was already better. I tottered over to the fallen kobold. He, I think it was a he at least, was breathing shallowly. His muzzle was bloody, but I was pretty sure he'd recover. I wished I could heal him, but I can only do things like that for my followers. I pulled off my jacket and rested it under his head. Best I could do for now. I got back to my feet and staggered over to the kobold's cage. So much for looking like a total badass god. I touched the lock on the door and opened it. You're safe now, I said, ushering them out. Some of the kobolds stood stupefied amidst the destruction, their coarse tunics and pants tattered. None of them was wearing shoes, mostly because a kobold's foot looks a lot like a mini T-Rex's. Most of them were covered in soot and dried blood. A few of them rushed over to their fallen friend. One of them gently stroked his nose and made a sort of purring noise. A moment later, the kobold's golden eyes blinked open. I walked over, feeling steadier already, and helped him up.
You are Vincent Corinthos, god of the Urisk,
he said, a touch of reverence in his voice.
We thank you for your help.
I smiled. My pleasure. Do you have passage back to the bright side? The kobold shook his head.
I am Cleep of Clan Drago. We have come to this world to start anew. We ran afoul of these creatures shortly after we crossed through.
Did you come through Facilian?
No, through an ancient waygate that only opens to this realm once every 1,000 years.
He shook his head.
We had hoped to escape the strife of our homeland by coming here.
He sighed, and sadness was plainly displayed in his reptilian features.
It seems there will always be those who wish us harm.
I considered him and his clan for a moment. Well, I know a safe place where you can start fresh. I'll be happy to take you there as soon as my business here is finished. I turned to Herb. Is Irene okay with them staying for a bit? He nodded. And she thanks us for removing the vermin. He made quote signs with his hands as he nodded to the corpses of the redcaps.
She's ready now to show us the lab.
I told the kobolds to stay put and gestured to the door. Lead on.
Lord Corinthos, please wait,
Cleep said. I turned to him and raised my eyebrows.
allow us to provide a small measure of aid.
He reached out and pressed a golden, glowing hand against my chest. It was like my healing fever magnified 12 times. The swelling in my face vanished, and I felt my skin pull itself closed. Cleep lowered his hand and nodded.
Be safe, Lord Corinthos.
Holy shit! I hadn't realized kobolds possessed healing magic. I will, Cleep, and thank you. We turned back into the hallway and continued past several other cobweb-filled rooms. It looked like the Redcaps had looted everything they could get their hands on. Crates were torn open, barrels were knocked over, and all manner of boxes were tossed haphazardly about.
I'm glad they're all dead,
Gears hissed.
or I'd have to kill them again for messing up Mr. Hammond's stuff.
Herb chuckled.
Irene agrees with that sentiment.
The hall ended at a blank wall. Herb cocked his head to the side, his eyes flickering orange. He nodded, then began tapping out an elaborate sequence against the wall. After a few seconds, the wall slid away, revealing another stone spiral staircase. Surprisingly, this one lacked the cobwebs we'd found the first time around. A pale blue light pulsed from somewhere below. "What's down there?" I asked. Herb frowned.
Irene isn't sure. She says she never knew about this place in life, and it's the one place in the castle she can't enter.
He held out his hand, then rubbed his fingers together as if he were feeling the air.
Creepy. Something down there is blocking spectral and necromantic energies.
He shook himself.
But that's not important now. Let's get the schematic for that device and get out of here so we can find Megan.
I took the lead, keeping one hand on the stone wall for support as we moved down the stairs. We came into an octagonal stone chamber that was 50 feet across. There were 4 poles, maybe 8 feet high, arranged in a square in the center of the room, a constant crackling bolt of electricity connecting each one at the top. Old machinery lined the walls, covered with luminescent dials, tarnished toggle switches, and feeders for punch cards and ticker tape. It was like a cross between an old-fashioned stock trader's office and the set of Frankenstein. Gears whistled through his teeth as he took in the apparatus in the center.
Hello, beautiful. What are you for?
Gears, focus, I said. Find those schematics. Gears gave a longing look at the pylons and his shoulders slumped. He looked at me with hugely pitiful eyes.
Can we come back another time?
Definitely.
Good enough.
He bounded over to a workbench and began sifting through papers. Herb walked around the perimeter of the electric field, his lips pursed.
I think this might be what was keeping Irene from entering the room. It feels like some kind of containment field.
Was Hammond afraid of ghosts? I asked.
No,
Gears replied, without looking up from his search.
He was very interested in ghosts, and there were rumors that he dabbled in some spectral experimentation, but nothing concrete.
What bothers me, Herb said,
is that it's still odd.
What do you mean? I asked. Herb waved a hand, taking in the room.
Think about it. You've got this massive castle, and its creator has been dead for decades. We haven't seen any other powered experiments down here other than that crab drone figure. How is it that this one's still odd? And more importantly, why is it still odd?
Herb's line of questioning reminded me of Megan. That's exactly how she would have looked at the situation. I hip-checked the self-loathing to the side and forced myself to focus on the task at hand. Not sure, but it's probably not good, whatever it is. Let's just leave it alone and... A high-pitched whine, like an old-fashioned tea kettle, burst from the electrified pylons. Then they went dark. For the span of 3 heartbeats, the room was pitch black and completely silent. Then arcs of electricity crackled and popped as they lanced their way back across the pylons. Purple and white after-images danced in my vision. I heard Gearstripper let out a sigh of relief.
Whew! I think we got lucky there, Vinny.
What did you do? I asked, walking over to where he stood perched on a roll-top desk.
There was a switch on this desk panel,
he said, gesturing to it.
I bumped it by mistake. I flipped it back right away, so I'm not sure why it didn't just turn back on.
He looked at me and shrugged. I looked over at Herb. The necromancer had his palms out, eyes closed. You getting anything? Herb shook his head.
While the device was off, there was something, but it wasn't a spirit. I didn't have enough time to figure out what it was.
I waited to a count of 10. When nothing tried to eat us, I let out a relaxed breath. All right, it's probably not important. Chapter 10.
Brothers, tonight the Black Flash was released from its prison within the depths of Hammond Castle, as was foretold. Be vigilant. The events related to this prophecy must come to bear in the coming months.
Missive from Stranger Wolfram to the stranger community at large.
Oh, I think this is it, Vinny.
Gears called. He held a partially unrolled blueprint down against the desk with one hand.
Help me with this, will ya?
Herb and I moved over to the desk, unrolled the paper, and held it steady while Gears scurried around it, tracing the blueprint's design with his finger.
Yes, this is it.
I felt a wave of relief roll over me. Hang on, Megan. We're coming for you.
Do you need anything else from here?
Herb asked. Gears consulted the schematics for another few moments before shaking his head.
Good. Let's get out of here.
We left the pylon room and headed up the stairs. We picked up the kobolds, grabbed the skull, and the lot of us traveled back to the car. It was a good thing Herb drove a station wagon. Otherwise, there was no way we all would have fit. As it was, Herb and I were up front, and Gears and the kobolds were all huddled down in the back seat and hatchback area, hiding beneath the blankets Herb kept in the car. We'd driven a few minutes when Herb cleared his throat.
So,
he said,
the little guy back there called you the god of the Urisk.
So he did. Herb kept his eyes straight ahead, focused on the road.
You're a god,
he said flatly. Yes.
So, could you explain to me why you haven't just brought Megan back? Why all this stupid side quest crap?
His tone was level, but I saw he was talking through clenched teeth. I tried to put myself in his place. His girlfriend had gone missing, and he'd just learned her partner was a deity. All right, I suppose I could understand where he was coming from. It's not like that, Herb. I'm not even worshipped in this dimension. In fact, my powers are much weaker here in Boston because I'm so far removed from my followers. I can do anything they can do, know anything they know, but I'm not omniscient or omnipotent.
So those tricks you were doing with the fire and the force and the mouse, those are all things your followers could do?
I hadn't realized he'd seen me do some of those things. That's right.
Could you create things? Alter the universe like the gods do in myths?
To a point, yes. He turned to me, his face illuminated only by the Taurus's green dashboard lights. His expression was a strange combination of bewilderment and frustration.
Then why not just imbue your followers with the ability to blink Megan back to where she belongs? Once they could do it, you could do it, right?
Jesus, Herb, keep your eyes on the road, I said, gesturing at the windshield. He obliged, but kept stealing sideways glances at me. It's not that easy, I said after a moment. The Urisk developed their powers gradually over time as part of natural evolution. Suddenly imbuing them with new abilities just for the hell of it would be a major shock to their collective systems and may do massive damage. It might even rattle their faith in me to the point where they stopped worshipping me, and then I'd really be SOL. Commander Courageous and I had discussed this at great length shortly before the Urisk began worshipping me. Suddenly having psychic powers had been exciting, and I'd asked him if I could imbue the Urisk with super strength or make their skin denser at the molecular level. I imagined myself bench-pressing cars and bullets bouncing harmlessly off me, both of which would be extremely handy in my line of work. Courageous had given me the same spiel I'd just given Herb. The necromancer appeared to be mulling this over, so I took advantage of the moment to make contact with the Urisk. I opened my mind and listened to their prayers for a time, granting what peace and comfort I could. My faith reserves refilled a bit more with each answered prayer, and pretty soon I had a chunk of my power back. It'd be a bad idea to go toe-to-toe with another army of redcaps tonight, but I wouldn't be a complete slouch either. That done, I needed some answers to what I'd briefly glimpsed earlier. You handle a shotgun pretty well, I said to Herb. He nodded.
My grandfather taught me. Said it was an important skill to have.
Was he a hunter?
Of sorts.
Herb shifted uncomfortably in the driver's seat.
He used to hunt undead. My family, well, some of us, have necromantic powers. It's a bloodline thing. My grandfather's magic was the strongest out there, but he rarely used it. Said it was unnatural. Instead, he used to go around and clean up any time someone in the family did something that got out of control. He said a shotgun was...
My glimpse kicked on.
A shotgun is the Lord's preferred method for killing undead, son,
the weathered old man said as he handed a pump shotgun to the young Herb. The two stood in the living room of a log cabin. A fire burned merrily in the hearth, and a woven rug was spread in front of it.
But our magic,
Herb began.
is an evil temptation,
the old man snapped.
You came to me tonight for help, and this is the help I'm giving. I'm too damned old to keep running around fixing the shit that your daddy and your uncles cause, or the shit that my own damned brothers stir up.
He gestured with his thumb at his chest.
Vernon Wallenby is retired. But this, young Herbert, is your chance to show what sort of man you are, what sort of man you will be. Will you stand up while necromantic magic is used for evil? Will you stop it? Or will you use your black gifts for dark purposes of your own?
Granddad,
Herb's voice cracked.
Dad's become a lich. He brought Mom back from the dead, too. Granddad, I spied on them last night. She was crying because she wants to go back to heaven, and Dad won't let her.
The old man's leathery face fell as he sagged into a well-loved leather recliner and ran his hands through his thin, white hair.
God damn that boy. Your father was one of the smartest men I ever knew. I just wish the Lord had given him common sense to match.
He rubbed his face, the scritching sound of his leathery skin brushing against his whiskers audible above the crackling of the fire. Vernon Wallenby and his grandson stared into the fire for a few moments in silence. Finally, Vernon nodded to the shotgun he'd handed Herb.
The Lord's preferred method to kill an undead may be able to send your mother back to her rest, but it won't be enough to stop your father.
He stood and tucked his worn flannel shirt into his jeans.
I'll have to help you, and unfortunately it means I'll have to use my own cursed gift.
The pure disgust on his face spoke volumes of what he thought of the Wallenby necromantic abilities.
What will you do?
Herb asked.
I'll use my magic to locate your father's phylactery. Once we know where that is, I'll negate the spells that will undoubtedly be protecting it. Then you'll have to blast it.
My glimpse shifted ahead, fast-forwarding to them moving to either side of a wooden door. Vernon nodded at his grandson, and Herb swung the door open. The room he faced into was lined with bookshelves and alchemical supplies. 2 animated corpses stood in the room, one male, the other female. The male was in an advanced state of undeath. He was little more than a skeleton wearing fancy purple robes, but his eyes glowed with a reddish-purple light. The woman looked normal, save for her glowing red eyes. Her hair was neatly braided, her business-casual clothes were clean, and for all intents and purposes, she looked rather matronly. She also looked sad.
Please, Albert, let me go back.
Noreen,
the skeletal figure replied.
You are to be by my side, always and forever. I will not lose you again.
But it was so peaceful.
Enough.
The skeletal figure, a lich, I realized, snapped his fingers, and Noreen's mouth snapped shut. Herb's face reddened, and he brought the shotgun up to his shoulder.
I'm sorry, Bob,
he whispered, tears running down his cheeks.
I love you.
He pulled the trigger, and the shotgun roared. The red light vanished from Noreen Wallenby's eyes as the shells ripped her torso apart. The lich let out an inhuman shriek of rage.
You little bastard! I will flay you alive for this!
But before the lich could do anything, Vernon stepped into the room and flung out one gnarled hand. Black lightning erupted from his fingers, forked around the lich, and drilled into the bookshelf behind him. The entire shelf exploded in a burst of splinters and torn pages, and when it cleared a moment later, only a single book was left on the shelf unharmed.
That's the phylactery, boy!
Vernon called.
Do it!
The lich shouted and rushed forward, but Vernon's black lightning struck him in the chest and sent him sprawling. Herb was openly weeping, pumping the shotgun between sobs. Tears streamed down his pudgy face as he shakily brought the shotgun to bear on the phylactery. He took aim, squeezed the trigger, and the shotgun roared. The book exploded. The lich dropped mid-step and collapsed at Herb's feet. The shotgun dropped from Herb's hands, and he fell to his hands and knees, hands pressed against his face. Tears leaked out from between his fingers. Vernon knelt down next to his grandson and put a hand on his shoulder.
Easy, boy. Easy. You did good.
I shot Mom and Dad,
Herb whispered.
No, son,
Vernon replied.
Your mom died a long time ago. That wasn't her. And as for your father, the good man he was died whenever he decided to become that thing. You didn't do anything wrong tonight, Herbert. You put something right. You sent your mom back to her rest, and your dad's gone on with her. You're a brave man. Braver than most. Hell, I don't know as I'd have been able to do what you just did.
Herb rubbed at his eyes with the back of his hand and looked at Vernon, who nodded.
I'm proud of you, son.
Vernon got to his feet, his knees and back popping as he did so.
Now come on. Let's head home.
My glimpse kicked off. Holy shit! Herb's dad had become a lich? My experiences with those were limited to when Gearstripper and I had played Dungeons & Dragons, but my understanding was a lich was a badass undead who stored his soul in a special container called a phylactery. So long as the phylactery remained intact, a lich could regenerate over and over again, essentially becoming immortal. When Herb had destroyed the phylactery, he'd destroyed his father's soul. Herb, unaware of what I'd glimpsed, had kept talking.
Caulborn agents came to our house after that, and we had to explain what had happened. My father's corpse completely disintegrated, and my mother had to be reburied. It wasn't a fun time. But what I learned was my grandfather was only part right. Our magic could be evil, if put to evil or selfish purposes. He used it for good, though, and he spent the last few years of his life teaching me to master my own latent magic and only use it if I had to. And above all else, he drilled into me that no matter what I did, I should always help people. I nodded. So, the soup kitchen, the helping retirees, all that was Herb doing exactly as he'd been taught. He'd had no hidden agenda, no ulterior motives. He had been raised to be a good human being. I felt a bit guilty for not trusting him sooner. Finally, Herb's Taurus pulled up to the curb by South Station. "Call me as soon as the device is ready," Herb said as I opened the car door. "I'll come right away." "Will do, Herb, and thanks for your help tonight. We couldn't have done it without you." He nodded and pushed the release button for the hatchback. I checked my watch. It was just after 1 in the morning. The tea stops running at midnight, so I figured a half-god, a gremlin, and a small clan of kobolds would go mostly unnoticed. They scurried out of the Taurus, and I shut the hatch. Herb waved to us as he drove away. Gears climbed into his backpack, and I led the kobolds down the stairs and through the doorway that led to the Grey Line. Deke sat in the conductor's chair, his hat over his eyes, snoring lightly. "Hey, Deke," I said, prodding him gently. He came awake with a snort, his hat falling into his lap.
Was I? Oh, Mr. Corinthos!
His bleary eyes suddenly widened and cleared. "Is this a Caulborn emergency, sir?" His hand snapped onto the car's red lever, fingers shaking with excitement. "No," I said as calmly and serenely as I could. "Sorry to wake you, Deke, but I just need a ride into the Undercity." Deke's face fell. Of course," he said as he pulled his hat on snugly. He noticed the kobolds for the first time then. "Newcomers, eh? The name's Deke. You need a ride to and from the Undercity? I'm your man. Welcome." With that, he pulled the other lever on the car, and we started forward.
"Where are you taking us, Vincent Corinthos?"
Cleep asked. The others had cleaned up his snout, and his golden eyes took in the surroundings with curiosity. "A friend of mine has a place down here with more than enough room for you," I replied. "You'll be safe there until you can find a place of your own." 15 minutes later, we were at Cather's front door. I didn't bother knocking. I just opened it. The kobolds oohed and ahed as we walked down the lushly furnished hall. I heard laughter coming from the living room, so we headed there. Cather, wearing just his boxers, was sitting on a couch. He had a beautiful woman in lingerie in each arm, and a third was standing behind the couch feeding him grapes. They were all giggling. "Evening, Cather," I said, projecting as much sunshine into my voice as I could. The laughter stopped. The women froze in place, looking from Cather to me. Cather turned his head slowly to look at me. He smiled pleasantly, but his eyes were angry. "Vincent Corinthos!" he said with forced joviality. "What an unexpected surprise! May I ask you why you have come into my home this evening?" "Absolutely," I replied perkily. "I have some friends visiting from out of town, and they need a place to crash." I gestured the kobolds in. The women didn't cry out at their appearance, so Cather had a harem of magicals. Lucky bastard. For their part, the kobolds were gawking at Cather. They'd recognize a dragon for what it was, regardless of what shape it assumed. "This is Cleep," I said, placing my hand on the kobold's shoulder, "and the rest of Clan Drago. They will be staying here for a time." I turned my attention to the kobolds. "Cather is renowned for his hospitality. You will be safe here and will want for nothing." I glanced over my shoulder at the dragon. Smoke was starting to drift from his mouth. "Of course," Cather said in too pleasant a tone. "My home is theirs." The kobolds actually began to dance with glee and rushed over to Cather. They dogpiled him, giving him hugs and licking his face affectionately. At this, the women bolted from the room. Cather struggled up to his feet and tried to stomp over to me, but having a kobold ride along on each of his legs spoiled the effect. His eyes glowed green as he jabbed a finger at my chest.
"You owe me for this one, Corinthos,"
he hissed. "Bullshit," I replied, jabbing a finger back at him. "Now we're even. Remember this next time you're thinking about planting a cursed pirate treasure on someone." Cather's eyes flared brighter, and more tendrils of smoke drifted from his nostrils, but then he looked down and sighed. When he looked back at me, his eyes were normal again, and the smoke had stopped. "Very well," he said. "Attention!" he called as he clapped his hands twice. The kobolds immediately arranged themselves into two lines. "I will show you to your quarters now. After you have washed, eaten, and rested, we will sing songs of the old ways. Come." He gestured over his shoulder, and the kobolds followed him like children on a field trip, trailing after their teacher. "I trust you can show yourself out, Vincent," he said without looking at me. I adjusted Gears' backpack, and we left the lair.
"Wow, the kobolds really took to Cather, didn't they?"
Gears said as we walked back to the Grey Line station. I smiled. Dragons and kobolds are cousins. Kobolds have a bit of a hero worship going on for dragons, and dragons have an innate compulsion to watch out for kobolds. I figure by the end of the week, the kobolds will be polishing Cather's hoard, and Cather will be their new leader.
"What if Cather doesn't want that?"
Don't you worry, Gears. I'm pretty sure he'll warm up to the idea before long. We walked back to HQ from South Station, the cold air stinging my ears and cheeks while Gears snuggled down in his cozy backpack. Cleep's ministrations had fixed me up pretty well, but my nose was sore and I could feel the beginnings of a headache coming on. Once we were in the office, Gears hopped down and raced up to his lab, the blueprints streaming out behind him like a cape. I stopped off in my office to get some aspirin and then joined him. "All right, Gears," I called as I entered. "What do you got?" Gearstripper was standing on a table off to my right, a dry erase marker in one hand. The marker was so huge in his tiny hand that I was amazed he could write with the thing, but notes in his tiny scrawl littered the whiteboard behind him. Hammond's schematics were laid out in front of him.
"Vinny, this is amazing! The skill it took to design something like this is unbelievable. I wish I'd known Hammond back in the 40s.
"You were on the wrong side back then," I said. Despite the fact that Gears comes across as a kid on a perpetual sugar high, He's over 80 years old and worked as a saboteur for the Germans during World War II. Gears shrugged.
Still, the mother would have loved this guy.
So how long will it take you to build? Gears glanced back and forth from the whiteboard to the blueprints. He snagged a calculator from the table and tapped furiously for a few moments.
There's a lot of delicate work involved with this one. Platinum-wrapped gold rods take time to prepare properly.
Holy crap, I said. What do you need those for?
They collect the extra-dimensional energy and focus it,
Gears replied.
Lucky for you, I do keep a store of precious metals.
He grinned, then became serious.
The tricky part is that Hammond's design calls for some really rare elements that I don't keep in my shop.
Like what? Unobtainium? Vibranium? Wonderflonium? Gears snorted.
If only.
He tapped the letters CN on his whiteboard.
No, this is Copernicum. It's got a half-life of about 29 seconds, and only 75 atoms of it have ever existed. This stuff hadn't even been discovered back when Hammond designed this. He must have guessed that an element with this atomic weight existed. The man was a genius.
Gears tapped on the whiteboard again.
I'll have to try and replicate the experiment that created it.
He made some notes on the board.
If I remember right, I'll need zinc, lead, a heavy ion accelerator, and about 45 whatchamacallits.
Whatchamacallits? I asked. Is that a technical term?
No, Vinny, it's a candy bar. Do you think I'm going to be able to pull this off on an empty stomach?
He gave me a sharp-toothed smile.
Just the same, 29 seconds isn't a lot of time. We'll have to be super fast once the device is ready.
He regarded the calculator in his hand and tipped his head to one side, as if doing math in his head.
If I work through the night, I should be able to get it done for tomorrow. The trick will be getting that ion accelerator into my secondary workshop.
You have another one? I cringed to think what that might look like.
Sure. Galahad doesn't let me work on the really volatile stuff here. There's an abandoned bomb shelter in the basement of one of the older buildings on this block. I've got a tunnel into it from here, and I do my dangerous work there. I'll put in a call to some of my contacts at MIT. They owe me a favor, and I should be able to get the equipment there.
You have contacts at MIT, and they owe you favors? I looked around. And the work you do here isn't dangerous? I was having a hard time wrapping my head around that one. What kind of favors are we talking about?
Trust me, Vinny,
Gears replied with a wicked grin.
You're better off not knowing.
I called a cab to take me back to the apartment. I was sliding into the back of the cab when a panicked, high-pitched voice exploded in my mind.
Vincent Corinthos, we need you now!
Cleep? I hadn't realized kobolds were telepathic. What's wrong?
Cather's lair is under attack. Cather is hurt. Hurry, please.
Where to? The cabbie asked. South Station, I replied. The trains aren't... There's an extra $20 in it for you if you can get me there in less than 5 minutes. I was slammed back against the seat as the cab peeled out like a dragster. I threw the money at the cabbie as I exploded from the car and down the steps into the train station. This was taking too long. Come on, damn it, move faster! I opened the door to the gray line and took the stairs to the train platform 2 at a time. Deke! I yelled. The old conductor leaned out of his trolley car as I approached. Emergency Caulborn business, Mr. Corinthos? He asked, hope in his voice. Yes, get me to the Undercity as fast as you can, I panted as I clambered into the car. Hot damn! Deke cried. Hold on to something! His hand closed around the red lever, and he yanked. The world stretched as the trolley car rocketed forward. A high-pitched keening split through my forehead and made my fillings ache. Not having heeded Deke's warning to hold on to something, I was thrown to the floor of the car and slammed into the far wall. Stars bloomed in front of my eyes, and I shook my head to clear them. An intense pressure formed on my chest, threatening to crush my rib cage. I put a telekinetic bubble around myself, and the pressure and nausea abated. A breath later, Deke was swinging open the train's doors. We're here, Mr. Corinthos. You'd best be moving. Hurry on now, and good luck. I thanked Deke and ran for the city. And to think I used to pay to go on rides like that. Are you all right? I sensed a Cleep. We protect Cather. The attacker is relentless. Hurry. It was a 10-minute walk to Cather's lair. I didn't have time for that. Ahead, I saw one of the old horse and buggy rigs that served as taxis. My switchblade dropped into my hand, and the Olympian steel cut through the horse's harness in one swipe. I telekinetically launched myself onto its back and grabbed onto its mane. "Caulborn emergency!" I called over my shoulder. "I'll bring her back soon." I don't know how to ride a horse. However, that's not an issue when you can telepathically compel animals. I told the horse where to run, and it ran. The horse's hooves were like thunder over the cobblestones, and the dim Victorian landscape blurred by as we shot through the Undercity. "I'm coming," I sent to Cleep. "Hang on." As I rode, I opened my mind to the Orisk, replenishing my faith as much as I could. A minute later, I was at Cather's lair. The front door was torn off, one hinge still hanging by a single screw from the doorframe. Tendrils of smoke were drifting from the living room. "Cleep? Cather?" I called. A kobold appeared next to me and grabbed my sleeve. I jumped at his sudden appearance.
This way,
he said, tugging. We ran into Cather's dining room. A figure clad entirely in black held a sword above his head, ready to deliver a killing blow to Cather, who was prone on the ground. A kobold appeared next to the assailant, leapt up, and shattered a plate on the assailant's head. The kobold disappeared as the attacker shook his head, showering Cather with ceramic dust. I lashed out with telekinesis and slammed the black-clad figure into the wall. He crumpled and fell to the ground. Other kobolds appeared in the room, cheering. They dogpiled on the assailant, punching, kicking, and biting him. I left them to it and knelt next to Cather. His left eye was completely swollen shut. A series of thin cuts ran along the side of his face, his copper-colored blood smeared like war paint. His other eye flickered open.
"Vincent Corinthos,"
he managed through shattered teeth.
"How nice of you to drop by."
He coughed, and more copper blood trickled from the edge of his mouth.
"Please forgive me if I don't get up, as I think my legs are broken. Terrible inconvenience, that."
His open eye rolled back up in his head, and he blacked out. The kobolds squealed in unison as the attacker threw them all aside and heaved himself up. He pointed the sword at me. My switchblade dropped into my hand, and I snapped it open, the Olympian steel glowing blue in anticipation of a fight. I gave my opponent a quick once-over. For all the biting, clawing, and burning that the kobolds had done, this guy didn't have a scratch on him. The black suit he was wearing looked like it had just come from the cleaners. He pointed his sword at me. A pale blue liquid dripped from its tip. Poison? A line of light rippled down the blade, and the liquid changed color to a deep purple. I didn't like the look of this. So I sent a wave of fire at him. The flames rolled off of him like water off a duck's back. The wall behind him had a perfect reverse silhouette of his form burned into it. He spun his sword, and droplets of the purple liquid flicked toward me. They splattered against my face and clothes. I wiped them away without taking my eyes off him. Something about the sword was familiar. It was jet black and nearly as long as my arm. The tip of the blade flared, as did the ends of the crossguard. He came at me, so fast that I barely had time to register the attack. I hastily wrapped a protective telekinetic bubble around myself. The sword struck the bubble and slowed, like it was trying to move through liquid glass. My attacker grunted as he tried to keep the blade moving. I concentrated as hard as I could, draining more and more of my faith reserves to keep the blade stationary. Anything that could cut through barriers composed of sheer mental energy was definitely going to put a crimp in my style. I shifted my focus and slammed my attacker in the stomach. As he doubled over, I slashed my switchblade across his back 3 times in rapid succession. A triangle of black material fell away, giving me a view of pale flesh beneath. I sent a lance of fire into that spot. My attacker screamed in pure, torturous agony and fell to the ground. He fumbled at something on his belt, and a bright flash blinded me. Acrid smoke burned my nostrils, and when my vision cleared, the attacker was gone. I kept my shield up and surveyed the room. The kobolds were ministering to Cather, their small hands glowing with golden healing magic. Cather had regained consciousness and was waving them away.
"Not here," he said. "Fashion a stretcher and bring me to the sleeping chamber, where I might convalesce in comfort."
Several of the kobolds scurried off as Cather turned his good eye to me.
"Thank you, Vincent. Your intervention was most timely and appreciated."
While I am unable to serve as a decent host at the moment, Cleep can see to your needs. The kobold stepped up to me proudly. Seemed he was Alfred to Cather's Batman. Cleep held out a hand, indicating we should leave the room. "One sec," I said. I took 2 bottles of Perrier from the table, drank one, dumped the other out, and then telekinetically guided some of the liquid that had dripped from the assassin's sword into each. Then I snatched up the scrap of fabric from the assassin's costume. I had a feeling I knew what it was made of. I nodded to Cleep, and we left the room.
"Thank you for coming, Vincent Corinthos,"
Cleep said when we were alone.
"Twice now you have saved my clan."
I shook his small, clawed hand. "I will search for the person who attacked you, Cleep. Was he after you or Cather?"
"He seemed focused on Cather,"
Cleep replied.
"The only time he paid us any mind was when we tried to impede him."
A handful of kobolds entered the room and gathered behind Cleep.
"We will fortify the lair with cunning traps and alarms,"
Cleep said to them.
"No harm will come to the master of the house."
I said my goodbyes to Cleep and found the horse I'd borrowed still standing outside. I rode her back to the Undercity Square, returned her to her owner, and then took a blessedly slower train ride back to the office. I rubbed at my jaw and tried to think. Cather had a bunch of enemies, but none that could beat the shit out of him like that. Even in human form, Cather's skin is tougher than Kevlar. For something to nearly sever his leg? Well, it was unsettling to say the least. When I finally got back to the office, I took the fabric sample and the fluids over to medical. I dropped them off with Mrs. Rita, already certain that the fabric was woven from the strands of that funky worm silk. Several different kinds of silk, too, if my guess was right. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble to make a suit that would be immune to Cather's powers. Whoever this was, they were damned thorough. My mind returned to the sword. Sure, the thing had looked like something out of Final Fantasy VII, but it had been wickedly sharp, and it had generated some kind of poison. I replayed the fight in my mind several times before a question occurred to me. Why hadn't Cather shifted forms? While he was amazingly strong and tough in human form, shifting into his true dragon form, or even that weird half-dragon shape he had, would have given him a tremendous advantage. Cather could have just lifted the attacker off the ground and thrown him through the wall in hybrid form. I was missing something. I glimpsed back at my fight with the assassin and froze the memory on the sword. Again, that aggravating familiarity, but nothing concrete. I played the memory backward, freezing it again right as I'd walked in, when the assassin held the sword above his head. My eyes widened. It looked like a much larger version of that metal cross I'd recovered for the Keepers. The lore master had said the Rosario could change size. Were the Keepers behind this attack? That didn't make sense because Cather was one of their best customers. Unless he'd been screwing them over. As laid back of a dragon as Cather was, I couldn't imagine he'd be too keen on the idea of forking over a third of all the loot he found. I figured the next thing to do was talk to Cather about this, but he wouldn't be in any shape to talk right now. I'd give him until morning. Between the kobold's healing magic and his own insane regenerative abilities, he'd be up and about in no time. I stood and reached for my coat. The world swam around me. I tried to catch my balance and only succeeded in crashing into my chair. It rolled away and crashed against a filing cabinet. The ceramic bust of Batman atop it fell to the ground and shattered. My face struck the floor, and I was surprised at how bristly and stiff the carpet fibers were. I could feel my arms and legs flailing about, but I couldn't control them.
Vinny?
Gearstripper's voice came from the hallway. An unopened pack of Twinkies dropped into my field of vision with a crinkle as Gearstripper took off down the hall.
Mrs. Rita! Vinny's sick!
His voice faded, and so did the light of the world. Chapter 11. Bargain 1989561, Addendum B. The Godling has been attempting to rescind our bargain. Normally this would not warrant action, however he recently interfered with the nullification of Bargain 1987763. This is unacceptable, and I am glad I had the foresight to send sycophants to the realm of his followers. Harvesting their genetic materials proved more difficult than expected, But we were able to use a battle between Corinthos and the realm's other denizens as a distraction. Proper defenses against Corinthos have been prepared, and I am ready for him. The dragon will have to wait for the time being. From Keeper Laris's transaction journal. The world faded in and out a few times. The first time, I was being placed on a stretcher, Jake's face a mask of concern. The next couple of times were just hazy lights. Then there was the smell of antiseptic and fresh sheets. I was dimly aware of Doc Ryan barking orders and the smell of cigarettes. Then the world came back again and stuck around this time. I was on a bed in medical. Tubes and sensors were connected to my arms and chest. I couldn't read the displays from where I lay on the bed, and when I tried to sit up, I couldn't. I groaned. A minute later, Doc Ryan appeared next to me. "Easy, Corinthos," he said, putting a hand on my shoulder and gently forcing me back down. "You're not going anywhere for a while yet." "Doc? What time is it? How long was I out?" "It's mid-morning," he replied as he glanced at one of the blinking displays to the right of the bed. "You were out for about 8 hours. 8 hours? That should have been more than enough time for me to recover. Why did I still feel like I'd been hit by a bus? What's my temperature? The hotter my fever flared, the faster I'd heal." "Good question." Doc swiped a thermometer across my forehead and showed me its display. 98.8. "It's been the same since Jake brought you down here." "That can't be right," I said. "It's nearly perfect for a normal human being, Corinthos," Doc replied as he made a note on a chart. I glowered at him. "Tell me what you've been up to for the last few hours. How'd this all happen?" I filled him in on the fight at Cather's place. "All right, Corinthos, I'll level with you. Whatever was coating that sword is screwing with your biochemical functions. Specifically, it's inhibiting those areas of your physiological and neural systems that allow you to exercise your powers." "Oh, come on," I said as I pushed the button on the bed's railing so I could be in a sitting position. "Just a few drops of that stuff made contact with my skin. That can't be it." "Oh, you a doctor now, Corinthos? Well, listen up, smart guy. Not enough of the toxin got into your system to completely shut you down, but it's doing a hell of a number on your immune system. My theory is that this stuff targets regenerative abilities first, then moves on to all those special effect things you can do." I rubbed my face with the hand that didn't have tubes attached to it. My entire body ached. So this was what it was like to heal normally, huh? It had been so long that I'd forgotten how much it sucked. "Hang on," I said. "I brought in 2 vials of fluid. What was the other one?" Doc sat down in the chair next to my bed and lit a cigarette. "Same stuff, but with a different target," he replied. "Instead of taking out a half-god's powers, it was focused on shutting down a dragon's." I thought about the deep gashes on Cather's arms and thighs. Those wounds were severe and probably saturated with poison. That explains why Cather got the crap kicked out of him. That stuff shut down his healing factor, prevented him from shapeshifting, and reduced his strength. I stopped as I realized what I was saying. Holy shit! Would a full dose of this stuff really work that fast? Doc Ryan nodded. "I've never seen a poison so focused or so virulent. A full dose of that effectively turns the target into a normal person until it runs its course." So you're telling me this assassin was carrying 2 different kinds of poison? One focused on dragons, and one focused on half-gods? That seems a little far-fetched, Doc. Doc said as he puffed on his cigarette. "The poison wasn't targeting half-gods. It was targeting you." He pointed his cigarette at me. "As in, the poison was specifically crafted to shut down the systems of Vincent Corinthos. I could give that stuff to another half-god, say Hercules, and he'd be as strong and temperamental as ever." Doc took another drag on his smoke. "And I'd be willing to bet that if I were to compare what's in that other sample you brought into Cather's physiology, those 2 would be an exact match as well." How is this possible? Poison for Cather makes sense as he was the target, but I just happened by. How would he have known to make poison for me? Doc shrugged. You get plugged, I patch you up. That's what I'm here for. You're the detective. Figuring out weird shit like this is what you're here for. So get figuring, Corinthos.
How long am I bedridden? He stood, the chair squeaking as he pushed away from it.
You've been poisoned, Corinthos. You've been running yourself ragged, and your healing fever is kaput. Christ, you can't even sit up. You're going to be here for a while, so you might as well get comfortable. I'll have Gearstripper bring down some movies for you.
He brushed at the back of his white lab coat and headed for the door. Doc, I said, trying not to sound desperate. Megan's missing. Kristen's out of town. Galahad is massively overworked. And now I've got some whack job ninja running through Boston who can create paranormal-specific poisons on the fly. I need to get back out there. He looked at me, at my chart, and back at me again. His bushy white eyebrows drew together in a stern, fuzzy line.
Corinthos,
he said. I'll be careful, I interrupted, putting up my hands. I'll even check in with Uncle Dave every hour if you want.
Call Uncle Dave? How's the lifeline going to help you with this? Did you miss the part where I said you couldn't stand?
Doc asked, incredulous.
You keep your ass in that bed until I tell you otherwise.
Doc, wait, I said. Get me to the bright side. I heal almost instantly there. Let me go over just for a minute, and then I'll pop back and everything will be fine. Please, Doc. There's too much at stake for me to be out of commission right now. He looked at me for a long moment.
Fine, he said, but I'm taking you there myself. Sit tight while I have Jake fetch the wheelchair.
I let out a relieved breath as he left the room. 10 minutes later, I was riding shotgun in Doc's yacht-sized 1987 Cadillac. A permanent yellow stain spread across the driver's side of the windshield, the origin point being a spot about 3 inches above where Doc's right hand currently rested on the wheel, a cig gripped between 2 of his fingers. Frank Sinatra's voice came from the stereo, crooning about how he'd done things his way, and to my surprise, Doc sang along in a rather pleasing tenor. Never knew you could sing, Doc.
There are a lot of things you don't know, Corinthos.
Doc is a fantastic physician, but his people skills have always been a bit lacking. I refrained from further attempts at small talk. Eventually, the giant milk bottle that sits just outside the Children's Museum came into view, and Doc deftly parallel parked his beast of a car on the street.
So how long will your magical heal-up take?
A few minutes, tops, I assured him. Doc helped me out of the car, and I tried not to lean on him too much as I hobbled to the alley behind the museum. Wait here, Doc. I'll be right back. He looked at me with genuine concern in his eyes, and I gave him what I hoped was a convincing smile. Aviorla, I called. Please open to the bright side. In response, a section of the brick wall began to shimmer, and I stepped through the portal. I let out a weak, ragged breath, then inhaled the fresh air of the bright side and felt my body heal. The screaming started a second later. Chapter 12. Bargain 2. Agreed to perform a trans-dimensional soul transfer for a renegade chronicler so that he could escape the Tempest's wrath. Procedure required displacing the soul through time using the chronicler's own chronometer, which was destroyed upon the process's completion. Soul was transferred to a human fetus still in utero, unclear on if process would be successful, so payment was provided in advance. Said payment consisted of a pocket dimension, complete with structures and its own habitable atmosphere. From Keeper Laris's transaction log. I spun around to see a lone, haggard Urisk scrambling toward me, tears streaming from his luminescent green eyes. My initial response to him was cut off by a sharp pain in my jaw. My tongue brushed up against a newly formed, fully regrown tooth. Hooray for accelerated healing! My attention snapped back to the wailing Urisk, and for a moment I thought there may be lingering effects from the eclipse which had caused a chrysalis zombie Urisk apocalypse. Then I recognized him as Diamond.
They are dead!
Diamond wailed.
Lord Corinthos, why didn't you save them?
It was too late, I said gently. They were already gone by the time I got there.
But you are a god!
Diamond exclaimed.
You can do anything! Bring them back, Lord Corinthos, please! Essa was just 8. Jera was just 5. My daughters, Lord Corinthos, my wife! Please bring them back!
The light in his eyes rippled like stones thrown into a pool of water. His grief was all too palpable. My heart broke. I could resurrect his family. In truth, it was such a simple task. But I wouldn't, because then every time someone died, people would want me to bring that person back too. And it wouldn't stop at people. Next, they'd want to resurrect pets. Commander Courageous had been very adamant with me about this. Don't bring back the dead, he'd warned. You will be tempted, and that's normal. You must resist the urge to do it. It will only lead to more heartache. Pure self-loathing tightened in my chest as I looked at the heartbroken Urisk. I blessed Diamond and did my best to ease his pain as I laid a hand on his bony shoulder. Your wife and daughters are in Roback, Diamond. They run in the fields of paradise and are beyond pain and suffering now. Your family will be remembered as the loving and caring people they were, and will serve as an example of how Urisk should lead a good life.
And what did that get them?
Diamond demanded, pulling back from my touch.
They're dead, Lord Corinthos. They're dead!
Some of my priests heard the commotion and came running from the cathedral. Diamond fell to his knees, sobbing. One of the priests put his hand on Diamond's shoulder, and Diamond leaned into him. I was grateful for the priest's presence. I couldn't find the words to comfort Diamond, but hopefully he could. Take care of this man, I said to the priest, hating myself even more. Give him whatever he needs in his hour of grief. He nodded his assent. I kept my composure, but inside I was berating myself. This man's wife and children were innocents, and I'd failed to protect them. Focus on the living, I told myself. There will be time for grief later. But I couldn't quite drown out the voice saying, "You're a failure, Corinthos. Nothing but a huge failure. And an asshole. What kind of god won't use his powers for the simplest of tasks like this one?" Sometimes doing the right thing really sucks. I'd fully healed and needed to get back to Boston. I left the bright side and leaned against the side of the Children's Museum for a few moments. I was a wreck of tangled emotions. Well, mostly it was self-loathing. I was having a hell of a time thinking. Doc's caddy was just ahead, but I didn't see him anywhere. My eyes started to itch. Something wasn't right. My vision was narrowing. My legs buckled, and I hit the pavement. I couldn't feel my legs. My head rebounded off the frozen pavement. "Oh, shit." Doc's voice. "Hang on, Corinthos. Don't you die on me now." He got his hands under my armpits and dragged me back to the caddy. I managed a few clumsy telekinetic lurches that helped direct my non-responsive body onto the back seat. Doc was breathing hard as he got behind the wheel.
This was a stupid idea,
he wheezed as he pressed a button on the dashboard. "Jake, have medical prepped for an emergency reception. Corinthos is down. Again." I woke up in medical. Again. I was starting to get a complex about the place. The clock said it was early afternoon, so I hadn't been out for too long, thankfully. Doc looked at me over the top of his clipboard.
"Oh, trust me, Doc. I'll be totally fine. I'm a god, Doc,"
he said in a falsetto voice. "I do not sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks," I said, pulling myself into a sitting position. "No, they sing better than you, and they're smarter." He jabbed a finger at me. "You are off active duty until you heal. Got that?" "I don't understand," I said as I tried to push my frustration aside. Going to the bright side always fixes anything that's wrong with me. I felt great while I was there. I regrew a tooth, for crying out loud. "If that poison is as smart as I think it is, it's possible it altered itself at the molecular level when it sensed your power increasing. Think of it like when a bacterium goes inert in cold weather.
It doesn't die, but instead goes into a sort of hibernation. Your temperature has gradually been increasing over the last 20 minutes, so I think the poison's run its course. I'll need to run some more tests to know for sure, which means I'll need to keep you here for further observation.
He fixed me with a stern glare, and when I didn't argue, he gave a little nod.
Now then, I'm going to get a carton of cigs. You stay put.
Yes, sir, I said. I counted to 60 and got out of bed. I was still woozy, but the world didn't spin too much as I pulled my clothes on. That the poison had remained in my system after going to and from the bright side was bad, but it must be just about done. Doc had even said so. I got into the elevator, leaned against the wall, and stabbed at the button for my office's floor. As the doors closed, I pulled out my phone and dialed Cather. "How you feeling?" I asked him when he picked up.
I loathe complaining, old friend, but I must say that I have been better. The kobolds say that there was some rather nasty poison on that blade, and it's taking them a bit to concoct an antidote. That said, they have been most helpful with their ministrations.
"I bet," I said, happy that Cather wasn't seeing the kobolds as an inconvenience anymore. "Are they teleporting beautiful women to your bedside?" There was a pause.
Teleport?
He chuckled.
I suppose I can see how it would look like that. They can turn invisible, Vincent. Then they move around while they can't be seen. It's something they learn to avoid predators.
That makes sense. What about their telepathy? Do you find it strange to have voices pop into your head? A longer pause this time.
Kobolds can't communicate telepathically, old friend. I think you might have them mixed up with some other fairy creature. They can turn invisible, perform minor magical healing, and can control fire. I've heard some of the more talented ones can even turn into small dragons, but I don't believe any of the lot you brought here can do that.
Had I inadvertently opened telepathic contact with Cleep? It didn't seem likely. Just the same, I chose not to speculate any further with Cather. Maybe I am confusing them with something else. Anyway, do you need anything?
You just find the bastard who did this to me and kill him,
Cather said, his voice dropping an octave.
You do it before I heal, because no matter how you kill him, Vincent Corinthos, it will be 100,000 times more merciful than I will be.
After hanging up with Cather, I tottered upstairs to Gearstripper's workshop and found the gremlin putting screws into a metal cylinder just bigger than a roll of paper towels. "Hey, Gears," I called. "How goes it?"
"It's done,"
he said, setting the screwdriver down. Gears reached into a drawer, pulled out a whatchamacallit bar, peeled its wrapper like a banana, and snarfed half of it in a single bite. While he chewed, I took in what he was working on. The cylinder was made of a dull, smooth metal. Tiny LEDs flickered along the top, while dark bands of a different metal wove around the edge in a spiral pattern. Gears swallowed.
"You can touch it. It's not powered up yet."
He stuffed the rest of the candy into his mouth. I'm not sure what I was expecting, maybe for the cylinder to be ice cold or blazing hot, but it was just like touching a giant can of warm soda. I gently lifted it, and was surprised at how light it was. I resisted the urge to rattle it and instead set it down gently. Gears finished his second mouthful of whatchamacallit.
"The ion accelerator is good to go in my other workshop,"
he said as he tore open another candy bar.
"It's ready when you are, Vinny."
"Great, let's go. Now." I couldn't waste any more time. The Keepers had taken liberties with our agreement, so who knew what else they might pull? For all I knew, they had some alien technology that would pull Caulborn's secrets right out of Megan's head that they could then sell to the highest bidder. There was no time for anything but immediate action. Plus, I needed to get out of here before the good doctor realized I was gone. I pulled out my phone. Herb answered a moment later. "We're ready, Herb." I gave him the address to meet us.
"Antonio and I will be there in 15 minutes,
the necromancer said. "Who's Antonio?"
"The spirit attached to that skull,"
Herb replied.
"He's very anxious to find these coordinates. Says he hasn't had a decent challenge in centuries." "Is Herb ready?"
Gears asked as I hung up. "Yep, The skull's name is Antonio. Gears pursed his lips.
Right! Okay then, he said as he climbed into the backpack. My secondary workshop is just down the street. It's got an old-style metal mesh fence around it. You can't miss it.
I thought you said there was a tunnel to the other building.
It's 12 inches wide and 18 inches high, Vinny.
Wow, that was like Shawshank Redemption small. Down the street we go, then. With Gears's portable Taj Mahal slung over one shoulder, I snuck out the back door and walked down the street. As I got to the building with the metal mesh fence, Herb's Taurus pulled up to the curb alongside me. Herb got out with a backpack of his own, and we wordlessly descended a set of concrete stairs to a heavy metal door marked with a faded bomb shelter placard. A pair of padlocks held the doors shut with a shiny steel chain. I moved to open them when Gearstripper began thrashing around in the backpack.
No, Vinny, don't do that!
He scrambled out of the pack onto my shoulder and perched there for a moment like some demented pirate's parrot. I withdrew my hand, stuffed it into my bomber's pocket, and raised an eyebrow at the gremlin. Gearstripper looked at me with wide eyes.
Do you really think I trust my workshop's security to padlocks?
I pursed my lips. Actually, now that I think about it, that doesn't make sense. Gears rolled his eyes.
You need to think first, Vinny.
He scrambled down my leg and pried open a small panel toward the base of the door. This one had a numeric keypad and a keyhole. Gears withdrew a small brass key from his coveralls and slipped it into the keyhole. He tapped out a series of numbers on the pad so fast that I couldn't follow them, then turned the key right. He entered a second sequence of numbers and then turned the key left. Another sequence, another turn of the key, and the entire door slid up. The locks I'd been about to open were just for show. What would have happened if he'd opened the locks? Herb asked. In reply, Gears pointed up at a machine gun that was mounted on a rail above the door, aimed right at us. Herb nodded. Got it. Gears flipped a switch, and the door slid shut behind us. A second switch flip, and bare bulbs covered in dust flickered on. The room was huge and smelled like a damp basement. Wow, Herb said. 2 bad scientist labs in 1 week. Is this normal for you? Pretty much, I replied as I set the backpack down. At least this place is cleaner than Gears's other shop. Instead of the haphazard collection of electronic knickknacks strewn about the room, this workshop was immaculate. Metal racks lined one wall, each one filled with meticulously labeled jars and canisters of various chemical and electrical components. A large workbench dominated the center of the room. Sitting atop it was a large glass and metal cylinder about 5 feet long, lying on its side. A pair of complex-looking electronic devices bookended the cylinder. Gears headed for the racks. He grabbed 2 canisters and scampered over to the workbench. He emptied 1 canister into the first bookend, the second into another.
All right, Vinny,
Gears said.
I'm going to use this accelerator,
he gestured at the cylinder,
to bombard the lead with zinc. When the reaction is successful, we should get enough Copernicum to power Hammond's device.
That's all there is to it? Herb asked.
Heck no,
Gearstripper replied.
I'm keeping this high level because Vinny's an underachiever.
Love you too, Gears, I said. Gears smiled and pressed a button on the accelerator. It hummed so loudly that it vibrated in my chest. The lights dimmed a bit, and Herb and I both took a step back. Gears looked at us and raised his voice to be heard over the machinery.
Remember, we'll only have 29 seconds before the Copernicum winks out.
He looked at both of us.
Are you ready?
Herb and I both nodded. Gears set Hammond's device on the bench near the accelerator.
Here we go.
We stood there in a tense silence for I don't know how long. Finally, Gears yelled,
It's happening! Houston, we have Copernicum! Clock's ticking, Vinny! Go!
Herb! I hustled over to the table and gestured for the necromancer to follow me. Herb held the skull in the crook of his left arm. His eyes glowed orange. Wow, Antonio here is a feisty one. He'll show you where those coordinates lead, and believe me, he's absolutely raring to go. I put one sweaty hand on the device, the other on Antonio's skull, and closed my eyes. Something barely noticeable brushed the corner of my mind.
Antonio's going to guide your thoughts, Vincent, Herb said. Just relax.
I nodded as images flickered through my mind. Stars. No, constellations. Dozens of them, many of which were unfamiliar to me. A distant part of my mind realized these were the stars of a different dimension, someplace beyond Earth, beyond the bright side, beyond anything I knew. Someplace outside. I saw a set of stars that looked like a shot glass if you connected them right.
Antonio says he's found the place,
Herb said. His voice was very far away.
Let her rip.
I drew on my power and opened a portal. The canister grew warm beneath my hand, bright green light shooting from several of the gaps in the metal. The portal felt different than the other ones I'd created. Where those had felt clumsy and jagged, this one felt smooth, like I was tracing my hand across the surface of a pond. The portal opened onto a landscape of dark red grass and a pink sky.
10 seconds!
Gears called.
Hurry!
Herb and Gears walked through. I scooped up the canister and followed.
It smells like popcorn,
Gears said, his nose crinkling. There are worse things, I said. Herb, what's the word from Antonio? This the right place? Herb's eyes flickered a faint orange.
Yes.
All righty then. The portal abruptly sparked and flickered out of existence of its own volition.
The Copernicum expired,
Gears said as he stowed the device in the backpack. Herb looked at me pointedly.
So how do we get back?
The Keepers have devices that let them jump back and forth between dimensions, I said. At least, that's how the Chroniclers did it, so it stood to reason the Keepers did too. We'll steal one of those and hop home.
Planning ahead isn't exactly your strong suit, is it?
Herb asked. I ignored the question. Can Antonio get a fix on Megan? No, wait, I said, pointing to the right. This way.
How do you know?
Gears asked. I looked at my outstretched hand. How had I known? It felt right, but I couldn't articulate it much more than that. Call it a hunch, I said.
Well, Antonio agrees with your hunch,
Herb said. He regarded the skull for a moment.
He's done his job, so it's time to release his spirit. It's only fair.
Go ahead, I said. I'm thinking it'll be just over the next hill. Sure enough, there was a series of buildings surrounded by a giant chain-link fence. Covered guard towers stood at the four corners, giving the place the look and feel of the set of Hogan's Heroes. Herb murmured something in his strange language and nodded to himself before stuffing Antonio's skull into his pack. He must have dismissed the spirit. Gears rooted around in his bag until he came out with a pair of binoculars that were nearly as big as he was.
Okay, we've got 2 sentries in each tower. They've got sidearms and some sort of big gun mounted in each one. Searchlights, too, by the look of things.
He panned to the left.
No foot sentries between the towers. Pfft, that's just sloppy. Although I suppose that could mean they've got landmines.
Or that the fence is electrified, I said, wincing at the memory.
Good thought, Vinny. Hang on while I shift spectrums.
There was a clicking as Gears turned a wheel on top of the binoculars.
Well, would you look at that? Not just electricity, but some sort of low-level radiation, too.
So they'd electrocute us and give us cancer? I asked.
Not sure. I'm not familiar with this particular form of radiation.
He panned back and forth.
Let's see, where's your power source?
A good 15 seconds went by as Gears searched.
Ah, there you are. See that little building over on the right with the peaked roof?
The blue one that looks like a tool shed? Herb asked.
Yep, that's the one. The generators powering that fence are in there. I can see their energy signatures.
Gears lowered the binoculars.
I can get in there and disable them, Vinny. Then you and Herb can scale the fence.
Gears, the Keepers have access to technology that doesn't exist in our universe. You've probably never seen anything like it before. Gearstripper gave me a wicked smile.
Then I'll get to break something new,
he said, his voice taking on a sinister tone.
Come on, Vinny. Launch me over the fence and let's get Megan back. Hang on, Herb said. The guards in the towers will see you. Give me a second to see if I could get you a distraction. His eyes went orange, and he gasped. His face paled, and he swooned. I caught him by the shoulders. Herb, stay with me, man. What's wrong? There are so many dead here, he whispered. Thousands upon thousands of them, and they're all so angry. His orange eyes were wide in horror. I've never felt this level of hatred for the living before. It's staggering. Why didn't you feel this when we came through the portal? Herb shook his head. They weren't there. They're all inside that fence. None of the spirits will help us willingly. His eyes abruptly shifted back to brown, and he sat down hard. Okay, that's good to know, I said. All right, plan B. Gears, let me borrow your binoculars. I scanned the watchtowers. Each of the towers had canvas camp chairs. One of the guards was standing, presumably surveying the area, while the other sat in the chair. The seated guards were making notes in a ledger. Maybe logging all clears? I glanced at the fence. It was maybe 10 feet high. I let out a breath. Holy shit, I was going to have to be fast to pull this off. All right, Gears, are you ready? Wait, Herb said. Shouldn't we wait for nightfall? I looked around. Do you know when that might happen? This isn't our universe. For all we know, this is night. There aren't any suns in the sky, and I have no idea how time works here. Our best bet is to get in and get out so fast that the keepers don't know what hit them. Herb nodded reluctantly. I was hoping for more of a plan than this. We're just making this up as we go. It's not a perfect world, I said, a little harder than I'd intended. Here's what's going to happen. I'll create a distraction and launch Gears over the fence. We'll use the binoculars to see when the generators are down. Then you and I will sneak in. They'll see us scaling the fence, Herb said. They might miss Gearstripper, but you and I are a lot bigger than he is. Let me worry about that. You just keep your spectral senses going and let me know if we're risking an undead attack. I could tell Herb wasn't happy about it. Hell, I wasn't happy about it, but I didn't see any other way.
Let's do it, Vinny,
Gears said, tensing his little body. Good luck, Gears. I took a good, hard look at the two watchtowers closest to us and let out a slow breath. Then I shut my eyes, pictured the cloth chairs in my mind, and sent the tiniest thread of fire out into them. The flames bored through the bottoms of the watchtowers like a laser beam and seared the cloth of the chairs, cutting the seats neatly in half in less than a second. Both of the seated guards fell to the floor with a thud, and their standing partners turned to see what had happened. Before they could react any further, I sent Gears over the fence and telekinetically cushioned his landing on the other side. He took off at a run toward the generator building. I sat down on the red grass next to Herb and raised the binoculars. The guards in the towers were looking at the neatly broken canvas, but my threads of fire had been so fine they had left only pinprick-sized holes in the floors. There was no way they'd find them. Do you think he'll be able to do it? Herb asked. Gearstripper was one of the best saboteurs in World War II, I replied. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind he'll be able to do it. Of course, doubts started creeping in after 10 minutes had gone by. Through the binoculars, the fence glowed with electricity and radiation. The muscles in my shoulders relaxed when the fence suddenly went dark. He did it, I grinned. Great, Herb said. Now how do we get past the guards? Focusing on the first watchtower, I reached out telekinetically and latched onto the head of the guard facing our direction, slamming it into the side of the watchtower. As the guard slumped, his partner popped up into view, and I repeated the attack. I did that to the guards in the second tower on our side and held my breath. No alarms. I then reached out to the towers on the two far corners and did the same. Why didn't you do that before? Herb asked me as we got to our feet. Because I didn't know if there would be a scheduled check-in or shift change or some other stupid thing that might tip off the keepers that something was wrong. Come on, let's get climbing. I grabbed onto the fence and hoisted myself up. A minute later, I had shimmied down the other side. Herb was still struggling to reach the top. His face was red and he was huffing. I telekinetically grabbed him and hauled him the rest of the way. The man was heavy, but I managed to get him back on the ground without jolting him too much. My eyes flashed around as we ran for the shed.
There were 3 other buildings, 2 that looked like old Victorian houses, and 1 4-story brick structure. I had a strong feeling that Megan was in the brick building. I was sure of it, in fact. Gears stuck his head around the corner and waved us over to a narrow door. We ducked inside. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light. Gears's eyes were alight with glee.
Vinny, you aren't kidding. They have some really cool stuff here,
he whispered.
I cannot wait to try and build some of this stuff when we get back home. I'm pretty sure they've got a perpetual motion machine in here somewhere.
I couldn't tell if he was serious. Hang on a sec, Gears. I opened my mind to my followers. While most of the Urisk were no longer amber-eyed, they'd be disoriented after waking up, so currently only a few prayers were being offered. But there was one voice that stuck out.
Please give me back my family, Lord Corinthos. Please.
Diamond. And then I realized how I knew Megan's location so precisely. When the Urisk emerged from their chrysalises, they sometimes acquired new powers. Diamond had gained a sort of dowsing ability that allowed him to locate things, and since he could do it, so could I. I comforted Diamond as best as I could and turned my attention back to the task at hand. Herb was looking at the shredded remains of a junction box. 3 diagonal slashes an inch deep ran through it. A bundle of wires as thick as my wrist looked like it had been chewed through, and a series of now dark gauges had been completely smashed. Herb looked at the damage and back at Gears. The gremlin grinned innocently. Herb looked at me. I just shrugged. Told you he was the best, I said. Okay, Megan's being held in the big brick building. We need to find a way inside. Gears, I don't suppose you saw any ductwork or secret elevator shafts that'd let us push the easy button on that, did you?
Afraid not, Vinny.
Herb peeked through the slats that faced the brick building. No windows on the first floor, he said. The ones on the second and third floors are bricked up. He shifted, trying to get a better view around the slats. I only see the one door on the ground floor. Gears was rummaging around under a workbench, mumbling to himself. I heard tape being torn and a few other sounds I couldn't readily identify. Gears? What are you up to there? Gears emerged from beneath the bench holding a battered metal canister.
I love this place, Vinny,
he said, eyes alight.
They've got ammonium nitrate and petroleum products just lying around.
Should those mean something to me? Gears was positively beaming.
On their own, no. But combined, they mean boom.
So you want to blow open the door? Herb asked. That's not exactly subtle, is it? Gears looked at him.
Blow open the door? No! I just like making explosives.
Herb was looking at Gears with an exasperated expression. Gears looked up at me.
What's with Herb, Vinny?
Herb's still getting used to working with gremlins. But that bomb gives me an idea, Gears. How much of a boom are we talking about? Loud bang boom or blow up the building kind of boom?
With all the other materials in here? Blow up the building, of course.
Herb took a few steps away from the gremlin. Okay, good, I said. Herb looked at me incredulously. Here's what we do. 10 minutes later, I'd levitated down 4 of the unconscious guards from the 2 closest towers, and we'd dragged them back to the shed. Their dark suits seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and I wondered what sort of paranormal worm silk their outfits were made of. The masks they wore were completely featureless, and that was just plain creepy. They were about my build, which was fine for me but bad for Herb, given that we were going to take their clothes. I froze when I pulled the mask off of the first guard. Well, well, Laras himself, I said when I saw the keeper's face. Wasn't expecting him to be pulling guard duty. Vincent? Herb said. He's twins? I looked to see that Herb had unmasked his guard as well, and Laris's visage was there, too. I tugged the mask off of the other guards. They all looked like Laras.
Clone troopers?
Gearstripper asked.
Think he's got Sparty cylinders in here somewhere?
Sparty cylinders? Herb asked. Star Wars stuff, I said, waving a hand. And I'm not sure, Gears. The only 2 keepers I met were Laras and his secretary, Julie. I rubbed my face. I didn't have time to consider the implications of this. This doesn't change the plan. Just stay sharp. Herb snorted.
The plan. Right. You mean it doesn't change the fact that we're flying by the seat of our pants?
I ground my teeth, but didn't say anything. No doubt Herb was getting surly because he was worried about Megan. After Herb and I put on their uniforms and masks, we hid the unclothed guards by one of the towers and dragged the other 2 unconscious guards closer to the brick building. Despite the fact that it covered my entire face with a single piece of material, the mask was downright comfortable and didn't impede my vision. I took a slow breath and glanced at the bomb nestled against the corner of the tool shed about 30 feet away. Gears had placed it so that I had a clean line of sight to it from our current vantage point, behind the corner of one of the Victorian buildings. The gremlin was snuggled down comfortably in his backpack on my back. I looked at Herb. Ready? The pudgy necromancer nodded at me. I sent a tendril of fire at the bomb, and the tool shed exploded in a ball of flame. If we hadn't crammed some sort of putty that Gears had whipped up into our ears, we would have been deafened. A wall of heat ripped past us, and I conjured up a quick shield to protect us from debris. Less than a minute passed before the brick building's heavy metal doors opened and a crew of keepers came hauling ass toward the shed. There must have been 15 or 20 of them, some clad in firefighter outfits, others carrying stretchers. Herb and I dragged our unconscious pals out under the armpits and began hauling them toward the door of the brick building. "Man down!" I called. "Man down!" 2 pairs of the medic keepers hurried over to Herb and me. I was counting on the general commotion to distract them from Herb's ill-fitting suit. I let out a sigh of relief as they took our charges and began putting them onto stretchers without giving us a second glance. We ran alongside them back through the doors. "What happened?" one of them asked. "Not sure," I replied, feeling Gearstripper wriggle out of my backpack. A second later, the heavy doors began to close behind us. "The power station just exploded." "Hey, what's... Ugh!" The medic next to me gave a yelp and collapsed. A green blur shot past him, scrambled up the unconscious body of the man on the stretcher, and struck the other medic with a sparking baton. The other pair of medics began to yell for help, but I hit both of them behind the ear with a blast of telekinesis. They collapsed to the ground in a heap. "The door locked, Gears?" I asked. He nodded.
It won't open from the outside.
He cocked his head to the side.
Or from the inside either, I suppose. I figured you could just do your open sesame seed trick to take care of that.
"Good plan. Where'd you get that?" I asked, nodding to the shock baton.
Built it while you guys were messing around with them,
Gears said, gesturing absently to the unconscious guards.
I was bored.
The inside of the Keeper facility was much more lackluster than I'd expected. Bare concrete walls and exposed metal beams in the ceiling stretched as far as we could see. Gray metal doors ran down the hall on our left, and like the building in Boston, none of the doors was marked. I consulted my newfound Urisk compass sense. "Megan's below us," I said. "About 200 feet down." I was impressed at this newfound power. The precision it gave was outstanding. It was too bad that it couldn't tell me what was between me and what I was searching for. I opened a door on the left and found a stairwell. This was too cool. I'd never get lost again. The stairs were that metal mesh that you see on portable Ferris wheels, and there were a lot of them. It took us nearly 10 minutes to clang our way to the bottom. When we finally left the stairwell, we were in another hallway identical to the one we'd started out in.
Hold on,
Herb wheezed as he put his hands on his knees and bent down.
I need a minute.
As the necromancer struggled to catch his breath, Gears popped his head out of the backpack and leaned over my shoulder.
Vinny? Where did your magical directional thinger say Megan is right now?
I checked. Below us. My eyes widened. About 200 feet down.
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that,
Gears replied as he pointed to my left.
Look!
The 4 keepers we'd subdued and the unconscious guards were lying in a pile on the side of the hall.
How?
Herb panted.
Oh, those stairs! How is that possible?
I thought back to my time at the Athenaeum. The lore master told me that the keepers are offshoots of the chroniclers. Chroniclers can manipulate time and space. My guess is they did something to root us back here. "You are correct, Mr. Corinthos," came a voice. I looked around, but didn't see anyone. Loris, I called back. Show yourself. All I want is my partner returned, unharmed. That is not possible, Godling, Loris's voice replied. His voice was coming from everywhere. Where the hell was he? Maybe there were speakers hidden in the walls? You see, Loris continued, every bargain a keeper makes is binding and permanent, and many of them tie together. You came to us with a problem, and we discussed payment. That payment which you delivered was something necessary to fulfill another of our obligations. We cannot return your partner to you, as we cannot return the item you used for payment to us. You used that item to try and kill me, and a friend of mine, I said. All the more reason we are disinclined to return it. You can keep the goddamned Rosario, I shouted. Think of it as a Christmas present for all I care. Just release Megan. We are obligated to fulfill our bargains, Mr. Corinthos. No refunds. Wait, Herb said, his eyes widening. This is your fault? Megan got kidnapped because of you? His face was suddenly hard, and he spoke through his teeth. When we get her back, Vincent, you and I are going to have a very long talk. Loris's voice came back over the speakers. His tone softened to one of condescending sympathy. I admire your devotion to your companion, Mr. Corinthos. However, we are at an impasse here. I will allow you and your friends to leave this facility unmolested. The door you came in through is just ahead of you. Not without Megan! Herb yelled at the ceiling. Laris's sigh was overly dramatic. Oh, I can see there will be no diplomatic solution here. Very well. You are free to wander this corridor forever, if you wish. All doors will eventually lead you back to where you started. Each one is a portal that we control, you see. I can have you walk through one door across the length of the Gobi Desert, and twist space so you exit from the same door you started through. It's your decision. Gears, search those guys for any tech, I said, pointing to the downed guards. Oh, please, Mr. Corinthos, Laris laughed. You think we carry a key fob or an ID badge that tells the portals where to open? Really? That's cute. Gear Stripper scampered out of the bag and over to the men. His claws tore through the fabric of the men's coveralls with a soft swuff sound. Gears picked up and discarded items from the men.
Chewing gum, imitation Swiss Army knife, a ton of lint.
He looked at me and shrugged.
Nothing here, Vinny.
With that, he took a handful of zip ties from one of his inside coverall pockets and bound the men's wrists and ankles. Herb sat down on the floor. We were going to go on a duck tour, he said, his voice faint. She'd seen the trucks but never had a chance to go. I bought tickets for this weekend. It was going to be a surprise. He turned a haggard face toward me. We've got to get her back, Vincent. Please, you have to help me get her back. I glanced at the doors along the wall. Hang in there, Herb. We're not out of this yet. I placed my hands on the door and closed my eyes. Extra-dimensional energies rippled beneath my fingertips. Whatever made up these doors wasn't much different from the portals Forculus had conjured. A bead of sweat ran down my cheek as I focused. Forculus said I had the domain of doors, and that doors would obey my wishes. Time to put that to the test. The door's energies crackled beneath my touch. It wanted to lead to another endless stairwell. Megan, I thought. Open to Megan. I heard Laris's voice, muted this time, as though he'd turned his head away from the mic. Julie, run electrical currents through the doors. I almost had the portal picked. Even through closed eyes, I could see blue light spark to my left, but the jolt of current never came. I glanced over to see Gearstripper grinning happily at a shredded junction box. The little gremlin looked so innocent next to the box with 3 ragged claw marks running through it. I ground my teeth and pictured Megan firmly in my mind. Open to her, I commanded the portal. Now. In response, the doorway flickered and twisted, the image on its other side resolving into a different room. Go through, I called to my companions, and hurry! Unlike Forculus's portals, this one was fighting back. It took all the control I had to keep it from redirecting us back to the endless stairwell. No, you don't, I thought. You're leading to Megan, and that's all there is to it. Gears and Herb hustled through. I followed and collapsed on a cold concrete floor. We'd come out in a round room about 100 feet in diameter and 30 feet high. A 12-foot metal dome stood in the center of the room, its mirror-like surface reflecting us like a funhouse mirror. My compass sense said Megan was just inside that dome. Gears, look around and disable any security systems you see.
On it, Vinny,
he said, dashing off to the far side of the room. Mr. Corinthos, your persistence is both admirable and infuriating. I turned to see Laris and Judo Julie materialize in the chamber just a few feet away. Mom used to say that persistence paid off, I said, readying a fireball. Nice duds, by the way, I said, gesturing to their matching black jumpsuits. Paranormal worm silk pajamas? Stop bantering with them, Vincent, Herb hissed at me. Get them to give Megan back. I'd come to like Herb Wallenby, but he didn't understand Caulborn tactics. As much as I enjoyed bandying words about with the bad guys a la Spider-Man, I was trying to buy Gearstripper time. He's simply trying to give the gremlin time to disable our security, Mr. Wallenby. Crap, was I that transparent? A fruitless effort, Laris continued. The technology here is far too advanced for even one of von Hassen's creations. A section of the floor to the right of the dome turned to liquid metal. It shimmered and flowed upward, forming into a set of 3 tables. The metal on the table's surfaces pulled back, revealing small pieces of equipment, including handguns, flashlights, cameras, and other miscellaneous bits of tech. The pack of wet wipes caught my attention. Those were the contents of Megan's extra-dimensional shoebox. The keepers must have emptied it before doing whatever it was they'd done to her. Laris pursed his lips. Impressive. I smiled. You don't know the half of it, Laris. The dome began to shimmer and became partially translucent. Herb ran over to it, calling Megan's name. Oh, you'd be surprised by what I know, Mr. Corinthos. It hit me then that no one was trying to stop Herb. Julie and Laris seemed to be enjoying this exchange. Herb, get away from the dome! I shouted. I think I see her, Vincent. I telekinetically latched onto Herb and hauled him over to me. He bounced twice before coming to a stop. I checked my faith reserves. Ooh boy, barely 20%. What's your game, Laris? I demanded. His grin was infuriating. No game, Mr. Corinthos. We ensured multiple layers of security were in place to keep our end of the bargain. You are essentially violating your own agreement with us. Thus, you will see for yourself just how thorough we are. His expression abruptly became somber. I do hope you understand that I harbor no ill will toward you, Mr. Corinthos. I will miss our conversations when you are dead. Gearstripper came rushing over to me.
Vinny, whatever's going on with that dome, I'm not doing it.
The dome had turned fully transparent now and was unwinding itself. Layers of translucent metal silently corkscrewed away from the dome and vanished into the floor. Megan, dressed in a white hospital gown, lay on a steel bed. 4 thin metal posts capped with spheres stood at the corners of the bed, a thin line of electricity dancing between them. Herb rushed forward, but I caught him by the back of the shirt and held on. He managed to drag me a few feet before he stopped. What are you doing? He demanded. I pointed. A creature the size of an SUV was climbing out of a hatch in the ground just in front of Megan's bed. It had the burly forepaws of a bear, a back end like a panther, and a rich mane framing a lion's head. What is that? Herb whispered. Keeping the panic out of my voice took superhuman effort. The thing looked exactly like it had in Megan's book. I believe, I said, my voice cracking ever so slightly, that is the Glowacus. Chapter 13. The amulets we found appear to have powers based in fear. One bestows the ability to manifest horrors, while the other grants the wearer mastery over what people in the area are afraid of. They've been dubbed Fear and Courage. At first, we believed fear could only create illusions,
But recent tests have shown it can create physical manifestations of spiders, serpents, and other nightmare creatures. Courage is different. If the wearer is afraid of heights, courage negates the fear and bestows upon the bearer the ability to fly. We are going to conduct further tests on both of these to determine their origin and creator, but for now, they're safely stowed in the Shaker Springhouse.
Journal entry from Jack Santo, dated 1938. The Glowacus shook itself as it stood before us. Its lion-like head was framed in a fiery red mane, and its eyes were glowing embers against the golden-brown fur of its body. The great claws on its bear-like forepaws clicked, as if it were drumming its fingers while considering what to do with us. I shuddered at the intelligence I saw in those hellish eyes.
Vincent,
Herb whispered, his eyes flaring orange.
There are dead all around this thing. It's like it has an army of spirits just waiting for it to give a command.
Lovely. Beautiful, isn't it? Lara sounded like an art critic describing a Rembrandt. Truly a one-of-a-kind creation. Did you know it was fashioned by a family of inbred psychics dubbed Melonheads by the locals? They grew tired of being persecuted for being different and crafted the Glowacus by using an artifact they were poorly equipped to comprehend. The Glowacus ravaged several towns in Connecticut before beginning a lumbering trek north into Massachusetts. As it did, a Caulborn agent named Santo came to me and asked for aid in capturing the beast. We provided 2 pocket dimensions for him, one for the Glowacus, the other to imprison the Melonheads. We've been keeping the Glowacus safe for some time. He pulled back his left sleeve, revealing a tattoo of a caduceus. In fact, I personally harvested some of its organs to restore your friend Cather's treasure sense. I gaped. That was the lore master's medical tattoo. Laris continued. Even so diminished, I felt the Glowacus was uniquely qualified to serve as guardian for your partner. And why is that? I asked. I was vainly trying to come up with a plan, but my mind kept locking on to the Glowacus's teeth, which were as long as my finger and reflected the room's light on razor points. Come on, Corinthos, keep Laris talking. Maybe he'll slip and give you a way out. Laris chuckled. Don't be foolish, Mr. Corinthos. I believe it's plain to see. Still, if you are unclear, I suppose it's best for you to find out for yourself. With that, he and Julie pressed a button on their wrist guards and vanished. The Glowacus roared, a deafening sound like 1,000 animals raging at once. I involuntarily put my hands over my ears. Herb and Gearstripper did the same. The Glowacus rushed forward, impossibly fast for a creature its size, and swatted Herb aside. The necromancer sailed across the room and landed face first on the floor. I threw out a telekinetic bubble around Gears and me, and the Glowacus's next strike rebounded off it. The creature's eyes flared with pure hate and glowed brighter. Twin beams of red light shot forth from its eyes and struck my bubble. The force was incredible, and my faith reserves dropped drastically as I fought to keep up the shield. My bubble bowed as sweat ran into my eyes. It was like watching a piece of plastic melt in the sun. I didn't have the faith reserves to waste on holding a shield. Gears, be ready to run! The gremlin nodded, and I dropped the shield and threw myself to the side. The Glowacus's eye beams struck the spot where I'd just been, and the floor exploded in a cloud of concrete dust. Gears scrambled over to the table with Megan's belongings and grabbed one of her 9mm pistols. The gun was comically large in his hands, and he struggled to aim. The recoil from his first shot threw him off the table. The bullet ricocheted wildly around the ceiling, sparking with each hit. "Don't!" Herb cried. He'd staggered to his feet, his face bloody. "You might hit Megan!" Gears must have been firing armor-piercing rounds, because one of the light fixtures on the ceiling had come loose and now hung by only one support. It looked heavy. I telekinetically latched onto it and heaved. The metal creaked, but didn't give way. I hadn't had time for a proper recharge, and now I was burning through faith too fast. I was pretty much at the dregs of my reserves. Herb had grabbed one of Megan's guns and put himself between her and the Glowacus. He emptied the gun in a couple of seconds, the Glowacus roaring as Herb's shots ripped into it. The light fixture rattled and groaned.
Come on, damn it! What had they made the supports out of? Adamantium?
Gears scampered across the floor, a belt of some kind trailing over his shoulder. He clawed his way up the Glowakis's back, looped the belt around its neck, and leaped backward. He nimbly rolled as he hit the ground and slid to a stop at my feet.
Light the collar on fire, Vinny!
I shifted my focus and burned the collar. A series of sharp retorts cracked in the room. The Glowakis screamed and collapsed to the ground. As it thrashed, I flared my telekinetic pull and tore the light fixture from the ceiling. It crashed on top of the Glowakis and showered the area in sparks and shards of glass. Many of them tinkled and bounced off of the electric field surrounding Megan. I collapsed to the ground, my faith reserves empty. "What was on that collar?" I asked. Gears grinned.
I took a bunch of Megan's spare ammo and threaded it through some slits in a leather strap that was attached to the table.
"How'd you cut the leather?" Herb asked. Gears held up his hand and let the flickering light reflect off his claws. "Oh, right, sure. Kabod, let's get Megan out of here." Herb rushed back over to the energy field that surrounded Megan. "Could either of you open this thing?" I pushed myself up on my hands and knees and looked around. No Laris or Julie. That seemed wrong. If my pet monster had just been killed, I'd be pissed. So where were they? My train of thought was interrupted by a horrible wheezing sound. I scrambled to my feet and joined Gears and Herb.
Is the Glowakis having some kind of death throw seizure?
Gears asked. It took me a second. "No, Gears," I said. "It's laughing." A thin, white fog crept from beneath the rubble atop the creature. It ghosted along the floor and gradually rose to eye level, becoming a translucent curtain that was rapidly extending across the room. Silhouettes flickered into existence in the fog, vague outlines of people. "My God," Herb whispered, his eyes turning orange. "Those are the souls of all the people it's consumed." "I don't suppose any of them would be willing to help us?" I asked hopefully. Herb's face went white as he shook his head. "They're bad."
I would be too if I'd been eaten by a giant demon out of a Dr. Seuss book,
Gears said. Herb's orange eyes flickered. "No, not bad angry, bad insane. Any semblance of humanity is gone from them. They only know hate." The silhouettes were more pronounced now, taking on definition. "Let's get out of here," I said. "No," Herb said firmly. "I'm not leaving Megan." "I've got no power left, Herb. The only tech in here for Gears to play with is hooked up to Megan, and if he screws with that, it might kill her. I don't want to leave either, but this thing is way beyond anything I expected to deal with." I ran over to the door we'd come through. Locked. I put my hands on it to open it. I was suddenly on my back, my body smoldering and tingling. "God damn it, again?" Laris's laughter came over the invisible speaker system. "I never get tired of watching you do that, Mr. Corinthos." "Oh, it's amazing that you can be so talented and keep falling for such a simple trick." I pulled myself to my feet. The fog had spread further in the room. People were stepping out of it. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes from the 1930s. They stalked more than walked, and their glowing red eyes and ragged yellow nails reminded me of whites. Each one wore a wicked, feral grin. If Norman Rockwell ever painted a zombie parade, this was probably pretty close to what you'd see. My switchblade dropped into my hand. I wasn't going down without a fight. The Olympian steel flashed blue as I cut a deep slash in the forearm of the closest undead. The undead's flesh sizzled as the blade passed through it. It recoiled and howled as its arm blackened and smoked. Thank you, Uncle Hef. More of the undead pressed forward. I backpedaled, keeping the knife's glowing blade in front of me. I swiped at hands that reached for me, severing fingers. There were too many of them. This would be a stupid way to die. I bumped into Gearstripper and then into Herb. We were clustered at the outside of Megan's energy shield. The Glowakis was still laughing. Undead pressed in all around us. This was it.
Please, Herb said to the massive undead. Please, don't do this.
His orange eyes were pleading with them as they continued to press forward. The chubby necromancer clenched his fists and screwed his eyes shut.
No, Herb hissed. No! No!
He threw out his arms and roared the most primal sound I'd ever heard come from a human throat.
Oh, you will not do this!
His eyes opened and flared an even deeper red than the Glowakis's, and he pointed at the closest undead, whose eyes abruptly turned the same shade of red. It turned, grabbed one of its brethren, and tore its arms off. Herb was splattered with the undead's ectoplasm. A part of my mind was surprised by this. Corporeal undead didn't typically have ectoplasm. Maybe it was because they'd been summoned from a mist state? I pushed the thoughts away. Analyze things later when the undead aren't trying to eat you, Corinthos. The dominated undead then began laying into the others using the dismembered arms. Herb began chanting frantically, his voice angry. Another undead followed suit, and another, and another. More and more of the undead fell under Herb's power and turned against our attackers. A small group of them broke off and began clearing the debris from the Glowakis. The initial stab of panic I felt vanished when I saw these were under Herb's control too. They tore away the shattered metal and glass of the light fixture and began tearing ragged gashes into the creature with their nails. The Glowakis howled and thrashed. A vein in Herb's temple throbbed as he forcibly converted more of the undead to our cause and sent them against their former master. Herb's face had gone beet red, and his eyes had turned an even deeper scarlet. With a roar, the Glowakis wrenched itself free of the rubble and tore into the closest undead with its claws, scattering a group of them like rag dolls. The Glowakis howled again, and the fog returned. The whites began fading, becoming nothing more than smoky shapes as they tried to dissipate back into the mist.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
Herb snarled.
"You do not have my permission to leave. I command you to stay."
His chanting resumed, louder and angrier this time. The undead solidified and resumed their bloody assault on the Glowakis. The creature's snarls became whines.
"How do you like it?"
Herb hissed.
"When I'm done, you'll—"
There was a flash of light, and Herb jerked. A 3-foot length of metal was sticking out through his stomach. Julie stood behind him, the hilt of the rosario clutched in her hands. A line of blood ran from the corner of Herb's mouth, and his eyes faded to their normal color.
Oh dear,"
he said as he looked at the sword.
"That's bad."
His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, the sword still protruding from his body, blood pooling around him. Gears clambered up my leg, vaulted off my chest, and slashed across Julie's eyes with his claws. She screamed and put her hands up to her ruined face. I ran for the table with Megan's possessions. Behind me, the Glowakis rumbled to its feet. The fog was starting to pick back up and was coming up to my knees. Hoping it would provide some measure of cover, I slid baseball style and dipped under the fog. Despite its increasing thickness, I could make out the Glowakis' glowing eyes. Don't see me, I thought as I crawled toward the table. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. My skin tingled as I crawled, a residual effect of my most recent electrocution. The Glowakis' gaze passed over me twice. Almost there. I glimpsed back to see where a certain 1950s-style ray gun was on the table. My hand bumped against the table's leg, and my skin stopped tingling. I must have grounded myself. The Glowakis' glowing eyes locked onto me. It roared and lumbered forward on mangled front legs. That impediment was the only thing that gave me enough time to grab Megan's transdimensional pocket cannon from the table. I'm a lousy shot, but it's kind of hard to miss something the size of a Lincoln Navigator at point-blank range. I fired twice, and the resulting blue blasts of energy blew 2 gigantic holes in the Glowakis' chest. It staggered forward and then collapsed on top of me. The pocket cannon went off one more time before I was pinned to the ground. My right arm snapped under the Glowakis's weight when we hit the floor. My right knee was killing me, my arm was on fire, and it was hard to breathe with 1,000 pounds of dead, experimental demon on part of my chest. I was covered in gore and damp chunks of Glowakis. And, to paraphrase Han Solo, and I thought it smelled bad on the outside. It took me a moment to realize that the horrible screams I was hearing were my own. I tried to push past the pain and focus. My left arm was free and flailed against the Glowakis's bulk to no avail. I'd lost my switchblade somewhere along the way, and I was out of faith. I'd just opened my mind to the Urisk when a boot connected with the side of my head. "You bastard," Lara snarled. "Your pet gremlin blinded Julie. Do you know what a pain that will be for me to heal? Once this fog clears and I find him, I'll unmake him. And as for you, Mr. Corinthos, your life is forfeit, as of right now." He stalked off, his boots echoing in the chamber. Laras let out a yell of primal frustration and stomped back over to me. "Your last wild shot partially melted the Rosario," he said. "I will not be able to kill Cather with it now, which means I will have to find another way to slay a dragon. Do you know how hard that is, Mr. Corinthos?" A size 10 steel-toed boot collided into my ribs. "Do you?" 3 more kicks in quick succession.
Go fuck yourself,
I rasped. My throat was lined with sandpaper. My fever had kicked in, but there was no way I'd heal fast enough to take out Laras. I felt strangely detached from the situation. Maybe that was because I knew I was toast. A part of my mind supposed I could take some solace in the fact that, when he killed me, I had still technically fulfilled my promise to Megan, so I wouldn't go straight to Tartarus. I hated myself immediately as the thought formed. I thought about the Urisk and wondered who would protect them when I was gone. I thought about Petra and how much I'd miss her. As my ribs cracked and I cried out, Laras glared down at me and laughed. Somewhere off to the right, I could hear Julie swearing at Gearstripper. Where had he gotten to? As if summoned, Gears scrambled up out of the mist and launched himself at Laris's face. The keeper got an arm up in time to block, and Gears's claws raked across his forearm. There was no sound of fabric tearing, no blood, no cry of pain. Gears's claws slid right off the paranormal worm silk, and Laras caught the gremlin by the arms as he passed. He closed one gloved hand over Gears's clawed hands and squeezed. I heard the bones in Gears's wrists snap. Gears yelped and tried to bite Laris's hand, but his teeth couldn't penetrate the worm silk glove either. Laras threw Gearstripper over his shoulder like an unwanted toy. The keeper's eyes were crazed as he looked at me. "If I'd known what a pain in the ass you were going to be, Corinthos, I would have had my sycophant kill you in that graveyard." Crap. The keepers had made a suit that would protect them from dragons. A pyromancer for protection from fire, a wereshark for protection from teeth, and illusionist for protection from deception. I should have figured that out sooner, but I'd been too distracted by that damned promise to Megan. Laras continued. "You nearly stopped me from gaining the materials needed for this protective suit." He gestured to the black jumpsuit he was wearing. "Then I had to have the suit improved, using material from the Urisk, so that I would be prepared to defend myself against you. Regrettable that. Those Urisk looked so peaceful in their amber shells. If I'd had any fire or force left, I would have sent it all at Laras right there. But I was totally empty. Laras had me right where he wanted me, and he knew it." He smiled widely. "Megan Hayes is in stasis. You and the gremlin are about to die. It looks like there are going to be quite a few openings in the Caulborn's Boston office." Openings. I felt something surge in my chest, part hope, part desperation. I pushed the pain aside as best as I could and concentrated, willing a portal to open behind Laras. Reality tore behind the keeper with a horrific rip. A 5-foot-long, 2-foot-high gash in the universe hovered just behind him, a horrible scar of darkness in the fabric of the world. "Hello," Laris said softly as he turned to look at it.
What have we here?
You are indeed full of surprises, Mr. Corinthos. Still,
This is a futile.
a milky white tentacle snaked through the tear and flicked at the air. It was about as thick as my forearm and puckered with tiny scars. Laris was crazier than I thought, because he actually took a step toward the thing. The tentacle sensed the change in the air and shot forward, snaking around Laris's neck. As he struggled, reality ripped once more, and a second tentacle slithered into the world. This one wrapped around Laris's waist. Together, the two tentacles dragged Laris toward the tear. He wrenched back and forth, his breath coming in high-pitched wheezes. The keeper pulled at the tentacle around his throat, to no avail. He gave up on that and was starting to fumble at the device on his wrist when the tear ripped again, and a third tentacle shot through and grabbed his arm. A fourth followed and caught his other arm. Laris made strange yarking sounds as he tried to free himself. The tentacles heaved in unison, and the man disappeared into the rift. Okay, that was one problem solved. I stretched out and felt for the energy that made up the rift. All I needed to do was seal it up, except I couldn't get a grip on the energy that had created it. I could sense the energy, feel it warbling like a tuning fork, but it felt like the rift had been covered in Crisco. It ripped again, and this time 5 tentacles came through. I swallowed.
Laris?
Julie's voice.
Laris, I can't sense you anymore. Laris?
Julie moved into my field of vision, one hand outstretched as she felt her way forward. Her other hand was pressed against her face, and from my vantage point on the floor, I could see blood running through her fingers and down her arm.
Laris?
The tentacles shot toward the sound of her voice and latched onto her. She was in no state to resist, and was pulled through with a yelp of surprise. The fog had finally dissipated. I could see Herb's crumpled form in a pool of blood across the room. A chunk of the Rosario protruded from his chest, the once smooth blade now warped and melted. Looked like the alchemical metal couldn't withstand alien disruptor technology. I couldn't tell if Herb was breathing or not. A faint scratching sound caught my attention. Gearstripper crawled into view. He was pulling himself on his forearms, those having already healed. His fingers were at odd angles, and he suddenly grimaced as one of them abruptly popped back into place. A few seconds later, his joints had healed. Gremlins had literally been built to be blown up and then recover to sabotage again. I'd once watched Gears reform after being burned to a crisp, and it had only taken him a few minutes. He looked at me, concern evident in his yellow eyes.
You okay, Vinny?
Been better, pal, I replied.
We've got to get out of here,
he said. The rip in reality tore wider. 6 tentacles this time. Be quiet, I whispered. I don't think they can see, but they're attracted to sound. Gears nodded.
Can't you close that?
I shook my head. He tapped a claw absently against the floor. I winced, fearing the sound might attract the tentacles. They didn't notice. Gears looked back at the tentacles, then at the dead Gloacus lying atop me.
Can you push that thing off?
Out of faith, buddy.
Thought so. Hang on, I got this.
Gears pulled himself up on the Gloacus's back. Even his tiny amount of extra weight made my ribs groan.
Hey, Cthulhu! Yeah, you! You hentacle reject! Over here!
The tentacles shot forward, unfurling to new lengths as Gears leapt backward off the dead creature. The tentacles latched onto the Gloacus's neck and hoisted it off me. It bounced twice as it was dragged toward the tear. My switchblade clattered out from under it and slid 20 feet away from me. I started to try to move toward the knife, but froze as I watched the SUV-sized creature get pulled up to the mouth of the tear, where it was folded in on itself until it could fit. There was no snapping of bones or tearing of tendons. It was like the Gloacus had been turned into a 2-dimensional object and folded like a piece of paper. I stared at the tear, unblinking. Holy shit, I really needed to close that. The energies had gotten slipperier. I concentrated as hard as I could, imagining a giant zipper around the tear. Then I imagined that zipper pulling shut. I opened my eyes to see nothing had happened. Fuck. Gears trotted across the room to the backpack lying on the ground. He was rummaging around in it when the tentacles came back through. Gears pulled out the extra-dimensional cylinder and began tapping on the buttons. I pulled myself up to a sitting position and looked myself over. In addition to my broken ribs and right leg, my right elbow was shattered, and bone had broken through the skin. My right hand was broken too, and my fingers were swollen like sausages. This was worse than I'd expected. I must be going into shock. Not good. The tentacles extended out into the room, drifting along as if they were weightless. Occasionally, one would brush across the floor as if sniffing it. Then one of them brushed against Herb. The tentacle caressed him, slithered around his thigh, and began pulling him toward the tear. The tear had ripped again, but this time, instead of another tentacle, an eyeball the size of a trash can lid pressed against it. I couldn't help but yelp in surprise. The eye was yellow and had a diamond-shaped pupil. I couldn't see any other part of the thing's head, if it had one. For all I knew, this was a giant eyeball on a stalk. The eyeball swept the room, and more tentacles flicked out with lightning speed. Faster than I could follow, one of them wrapped around Gears' waist, and another two around my legs. I screamed in pain as my broken right leg was squeezed with a force like a vice. The creature dragged us toward the tear. I flailed at my switchblade, but my right arm was useless, and I slid right past it. Gears stabbed at the buttons on the cylinder a few more times. If I'd been able to focus, I might have come up with a way out of this, but the pain was so intense now that I couldn't think. I'd blown it. Being much lighter, Gears reached the tear first. He hurled the cylinder into the tear and swiped at the tentacle with his claws. The attack surprised the creature, which momentarily loosened its grip on him. That was all he needed to slash twice more and drop to the floor. A second later, there was an explosion. A shockwave of green force burst through the tear, blasting Herb and me across the room. Wispy plumes of green smoke drifted through the tear, carrying the stench of sulfur. The tear shrank before my eyes, and a moment later, it was closed. My body screamed in agony as I worked to untangle a severed tentacle from my legs. Gearstripper rushed over and handed me my switchblade. I took it awkwardly in my left hand and began cutting the tentacle away. "Go check on Herb," I said. He shot off.
The sword's melted into him, Vinny.
Gears called.
He's still breathing, but it's shallow, and he's really pale.
"How's Megan?" Gears trotted over to her.
She's still in stasis, I guess.
All right, that meant if nothing else, she was fine. We needed to get back to medical.
Vinny? Can we still get home?
Not sure, Gears, I said. That cylinder was the only thing that let me focus my power to open portals. If I try again, we'll just reopen the tear with the tentacle monster. What made you think to throw the cylinder into the tear, though?
You know how in D&D, if you put a bag of holding into another bag of holding, you risk destroying the universe? Same idea. I figured, what did we have to lose?
Gremlin logic can be absolutely terrifying sometimes. But I had to admit, if I'd thought of that, I'd have done it too. I looked around the room. The door leading to the hallway was shut. I thought for a second, then painfully and awkwardly pushed myself over to the door, sliding on my butt and using my good foot. I touched the door. The extra-dimensional energies that made up this place were still intact, but they were weakening fast. I concentrated as hard as I could on the entrance to medical, and forced the door's portal to open there. The portal didn't like that. It strained against me, but after a second that lasted 3 lifetimes, a door into our office stood open. "Gears!" I said through clenched teeth. "Get help! Go!" The gremlin took off like a shot. I heard him yelling for Jake. The big man and Mrs. Rita came tearing through a moment later. Jake grabbed Herb and carried him back through. Gearstripper and Mrs. Rita scrambled over to Megan. The world got dimmer. At first, I thought it was from my injuries, but then I realized the room was shrinking. Whatever dimension we were in was collapsing. "Hurry!" I called out. Jake came hustling back through. The electricity sparking around Megan vanished as Gear Stripper disabled her stasis field. Jake scooped her up in his arms and charged back through the portal, Mrs. Rita and Gears right behind him. As they crossed through, Mrs. Rita grabbed my shirt and, with a surprisingly strong yank, hauled me through into Boston. I cried out as the movement aggravated my, well, everything. I let go of the portal, and it sealed with a pop. I collapsed onto the carpet. It was much too rough. We really should have a soft carpet for occasions like this. I bet that paranormal worm silk would make fantastic carpeting, I said to no one in particular. It could handle the high traffic areas and yet still be super comfy for when you fall down. Mrs. Rita knelt over me and shone a flashlight into my eyes.
Vincent, what day is it?
There was a buzzing in the air. I didn't like it. Not sure, Mrs. Rita, I said back, but I'm pretty sure it ends with a Y. The buzzing got louder. Somebody answer the door. I think the pizza's here. Mrs. Rita's expression was concerned. And why was it so dim in the office? Probably light bulbs blew out when the portal opened. The buzzing got louder, the world got darker, and my eyelids suddenly weighed 2,000 pounds each. The world spun, and the blackness took me. Chapter 14.
Sir, there have been several instances of late where Vincent Corinthos has attempted to open gateways. The tachyon veil we put around him to prevent him from gaining precognizance is reacting violently with the extra-dimensional energies he channels, and is tearing holes in reality to outside dimensions. We must re-evaluate the tachyon veil and find a solution to this problem before Corinthos inadvertently allows an eldritch horror into the universe.
Missive from Brother Wheatson to the Tempest, leader of the Chroniclers. I woke up on a bed in medical. My throat was dry and my eyes burned.
Good morning, Vincent,
came a voice from my left.
If it's morning, Mrs. Rita, what are you doing here?
I rasped. She smiled as she took my temperature.
It has been a most eventful evening, which has become an eventful morning as well.
She looked at the thermometer.
Your fever has broken. How do you feel?
I successfully wiggled my toes and fingers. The bones in my arms and legs had knit overnight. I saw a squeeze bottle of water on the table next to me and took a long pull from it before replying, I'm worried. How's Megan?
She's fine,
Mrs. Rita replied, and I tried not to wince at her choice of words.
Joseph and I were able to wake her from the stasis field.
Can I see her?
Of course. She's in the next room over.
I jumped out of bed and then realized I was only wearing a flimsy hospital gown. Mrs. Rita's grin was wicked. She'd been waiting for me to do that.
Though you may want to put on some shorts before going to see her. Petra might get jealous.
3 minutes later, I was dressed and walking into the adjoining room. Megan was sitting up in bed, a blanket draped over her shoulders. Red rimmed her eyes, and there was an empty box of Kleenex in the crook of her arm. She held a fistful of tissues in her left hand and mopped them at her face when I walked in.
Vincent. Hi.
Hey, Meg, I said as I went to stand at her bedside. How are you feeling?
Fine,
she said, and the words stung again.
Doc Ryan says I'm the picture of perfect health. He's just keeping me for observation.
She blew her nose and tossed the tissues in the wastebasket next to the bed.
He says that Herb is comatose.
Her voice cracked, and my guiltometer cranked up another few thousand notches.
He and Mrs. Rita are doing all sorts of wondrous medical things, but Herb's not coming out of it.
She screwed her eyes shut and talked through her teeth.
It's not fair. He's a good person. He doesn't deserve this.
Tears leaked from the corner of her eyes. She scrubbed them away with the back of her hand.
Why did this happen, Vincent? Why did those men kidnap me?
I looked at my Reeboks and summoned up all my courage. It's my fault, Megan. I wanted to look her in the eyes, but couldn't. It's because of me and a stupid slip of the tongue. I told her everything then, about the promise, about how Orcus was holding me accountable, about how I thought I was being clever by finding a way around it. I'm so sorry, Megan. I never imagined anything like this would happen. You're sorry, she said coolly. I looked up, and she'd assumed her diplomat mask. I see. Would you care to explain why you didn't tell me this sooner, Vincent? Did you think I wouldn't see that promise for the nicety you intended it as, rather than an all-binding oath? Do you think me that unreasonable or unfair? No, that's... And because of your lack of trust in me, a good man is now lying in a magical coma in the next room. A man who, according to Gearstripper, violated his own personal code of ethics to protect me. A man who went down defending my helpless body. Her eyes were so cold, they might as well have been chips of ice. And now, you stand here, not a scratch on you, and you tell me that you're sorry. Megan, Get out of my sight, Vincent! The mask broke, and I saw Megan honestly and truly angry for the first time. Her jaw was tight, and her body was actually shaking with rage. It was her eyes that made me step back. In them I saw a barely restrained wrath that I wouldn't have thought possible from someone normally so perky. Her left hand clutched a bunch of the blanket at her waist. The outline of a pocket cannon kept flickering into her right. "Leave now," she hissed. "Now!" I fled from the room, the door shutting automatically behind me. On the other side, I heard Megan break down in sobs. Mrs. Rita brushed past me and went into Megan's room. Doc Ryan came around the corner, a cigarette between his fingers. He jerked his head to a side room and stepped inside. I followed him. Doc leaned against the window, his back to me, a tendril of smoke spiraling up to touch the no smoking sign. "You heard Wallenby is comatose, right?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder. I nodded. He turned back to the window and took a drag on his cigarette. "We have no accounts or data on what happens when the Rosario's poison is applied to a human. It was only intended to weaken paranormal beings." Another drag. "Best I can figure, the poison targeted Herb's necromantic powers." Doc turned to me, still leaning against the wall. "When a necromancer forces the dead to do his bidding, he's exerting a part of his spirit over the deceased's. The poison's embedded itself between Herb's spirit and his body, preventing his consciousness from returning." "Will it wear off?" "Can't say. A paranormal immune system, like yours, is used to supernatural pathogens and knows how to handle them. So you'd naturally break the toxin down over time. Herb, on the other hand, is just a plain old human. His body has no idea how to fight this stuff." "Can you create an antidote?" Doc gave me an exasperated look. "Jesus Christ, Corinthos. Do you think I just stand around here smoking all day? I've had the computer analyzing this particular flavor of poison all morning long. I'll have a better feel for what can and can't be cured later on." He crushed out the cigarette against his heel and dropped the butt into the wastebasket. I unconsciously extinguished the butt completely so he wouldn't burn the place down. "I'm telling you all this because, quite frankly, Herb's chances don't look good. Megan seems pretty attached to this guy, and if he kicks it, she's going to be a wreck. So you mind your manners and keep your nose clean around her. Got it?" A little late for that, I thought. Just the same, I nodded, and he patted me on the shoulder. "One other thing." He held up a finger under my nose. "If you ever disobey an order from me to stay in medical again, I will have Galahad throw your ass out of the agency so fast your head will spin. You got lucky, Corinthos, but you could have just as easily been killed running off in your condition. Don't ever do that again. Got it?" I swallowed and nodded. With that, he left the room, muttering about upstart punk-ass kids. Galahad walked in then, and beckoned for me to sit down at the table.
Vincent, we need to talk.
A feeling of complete dread filled my stomach. When your boss or your girlfriend uses that phrase, things are going to be bad. I sat down and folded my hands in my lap. Galahad took the seat across from me and rested his palms on the table.
Vincent, when you first came to us, you were a thoughtful, reflective young man who wanted to protect people from paranormal threats. Over the last 8 years, that desire to protect has grown stronger, and I respect you for that. However, since the Urisk adopted you as their god, I have watched you become more and more reckless.
Galahad's voice was dead level. The kind of dead level that meant he was only a hair's breadth from completely losing his temper.
You act first and think later. You rush into danger, heedless of the consequences. Each time you do that, you put yourself and the other agents in peril. Your partner does not deserve that, nor did Mr. Wallenby. Caulborn agents understand the risk associated with this line of work. But Wallenby is a civilian, and you roped him into something that should have been handled by the agency.
I looked at my hands in my lap. What was I going to do? Argue with him? He was right, and I knew it.
You are not a bad person, Vincent,
Galahad continued.
If I believed there was even a hint of malevolence in your actions, I would call the Inquisitors in to deal with you.
That's got my attention. The Inquisitors were the Caulborn's secret police. Invoking their name was not something you did lightly. They dealt with paranormal threats that no one else could. They were the people who'd see fighting a half-god as part of the daily routine. I realized just how angry Galahad was just then, if he was bringing them up.
But you are not malevolent. I believe I have failed you, pushed you into a role you were not properly prepared for. When you came to us, I put you to work in a support role, but the powers you acquired from the Urisk made you uniquely qualified to be a field agent. Perhaps that was a bad decision. I am putting you on probation for 30 days, Vincent. When Kristen returns from Oklahoma, you will report to her daily. If you demonstrate behavior fitting a Caulborn operative, then you and I will forget this conversation ever happened. Do I need to explain what will happen if you do not?
No, sir, I whispered. I'd get kicked out of the Caulborn. I might even be marked as a paranormal threat. In short, my life would completely change, and not at all in a good way.
Good.
Galahad stood and put a hand on my shoulder.
You are a good person, Vincent. The Caulborn need you. Don't let us down.
He gave my shoulder a squeeze and left the room. I put my head on the table and just sat there for a moment. When I picked my head up again, the room had vanished, and I found myself in that space between dimensions. Orcus stood before me, his pedestal behind him. Come to gloat? I asked. Orcus shook his head. Kid, you got me all wrong. You think I'm the bad guy here. I'm just here to keep the rest of the gods humble. I got to my feet, the spectral remains of my chair fading as I did so. Well, what you succeed in is teaching us to play games with our words instead. Orcus let the comments slide and jerked a thumb at the open book behind him, which was still open to my page. With the Keepers dead, the promise is back on you. I figured as much. So now you can set this right. Oh, for Christ's sake, you must have heard the conversation Megan and I just had. She won't even speak to me. She's angry, kid, and she has every right to be. He scratched at his head with a thick finger. Thing is, she probably won't stay angry forever. When she cools down, try and have a decent, honest conversation with her. I've been watching you grow up, Vincent. I know you're a good person at heart. You stay sharp, and you'll find a way to fix this. But in the meantime, you need to make sure she stays fine. I will, I said through clenched teeth. Orcus's domain faded, and I was back in medical. I needed to get out of here, and I needed time to think. I left the office and caught the train back to my apartment. I stood in my bedroom, just staring into the mirror. "Ah, good! You're home," Commander Courageous said as he animated on my dresser. He cocked his head to one side as he regarded me. "Feeling blue?" I barely resisted swatting him off the dresser and into the laundry hamper. "I'm exhausted. Galahad's put me on probation. Herb's in a coma. Megan hates me. Petra's gone. Yeah, I guess blue covers it. You might want to spend some time with your followers." I made contact with the Urisk earlier. There's a ceremony tomorrow to mourn the Urisk who didn't make it through the eclipse. I'll go to that and stay for a while after. Hopefully, I can help them find some peace. "I meant your other followers." I blinked at him. "What are you talking about?" Courageous rolled his plastic eyes at me. "Vincent, the Glowacus looked right at you and didn't see you. Didn't that strike you as odd?" "It was dark, I was hiding in the mist, and the Keepers had just performed surgery on the thing," I said. "It's no surprise that it missed me." "And you felt tingly when its gaze passed over you, right?" "Yeah, but I figured that was from when I'd been electrocuted." Courageous sat down cross-legged on the dresser and put his head on his fist. "All right, Vincent. Close your eyes and open your mind to your followers. Listen very, very hard. Tell me if you hear anything different." I was dubious, but did as he asked. I heard the Urisk's daily litanies, a few conversation-like prayers from Urisk who asked me to comfort Daimon, and then, in the very back of my mind, I heard chanting. The chants weren't in the Urisk's language. They were in English. They almost sounded like... "Is that a drinking song?" Courageous laughed. "I suppose you could call it that. Do you recognize the voices?" "Cleep, and the other kobolds." My hands started to sweat. What are they doing? Why are they worshipping me? "They see you as someone worth following, Vincent. They knew of your reputation as god of the Urisk, and saw you in action beneath the castle. You helped them, unasked, at risk to yourself. So when you faced the Glowacus, you weren't just hiding in the mist. You were completely invisible. You were out of Urisk faith, but there was a tiny, tiny bit of faith there from the kobolds. You tapped that and successfully concealed yourself from the Glowacus." "I remember Cleep turning invisible at Cather's place," I said, my eyes widening. "And when Cleep and I communicated telepathically when Cather was under attack, I was hearing him the same way I can hear Lotholio. Holy crap! How is that possible? It took years for the Urisk to accept me as their god. How is it the kobolds did it so fast?" Courageous opened his hands. "Vincent, who is Zeus?" "What does—" "Just answer the question." "The Greek god of sky and thunder." "And who is Freya?" "The Norse goddess of fertility." "Do you worship either of those deities?" Courageous asked. No," I said. Courageous nodded. "Exactly. You don't worship them, and yet you know who they are. That knowledge gives them power, just as prayers would. To you, it's not a belief that Zeus can smite you with lightning, it's a fact. The kobolds, redcaps, and even the hobgoblins are starting to see that in you. To them, you are a god of fire and force. Didn't it seem strange that you were able to do all those miraculous things on the bright side while your followers were encased in amber? You could do those things to the hobgoblins because they believed you could." I swallowed while that sank in. Does that mean I don't need worshippers anymore? Courageous shook his head. "You're not there yet, Vincent. Years from now, when your legend has grown on the bright side, perhaps. Zeus and Freya have millions of literature students to give them power, because those students are taught who they are. You don't. You'll be relying on faith batteries for a long time to come. Speaking of which, since the number of kobold followers you have is very small compared to the number of Urisk,
You now have just a tiny bit of kobold-based faith reserves.
You mean their faith is separate from the Urisks? I asked.
Yes. Think about it like this. The Urisks see you differently than the kobolds, and both species have different abilities. There are some commonalities, I suppose. They both can sling fire, but with the Urisk, it's pyrokinesis, and the kobolds possess a form of elemental magic. However, their faith in you is different, and the gifts they bestow upon you are different, so you now have 2 sets of faith reserves. One for Urisk powers, and one for kobold. And, before you ask, no, you can't use kobold faith for Urisk powers.
Dang. How had he known?
Why not? It's just faith, right? Think about Fallout 3 or any of the other FPS games that you and Gearstripper play. You have shotguns, 9mm, laser pistols, and other weapons. They're all guns, but they all use different ammo. Think about faith like that. It's different ammo for different weapons.
I rubbed a hand over my face. This means I have 2 peoples I have to watch out for. I don't know. I haven't been great for the Urisk.
That's crap, and you know it, Vincent,
Courageous said as he stabbed a plastic index finger at me. Diamond would probably disagree with you, I said. There was a pause.
Yes, Diamond. He probably would.
Courageous was quiet for a moment, as if considering something heavy.
But, Vincent, regardless of what one individual thinks, your Urisk followers are loyal to you and love you. Every religion and every god goes through what you did at one point or another, and now another group sees you as someone worthy of their faith. So get your tail down to the Undercity and spend some time with them.
With that, he went rigid and became a plain action figure again. I sat down on the edge of the bed. Part of me was terrified at the thought of having new followers. It had been hard protecting the Urisk, but on the plus side, there weren't that many kobolds, and they lived with a dragon to boot, so it wasn't like I was their primary source of protection. The other part of me was absolutely thrilled at the new powers I'd been granted. Invisibility, fire, and a touch of healing magic. That was going to be damned cool and quite handy. I shook my head. Both of those trains of thought were wrong. Thinking like that was what had gotten me into trouble in the past. It didn't matter if I was frightened. The kobolds believed in me. And it didn't matter if I didn't get any powers from them at all, because I now had an obligation as a deity to watch out for them. Obligations were what Orcus was all about, and I think I was starting to understand him a bit better now. I'll head down to the Undercity later on to spend some time with my new followers, and tomorrow I'll mourn on the bright side. But if you'll excuse me, I need to try out my newfound healing powers on a comatose necromancer. This has been Promise, Caulborn 2, written by Nicholas Olivo, narrated by Ian McEwen. Copyright 2014 by Nicholas Olivo. Production copyright 2016 by Nicholas Olivo.